Hello, everybody.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. This is the second live show in the month of June 2022. Thank you, everyone, for joining. If you're a returning subscriber, you are highly welcome. We are the Common Sense Sisters.
If you're joining us from the first show, thank you.
You're welcome. My name is Yo-Yo.
My name is Ella.
Yes. And these live debate shows, they are done every Saturday. If we're not going to be here, we're going to let you know.
Yes.
Okay?
Welcome back, Dr. Timothy.
Yes, Dr. Timothy.
Welcome back,
the Common Sense Squad, the returning ones, those of you who joined us in the first live, refresh your page or go to the community tab and click the link, because this matter, you must remove all emotional attachment and come here with your logical reasoning. Nobody's cutting anybody any slack. Come here with your, look at it as a human issue, whether the behavior is bad or the behavior is good. Whether the behavior should be encouraged or the behavior should be discouraged. Is family really everything?
We are not cutting anybody slack because they did not allow
us slack.
They did not allow us slack, so we're not slacking anybody.
We don't even have any slack.
Plus, this platform is not a platform of slack. Slack is a different platform. This is YouTube.
This is Common Sense Sisters.
This platform. Is YouTube. Slack is a different communication platform.
Yes, Slack is a different communication.
They use that for work sometimes.
It's a business communication app.
Let me slack you. Let me slack you. So we're not slacking anybody.
So don't cut me any slack. Then I want your brain to be turning on your own. Is family everything? When somebody shook their finger into your eye,
with pepper,
do your toyos.
Will you be sitting there to have conversation with that person, spiritually or physically?
Will you allow yourself to be emotionally manipulated?
Will you allow yourself to be used and spit out by the ones that they
send you to us? They that spat you out, send you to one. Pick yourself up so that you can also and come back, and they tell you that your decision is not right because family is everything. I want you to be thinking. Some of you that don't have the boldness to say it now, through the lenses of people that were bold enough to share their story, you can relate with it. Okay, and first of all, we want to appreciate people that have the courage to even do that in the first place. Now, what is the topic of today? First of all, people will be wondering, what are these ladies saying?
Of today for this live show,
please smash the like button as you are coming in.
Oh, before we even go to the topic, let's give them the rules.
Oh, the rules.
I don't always forget. Yeah, you forget.
Oh, the rules. Regular
sport obligations. Please be respectful, be open-minded. Please don't use bad words. Subscribe, hit the notification bell so you get notified whenever I post our videos, like and share. If you're new to the squad, we see some new members. Please, you can check out about. Why am I saying please like a Ghanaian? Please check out.
check the about page.
And
go to the community page.
Us. And go to the community page. We always post our regularly scheduled announcement on there. The playlist is equipped to fulfill all your needs, from the toughest to the softest kinds of videos. And finally, you can catch us up on different social media platforms like Common Sense Sisters.
Everywhere you go.
I
can see some people in the chat already. Let us greet them.
President, this one you came. You finally
get our time today.
You finally found the link today. Thank God, though, and thank you.
Thank you for finding the link to be able to link back to the second show.
Yes, welcome everyone.
Yes.
The family ain't everything. The speaking from experience.
Critical thinking is coming up. Those of you that are washing the dishes, those of you that are cleaning the house, driving right now, be thinking as you are driving, because the toughest issues are the things we want to tackle today. It's family, everything. Let us be logical.
So in this story, I'm going to be addressing the first story we're going to be talking about a mother who stole money from her daughter.
Who stole her daughter's life savings.
And let's see how the daughter will confront the mother today.
And please, be thinking of your life savings now. Whether it's 100,000.
Because some people don't have life savings, so they will come and say forgive and forget. If you know you don't have life savings, and you come here and say forgive and forget, whatever you see, you take.
We will use common sense to flog your mentality, because I cannot put thunder. Thunder don't they go anywhere these days. The weather people, they don't always.
Thunder doesn't use it to Nigerians. Not many times Nigeria say thunder strike.
Your life saving is one time. Your life saving. It's just some of you. The only thing you have in your account now is $500. Imagine they pluck that $500 emotionally. Then you physically give it acts. You physically give it acts and say, because of my mommy, I'm doing this for you. Mommy, your mama they cry. Your mama they cry. He get thief. If your father, your mother, they are thieves, why can't you tell them that you are stealing from me? Okay, you cannot tell them. Why can't you also stop this channel of thievery?
Or sometimes you want to start up a business. There are other avenues that you can use to start the business. Oh no, it's the mother and father that showed you shaggy. You will still entrust millions into their hands for them to go and help you.
Let me just tell you how you know your parents are thief. if they gave
If
you,
you don't say
if you
you
were
were
growing
small,
up and they gave you money,
your visitors gave you money.
yes, visitors gave you money, like take this 1,000 naira, my child used to buy
Buy
bread,
sweets.
and your parents said they will put it in the bank,
Or they will keep it for you.
and then you ask them for account statements
Or the
for
money.
the money, and they say, what
And
do
they
you
don't
mean?
give you.
I'm feeding you, and you cannot trust those parents
If
financially.
your parents they behave like mama take woro, you cannot trust them.
Yes, if your parents are behaving like mama take bolo,
You cannot
yes,
trust them with
yes,
cash.
you cannot. It means that when it comes to cash, your parents are not, and people that are not faithful in little things, and trusting them into greater things is at your own detriment. That is just common sense. Whether they are parents, whether they are friends, that is just common sense. Who is not faithful with different, you cannot give accountability for 1,000 naira. If you give them 5,000, they will
See,
keep it.
our parents, so they carry us go bank. At least they carry me go bank to go and deposit the money. But make I quiet. Wait, now be my story
When
today.
when the banks were consolidated, that time they were consolidating back in Nigeria.
Nigeria bank when they thief money. Anyway,
Oceanic and Citizen and all of
let
them.
us be going
To the story of today.
We will not, people that will come here, we will not repeat the story. We have spent 7
So the
minutes.
story of it, I don't know how some parents can be thieves. And
How can they not? They are human beings, and because they became parents, they don't be the
they
kind
will
of
say they not disguise as honor your father and your
honor
mother.
your father.
At the expense of my money.
Honor your father and mother.
Did I not give accountability of the money that you used to give to me for my own self? For my own self. Welcome back, Otobi.
Honor your father and mother is not for parents that steal their children's money.
If your mother and father were not faithful with 5 naira back in the days, $5, they're not gonna be faithful. They will guilt trip you into why they gave birth to you, why you should be submitting your money to them, how you are disrespectful for checks and balances. So that's why some of us don't know the difference between credit and debit till today. So we are carrying the card.
Sometimes, even if people are grown, sometimes your parents want to be knowing what's happening
in your financial life.
You want to know how much you're earning, what is going on, so that when they are measuring everything,
you have this new job now.
But you have money now. Yes, give us the money now.
You have this new job now. How much are they paying you? How much are they deducting from taxes?
First 2 weeks has come. The 15th and 30th, when they are dropping money in your account, your heart is beating because you know that they are billing you. Anywhere in the world, they are billing you. Oh, the roof is leaking. Oh, but our neighbor's mother
the soccer way, it don't fool. We have tried, you know that plumber now when we're growing up. We need another plumber. We need another this.
Sometimes your parents will turn you to the breadwinner of the family. It's
not
normal.
They will be using complimentary insult to be bossing your head. You are the best daughter, even though you give us a lot of headache.
Things like that. So today is the day of reckoning for those.
Today we are unpacking all those things for all those parents that are stealing from their children.
Yes. And they are
conniving with their other children to be stealing from the one that is working hard.
So we're coming from the angle of the ones that financially steal from their children, that emotionally steal from their children. These two ones, that are coming today. And many people share their stories. Thankful for all these Instagram pages and whatever that are open enough to allow people share.
That have a Nigeria girl.
All right, let's go straight to the first topic.
Now, listen to story number 1.
Please listen attentively. Story number 1 from Diary of a Nigerian Girl, aka Ife. Ife says,
somebody, is it somebody?
If somebody, Ife is the one sharing the story of a friend that she knows, but it will be in the text. So she says, let's put our critical thinking cap on and have a conversation about this phrase, family is everything. Yesterday, I was on the phone for a whole hour listening to a friend talk about her family. Her mother and brother will take advantage of her and care less about her. This has happened since she started working and earning. It's just 3 of them, as their father died 20 years ago. She is a doctor and works hard in a foreign land, sends money home constantly, and watches her brother and mother live an affluent life in Nigeria through Instagram.
Oh, those of you that are working very hard, now let me break it there. Those of you that are working very hard in the abroad, working 4 jobs, those of you that are doctors,
80 hours a week.
80 hours a week.
You don't use your paid time off.
You don't use your PTO. You are walking around the clock. Those of you that are doctors going for appointment, they will call you in the night. Everything.
Taking all the shifts.
These parents and these family members, you are sending money back to them. Never ever call you to say, you don't even have time for, let us talk to you. How are you doing? Unpack everything you are going through in this foreign land. They try, no, they lack empathy, but they have abundance of entitlement mentality. Continue.
And iniquity. Let me continue. This was not a problem as long as she could afford it. However, mother and brother don't really care about how hard she works. She just must send money home. One time she was ill and couldn't work, so she couldn't send money home. whenever her family called, the question wouldn't be, how are you faring? It would be, when are you able to go back to work now? She would feel bad about this. But their family, and not only is family everything, but you also cannot abandon them. In January of 2019, she wanted to buy a small flat in Agungi. I beg, who know this area? And she sent 35 million naira.
Please, those of you, we know that a lot of people that are watching us, they are living in diaspora. Please convert 35 million naira to your currency.
Use 2019 exchange rate, so not use today's exchange rate.
2019 exchange rate was $400 and something dollars. 400 and something naira. So 1 naira to 400 and something dollars. Please convert 35 million naira as we are speaking right now. So that you can empathize with the currency. You can connect
and see where we are going here. 35 million naira. I told her to send the money to me, that I would help her see through the purchase and make sure I find someone to rent the space. She said her mother would be upset about that, so she sent the money to her instead. The flat was purchased. Then she came home for Easter in 2019.
So that is from January now to this time. Okay.
Hey! 72,000 pounds.
72,000 pounds.
Embezzlement.
Timothy, please, Dr. Timothy, let us know what year you use it to convert now. Is it 2019 conversion rate or 2022 conversion rate?
And this is the pounds. So people who are using dollars, Canadian dollars, or American dollars, or Swedish, now dollars people they use.
I don't know, but the two major currencies.
Euros.
The pounds and the dollars.
Please convert 35 million naira to your currency.
72,000 pounds.
Let's continue. So she came back home in 2019 during the Easter period. When she was fully rested and asked to go and see the flat, her mother said to her, "We couldn't buy the flat, oh. Your brother saw an opportunity in making bottled water, and that would eventually benefit all of us. So we put the 35 million naira there. The business is doing well now. He will pay you back."
Now, let me translate that. The mother now, the girl she came back Easter 2019, right? Asking the mother, okay, she has rested well. Okay, you should come and show me the flat in which I sent money for development. The mother had the audacity and temerity to tell her that, we couldn't buy the flat. Oh, they gave the money. She handed the money to her daughter's brother, to her son.
To go and open bottled water business.
How much did they use? 72,000
How much is water?
To open water business in Nigeria.
How much is bottled water? 35 million naira.
She and the mother had the guts to say, the business is doing well, he will pay you back.
When people go for Big Brother, the cash reward is 30 million naira. People who go and hustle for 4 years to enter that show. You carry your daughter.
Why did the boy go to microfinance bank in Nigeria to go and borrow the money? Why did he do that? So the mother is already beginning the first stage of gaslighting, financing, making her to understand that it's okay to finance. She's a benefactor.
35 million naira to open bottle business for younger brother. The business is doing well, he will pay you back.
That's what the mother
said. This woman did not acknowledge that she stole this money from her daughter because she lied to her that the flat was purchased. Go, moving on. She literally saw stars and felt pain at the same time when she told me. I said to her, cut them off in your mind, but stick around long enough to collect your money back from your brother. She said they both showed no remorse, which hurt her more. Family is everything. Family is everything is the song her mother continued to sing to her. In June of 2019, mother and brother gave her a call that the water business had packed up because the brother was duped by staff.
Now look at the timeline of the dates. January, the money was sent by this doctor lady to her mother to purchase a flat. You know, in April of 2019, can you imagine? She came back home, whereas said, asking Mama, where the flat there? Mama, they talk nonsense. Mama, they yogo, they talk anyhow. Say, carry the money, go give his useless son, which is the sibling of this doctor. Useless one to do water business. I said the boy will
35 million naira water business.
So of in America, convert 35 million naira now to dollars, please.
As at 2019.
And now, you see that they do a month by month. By June 2019.
They gave her a call that the business had crashed because it was duped by staff. And then finally, she decided that she has had enough. So she stopped picking their calls. Every message afterwards was a curse, a reminder about how the mother suffered through life when their father was not there, aka
tripping,
an emotional abuse,
and gaslighting.
You embezzle your pikin money, you did they lay curse on her because it shall be quit and fall on you. Anyways,
you lost your husband. Did she not lose a father? Did she not lose a father?
How she was there when her father wasn't there. How her brother will make it soon and will not need her anymore. She said, not one message asking how am I doing, nor did I hear or see an apology. She said she was heartbroken. She was on the phone yesterday wondering if she should take them back since her brother has now been forced to keep a job and is the one taking care of their mother now. I asked her how life has been since she cut them off last year. She said that her anxiety has reduced. She now has a financial plan that is going really well. She is more relaxed with her work hours, which makes her now study for other exams. In short, she has seen more progress in 1 year than she has seen in her life since she has been working for 9 years. Meaning that she has been supporting her family for 9 years. And what did they do? They stole 72,000 pounds, aka 35 million naira from her. She made a decision right there to continue to live her life and watch them through Instagram and hear about them through neighbors and their friends.
So she mentally checked out. She protected her sanity. She took charge of her life, in which she said that lie to lie, I will not continue to be used and abused in the name of families everywhere. See, when people show you who they are, believe them. Blood is not thicker than water. Don't let anybody deceive you. Character is who you are when you think nobody's watching. Gather common sense. It will be your turn tomorrow if you don't make the right decision.
Is family truly everything? She said. I don't believe so. Certainly, family can be important, but so can friends and even strangers who will be there for you more than family. Let us be clear. Families are important because, now this is Ife talking. Let us be clear. Family is important because they are our first social system. Our family is also supposed to be the safe refuge of love, acceptance, and our go-to support system. If you're unable to get these things from your families, you are allowed to get them from others. Many people from dysfunctional and toxic situations, like my friend, have been able to build their own families of healthier and more supportive friends. Family is the people that are there day in and day out. They want to be in your life for the better,
not to harm it.
Hashtag diary of a Nigerian girl.
Yeah.
Story number 1. Because people are firing up in the comments because of your. Do you want us to address this or go straight to the second story? Let's go to the second story because we were interpreting while we were talking. So that when we do it, and if we want to put the link or something, I want to be in the background, we can do that. Let us go to the next story. Please be resignating. This first story is the one of thief. This is also financial and emotional. The next one we're going to go to is emotional. So please, everybody, let's pay more attention. Timothy say our exchange officer just corrected her and said it's about 68,000.
We are going to the first one. We are staying with the first one.
In fact, it's 72,000.
So correction officer, as long as there are many zeros.
Correction officer will not agree.
After the figures, figure, I don't know mathematics. So as long as there are many zeros, we are going with 72,000.
Now the first one we take. We know they agree.
We know they go back.
You are measuring 2022 with 2019.
You cannot take us high and then come and bring us down calculatively.
We don't agree.
No, 72,000.
72,000 pounds.
All of you that are in America, convert 35 million naira to dollars. 2019 rate was 400 something.
That's what we're taking. We're not going back.
We know they go back.
We don't go greed. Story number 2. What's happened just now? Okay, that's it. I'm sorry. This is from Mrs. Fabi.
Now, this is the emotional side of things.
Want to video you?
Okay. You know, this is from Mr. Shebi's Instagram post.
Somebody DM'd her.
You know, I'm seeking for advice. The person said, "Good evening, ma'am." So she's referring to Mr. Shebi. I have followed you for as long as I can remember, and I have seen how you have helped a lot of people, and I want your help too. Because the option I have now is to buy herself. So she wants to delete herself.
Want to remove herself from the world.
Yes. I am facing constant bullying from my biological mother. To the point where whenever she says something hurtful to me and I cry, she calls it crocodile tears, and she calls me useless. I have 2 brothers, and she treats them differently from the way she treats me. She has spoiled the relationship between my elder brother and I. Those of you that are doing favoritism among your children, Mokuna stop am.
Nonsense.
Nonsense. As Mama T dey talk. Nonsense. So I'm saying that this is the child that is taking me to my village. This is the child that is honoring me. This is the child that will receive the inheritance. Be gaslighting your children to be fighting. Be putting asunder in your generational lineage.
Continue.
Continue, yeah?
Continue.
Mm-hmm. The lady said she has spoiled the relationship between my elder brother and I because she always reminds me that my brother is better than me. Those of you that you have children that maybe they are not doing well academically, you will be saying, look at your face, look at this that is doing better than you. Stop it. Mm-hmm. She said my elder brother is better than me because he gives her money. Emotional blackmail. All the time, but I do not. But I too, but she said, I too, not just all the time, because I am a student. So the girl is a student, and it's not easy for me. But she doesn't seem to care. I'm still living with her because I don't have where else to go. Please help me because I really can't take it any longer. Because she do say she wishes that, now the mother tells her that she wishes that she never gave birth to her. She said that, she said she would have returned me to the owner, meaning that she wishes she never gave birth to her own daughter, therefore saying that if she didn't give birth to her, she would have returned her back to whoever she belonged to. Mm-hmm. Like this is what other thing can you say to your child that will cap this one? Those of you parents that will be saying that I brought into this world, I can take you out. And, and she is the only daughter. And this is what her mother, a fellow woman is doing to her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So she's asking our biological mother. This is our biological mother doing that to her. Now, so let us remove our own face and greet the people who have just joined in. Mm-hmm. I see Rita. Rita. How are you? Greetings. Now, when we are telling you that we're not cutting anybody any slack, because there are some badly behaved parents. People who want slack when they go buy badly behaved parents. Mm-hmm. There are some badly behaved parents. And according to Rita said we parents should learn to love our children equal. Now we're coming the first one that they come for now. Some of you are looking at me. Your father, your mother have been thieving from you. But no. That father and mother, you go they carry your money so they be giving them for 9 years. Carry your money inside your eye. They are the reason why you are not progressive financially, why you cannot own property, why you cannot make investment for your latter days in life or for your children. So they already have children, but because you are sending money back home, they deny your children. Your children are wearing shoes that the soul is coming out of the main surface of the shoe. Your children in the winter, they are wearing torn coats. Your children will be carrying school bag of 90 berry. Or you'll be buying the oversized for grow into it. They go be like ghosts inside their winter jackets. Your children's hair in this abroad, very unkept. You will not braid your daughter's hair. You will not cut your son's hair because you are carrying all the money to go and do honor their father and brother, and you are dishonoring. Some of you are doing Messiah mentality. Some of them are even dishonoring themselves. Mm-hmm. That braid, that wig, you will not change it because you are sending the money back home. Because you think that you are a benefactor. They are finessing you emotionally. They are finessing you physically. Then you will take a spiritual attack. No, finesse. Hey, if you don't know your business, they will not care about you. God, some of you will not say spiritual attack. Not be spiritual attack. Use your common sense. Out of sight is out of mind. When we will come and say, practice the muting, archiving or blocking. Muting, archiving and blocking. People know that when we do our WhatsApp video 2 years ago, people they say these guests they like to bring bad books. That's why we like them. Wait till they talk for you now. Wait till they talk now. Wait till they do. Yes, so Timothy, you will be sending your kids. You have the money to send it to private school for better education. No, you will send it to wretched because they are calling you. Without you, we cannot. Our breadwinner, our family benefactor. They are telling you that without you, we will not be able to survive in this Nigeria. We thank God that you are there working abroad. You too, they are complimentary, insulting you and siphoning you intellectually and logically and physically. You say that they are dragging you. You will come and say, "Oh, they are using witchcraft." Not be witchcraft. No, they will be blaming village people. They will be blaming village people. Nothing that your mama, your papa, your brother, and your sisters. Some of you will be saving money back home. Don't say you are building houses. Where you are still renting and making your children to be sharing room inside 2-bedroom house to be suffering. You will be saying that you're accumulating wealth.
Some of the children will be living in the living room.
Uh-huh.
All those bed when they talk to, all those chair when they talk to bed.
Somebody will come and tell me that it's very harsh. Is family really everything? People that can dupe you. People that don't care about your mental health.
Like I
don't
tell
care
you that
about
they
your
wish
physical
they
health.
returned you to the owner.
Yes. That mother that said that. That mother that there are so many people that their mothers have told this.
Which slack? Yes, to be made it, buy their own material. I said it. Go and buy your own material. I can't cut
All
you
these
nothing.
toxic parents, later they will come with emotion. Then, if they cannot get to you, they will come and tell you that, oh, I almost died though. I'm in the hospital. Then you will not be pitying them. Then later they will not say, you see now, when I call you don't pick your call. Person will say, their hospital bed, now got a shuttle. You cannot pick your call.
Yes.
When I call you, you make my heart to go.
It's madness.
Emotional blackmail.
It's madness.
Emotional blackmail. That lady said that when she cut them off,
Her
which means
anxiety
that
reduced.
she refused to be picking up her call.
She decided to see them through Instagram.
Did they watch the parents through the family member through Instagram? Very wise person. She even has time.
And through neighbors.
Some of us, I don't want to know what's going on in your life. It not concern me. For the fact that you have shook hands inside my hard labor.
72,000 pounds.
72,000. Toby, please convert 35 million naira to, you be financial person now, to American dollars. Please, I beg you to be convert it now. Let's be calling the money in dollars, because most of us were earning in dollars and in pounds so that you can feel the heat. After you have paid all your bills, going through the snow and the storm, they acquire credit card here and there.
Acquire to perspire.
You are there, they are calling you the Messiah of the universe.
Our benefactor.
You are collecting the praises.
Some of them, they like it. They say, oh, if not for me, my family will not eat today.
But you are dying there. But you are seeing them rocking every Saturday and Sunday.
Have you eaten?
Ashwebi, have you eaten? Did they ask you how you are doing to even listen? Because someone will ask you, how are you doing? Just so that they can pour their own problems on you. Not like they really care.
Exactly.
Are they there for you? So people will be sick, expecting their family to show them care. A family that has never shown you care, that you are somebody that they are drawing the current of currency from them. How will they not care for you because you are sick?
Your family is liquidating you.
They will often tell you things like, I hope this your sickness will not stop you from sending us money.
Yes.
Oh, you think we don't know? We have heard a lot of stories.
Yes.
I hope this sickness will not stop from sending us money. Anyways, you are in the abroad now. You can go to the hospital and take care of yourself.
Mm-hmm. We that were in Nigeria, hospital is difficult for us. At least you there, you can call 911.
They will come and tell you that it's free. Parakpa has not paid school fees, so it's 1 million naira. So we are waiting on you to send the money. When are you going to send the money? But you are telling them that, brother, I'm sick. Mommy, I'm sick. I'm not. Hey, you go where now? The weather for abroad will make you where?
They will say, but I sent you 10,000 naira a week ago.
Association of Forgive and Forget. I am dragging you here with just weekly thinking. Oh, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing.
Pele, Assistant Messiah. Pele, well done, ma'am, well done, sir. Associate of Forgiveness and
Forgive them. What will Christ do? Those of you with iniquity, licensing advices.
Association of living for God.
Living for God.
When God gave them the tip, the 35 million naira.
Dr. Timothy say,
Toby, God bless you. 90K.
35 million naira is about 90,000 United States dollars.
Can you say it will be about 220 to 20 Canadian dollars?
Cash.
God, exchange rate.
Cash. 90,000 United States dollars
of
sweat. And please,
this
to be a medical
this
doctor.
35 million naira is not inclusive of the monthly allowance or whatever that gets
sent to minus monthly allowance. The assignment you had as a mother of iniquity was to go and buy flats. No, mama carried the money. The mother carried 90,000 US dollars, aka 72,000 pounds, to give to her useless son
for bottled water.
Bottled water business.
Where bottled? We never get bottled water for this.
All the pure water and bottled water for Nigeria. How much is pure water and bottled water? 90,000 US dollars. And the mother had the temerity and the audacity to say, we did not buy it. Your brother used it for business. We pay it back. April, then June, the mother came back to come and say, we lost the business because of a staff.
The staff, they fraud the guy.
90,000 US dollars. Committee of this fight has gone on for too long.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
As this is my principle in life. If you shook my eye Not physically.
Not even if you shook. If you come too close.
If I smell it.
You come too close. I'm not going to wait for you. Wait.
People, this is why I appreciate dogs, but even though I'm afraid of them, they just sniff from far. If I smell you, if I smell it, even when I don't see you physically, if I feel it in my spirit that you are.
Toby, Jesus is even shocked.
Jesus even ran away from the cross.
Jesus. He said
Jesus.
Jesus is
If
shocked.
I feel that you can feel, if I feel it from my instinct, I will not even allow it to come to pass. That is to say that I will cut it slack from there. If you are constantly begging every time they call you, so problem they are dumping on you. You will be thinking that you are doing good, but they are using you.
And you have put problems in your generation. So now there's now sibling rivalry in both situations.
Yes.
And we'll be talking more about all these sibling rivalry in other stories.
Yep.
Should we also share other
you
stories?
put the link?
And then
You people have not heard. Story will shock you of how a father was using egg.
Wait now. Don't share them. Don't do this, please.
What is there to hide?
Don't do. We want to be those. Everybody does. So that
If you are willing,
people on the first live show, people understand.
please
we were
call into this live show.
We know.
If you are my blood and you shit me financially, I love you, bro. I love you, sis. But before you go see money, when they tell to my name, they go to
red.
you.
You go red.
Ooh! These are the answers I'll be giving to you. It will be well with you.
It's well.
It is well, oh. It is well. It is well. In the name of Jesus.
It is well. With your finances today, plead the blood of Jesus on your finances. Not be me go give you money.
Now me go tell you say we will pray about you. I will be supporting you with prayers.
Ooh.
Because you cannot steal. You see how that mother has gaslighted the daughter? How that mother lacked empathy, lacked accountability, lacked empathy and lacked accountability. And some of you, let me come for the married people. Those of you that are married now, you are staying abroad. You have wife and children. Your primary responsibility is supposed to be your wife and your children.
Or your husband and
your children.
Both ways.
You will be before your paycheck even land. As your paycheck land, you've already sent the money. When they ask you for money in your nuclear family, you say you don't have. But your spouse will be seeing you. You will have the guts to tell your spouse that, this person has some money. I just sent
money home. You know, they are really, really suffering.
And then expect you to understand it. And there are also people that they collect this money, so they don't see the reason why we are attacking the bad behavior. So those people I say, foolishness will never depart from you.
Foolishness cannot. Is their cousin now?
Foolishness will never depart.
Foolishness was in the womb with their umbilical cord.
You in your wickedness of iniquity.
Foolishness is your twin.
But we are here for those who have been emotionally abused, financially manipulated into doing things that are against, that has ruined them and stripped them of everything. We're saying to you today, follow, let loose, free yourself, let loose, be free. If blocking them is going to help your destiny, communicate via email. Do it.
Your email is too good. Letters. Send the letters like they did in the olden days. And it's more personable.
They will have to go to 9 posts to collect the letter from you because what? Out of sight,
somebody's always going home. You go give them the letter, make them give your family.
And in the letter, you go to write like say money. You make sure you use plentiful cash sheet so that they'll be thinking that there's money soaked inside.
Then to the second story
of
the
you send them a beg naira.
To the second story of emotional abuse, you cannot link that to Blood Sisters. If you've seen that series, Blood
Sister, the Nigerian movie.
Udwa, which is the matriarch, her relationship with her daughter Timmy, and how that like destroyed.
Narcissistic parents, they don't change. If your parents have been gaslighting you, if they've been stealing from you, there's no miracle or prayer that will change them. It is on you, the victim, now to decide what you want to do with your life. Will you continue accepting this or not? Will you continue living in this shadow or shame of what will people say? What will they say that I abandoned my family? Oh, my family, they're saying that they are suffering. Will you now, out of your own, why can't you watch them and see whether they will not survive it? Yeah. Because if anything happens to you,
out of your way,
they are going to survive it.
Yeah, you displease yourself. For people that don't give a damn about it, because they will tell you blood is thicker than water. Will they use blood cook soup? Not water, will they use the cook soup? Now water now.
When you are betrayed, it's very painful.
You do that to your own blood. You do not remember blood is thicker than water or family is everything. When you were embezzling funds of $92,000,
Mm.
aka $9,000, aka £72,000,
Mhm.
aka 35 million naira, aka almost 100.
That's what I'm saying. We're talking about it in the dollars. We're talking
No,
about it
people
in
are
the
not
dollars
serious.
and in the pounds. Emotional blackmail and manipulation. You that you are a victim of it, do you want to continue accepting
It's your
it?
anxiety. Have you not taken enough? Like
Your-
the girl in the first story.
Exactly.
He took her 35 million,
No, so
35 million naira
Naira.
to have sense.
Minus all the 9 years she has been a benefactor to them, she has been sending them money, helping her. So she realized that when she cut off from them, the brother found a job. The brother found a job and is taking care of their family.
Of the mother.
Of the mother.
Of the mother. Himself and his mother. Because by you continue to give them this money or whatever, or let them have access to you, you are encouraging bad behavior. You are encouraging bad behavior. That's what it is.
So tell yourself you don't deserve it. They will be alive. Nothing.
You'll be taking medications, headache. You'll be having BP, palpitations, everything.
Many of you will be having panic attack. You will hear the phone ring. You'll be having panic attack. I know that it's complaint again, but if I don't pick up this call, meanwhile the people that are financing you, they don't care.
They have drivers. They are lounging. They have maids.
Enjoying themselves.
That cook for them. Meanwhile, you are suffering on a $2 part-time meal.
Exactly.
After you are suffering 80
yourself.
hours a week.
You are working so hard. You are not also making investment for your older age or for your future because you think that you are helping family and friends back home. Whoa, it will shock you. Then by the time some of them, by the time they return back onto visits, they realize that these same people that they are feeling sorry for have mansions, have properties, or they are absolutely wasters. So they waste the money
because
as much as they like.
Don't have to work for the money. They waste it. Okay, my dear. Let's go to other stories. We've talked about 2 different stories. Now we are going to be sharing more stories as we are digging deeper.
Real life issues.
Once again, thanks to Mr. Shebi because they put on a poll on Instagram, their Instagram stories, and they asked, "What was the worst thing your toxic parent or sibling ever did?"
So I
really like this graphic image that they have here.
I like the graphic image because it shows that
going on.
Yes. And they made it male and female.
Yes.
The woman black head. They go put the man
the
man spike coming like foul.
Like no. That cock is foul. Male foul. Please, let's continue what we're saying. Let's not digress. Let's not digress. Tori, this is what the first person said. This person said, "My mom told me when I was about 8 years old that if she had a gun, she will shoot me."
No.
You should be hearing people's story. You'll be hearing people when we're talking about this matter.
Toxic stuff. It's going on.
It's very, 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 very deep.
Yeah, and words. Yeah.
Next one. Their dad threatened to lock my dad threatened to lock my mom up, myself and my siblings in the house and burn it down. Next one. This one is very long and we will read it. This person DM'd Mr. Shebi and said she had me when she was 24 years old.
Their
the mother had her when she was 24 years old out of wedlock. She didn't want me. When she took him, from stories from her sisters, they said she tried to abort me several times, but it did not work. After having me, she didn't breastfeed me, hoping that I would die. She even left me for my grandmom to raise, and I really didn't even know her as a mom, but as an auntie, because she barely comes around. When my granny died, I moved over to living with my uncle, my mom's brother. Despite not living with my mom or collecting anything from her, she still thinks I ruined her life just because till date, she is not yet married. One time I was very sick in school. My uncle asked her to come and stay with me at the hospital. The one night she stayed with me was when she tried to strangle me with the drip. Thanks to the nurse on duty. Like that wasn't enough. She used a mortar to hit me after I was discharged. The indigenous around my school area had to arrest her. I struggle with love from everyone. When the person that birthed me doesn't love me, who will? This is a broken child. What will we tell this child today?
Is it her fault? Is it her fault that she was rushed to the hospital?
Before I even forget all these lies, people also who were not able to DM, they wrote anonymously in the comments, and they wrote and they said, "Good morning. Please, I hope I'm not late. Please keep me anonymous. My mom isn't bad, but I had an experience as a child that traumatized me till date. So I'm the only girl. I didn't have sisters. When I first got my period, I didn't even know what it was because we didn't have the talk. I was using tissue. I thought it would stop based on me being a 10-year-old child. It didn't, so I told my mom. The first thing she did was to slap me, made it look shameful and nasty. I was in shock then, subconsciously after then, even till date. I feel ashamed or disgusted talking about periods because I attribute period to hurt, and I always thought of it as something shameful or needed to be hidden. I didn't even have any knowledge about ovulation or women's body until I was in university. I didn't ask anybody, and I was in my shell. The first time being around girls, because I was in a girls' hostel, a girl saw that I was struggling and talked to me about things before I understood a lot of things about the woman's body. This is for mothers with only girl kids. Talk to your children. They shouldn't have to learn all these things from outsiders. Pay them attention, pay your daughters attention, teach them to love their bodies and communicate. Another DM comment. My mom had told me countless times that she regrets birthing me. She hates me so much that she attacks me spiritually. Last month, I was attacked by a drunk driver just outside the house. I called her and she, nor my dad, showed up. I had to call friends in the military to come to my aid. I wish they were never my parents. They left me for dead. These are people I could lay down my life for. Meanwhile, my sister took ill just last week, and you need to see the panic on their faces. They were destabilized and scared. At that moment, I just knew I meant nothing to them. These days, I don't worry about what outside does to me, and I don't even get hurt. I mean, if my parents would hate me this much, especially my mother, then outsiders don't matter to me.
This one came out with tough skin now after that experience. After all, the people you are expecting to love you don't love you. You don't expect it from the world now. So so obviously when she sees something, she can cut it off.
She can cut it off. Yeah. Next one. This person said, my dad used egg to check my, you can see the word there, as a teenager. He also body shamed me to the point where I became invisible to myself. This father was chucking egg into the daughter's privates. I suffered low self-esteem, which I'm still battling with. I literally became a shadow of myself because of all these and more. We don't have a father-daughter relationship today. Another person said their parents left them. Her mother left her in the hospital because she was tired of being a sickle cell warrior. It took a while to heal from this. So your child will be having crisis as a sickle cell patient, and you leave them in the hospital. You leave your child, a child that you brought into this world on your own. You mated with AS. You bring in a child to be a sickler, and you left them in the hospital. The last one here says, my elder brother beats me at every chance he gets, and my parents will always side him. At 25 years old, I still got beaten. A day to my introduction, introduction is like traditional wedding or whatever. I almost got beaten. My dad is late now, but he also much appreciated the male child. I feel so less of myself till date. I so much dislike my elder brother. To him, he feels he can beat anybody because he's older than them. I am sincerely wondering how he will not beat his wife, and he just got married in March. The next one is talking about their younger brother. And they say, my younger brother is so toxic. He feels entitled to everything I have. He is lazy, he gambles, he smokes weed and blames everyone but himself for his misfortune. 10 years ago, he stole my debit card and withdrew a huge sum of money from my account. Another time, he stole 50,000 cash from me in my room. Another time, he stole $100, my phone and expensive jewelries. He really drained me. He also refused to finish school. Right now, we don't talk because he refused to work and he has impregnated a girl, and my parents want me to take up the responsibility of taking care of them. I wish there was a way to divorce your siblings. Other people had many other things to say. This person is saying my parents aren't toxic, but when my elder sister died, the better daughter, which they think of her to be.
So those of you that ration your children.
You say this one's your favorite child. When the favorite child died, her mother said she would have preferred that it had been me. I want to blame it on grief, but she must have felt that way at some point in time. How can your child, your favorite child, died, and you wish that is the one that is still alive that took the place of the dead one? How can you say all this evil and wicked?
Lack of empathy.
How can you say all this?
Lack of empathy. I'm glad we're able to condense all the stories. So
we try to put everything.
You will pick whichever story that caught you there and attack the story. For that first 90,000, I think I saw Junior's comments. Junior, welcome. Average American makes less than that amount annually.
Average Canadian will make $25,000 a year.
90,000 US dollars, aka 72,000 pounds,
aka 35 million naira.
Of a doctor. Doctors, they work so hard round the clock. They don't even have a life. Some of them don't even have a life or family. They don't even have time to eat. They are in and out, and you because you think that they're living abroad, so they have time. Welcome, Hebrews. The stories are heartbreaking, yes, but they are real life stories that we have to talk about. We have to talk about. How are we going to be solving these problems?
We don't talk about them.
If we don't talk about them,
you can't keep living in.
My own suggestion and solution is different. Once somebody do you anyhow,
once they show you shaggy,
once people show you who they are, remove sentiment from it and take the decision, the logical decision that will work best for your life to protect your peace, your mental health, and your physical health. Because physically you may be looking okay, but your internal organs are dying. Your heart, you are palpitating. And we know some of you don't even need to go and do medical checkup, so you'll be thinking that you're okay. Your BP will be shooting up every time. Why won't you cut them? Why won't you dissociate yourself from them? If you are looking for love where love has never existed, you are wasting your time.
You are looking for loamy soil amongst the weeded plants.
You are wasting your time. Welcome, Toby. Because some families, some
Toby,
families.
Yes. Yeah, we're back. Thank you.
Toby, welcome back.
Thank you, guys. Once again, I just want to take a moment. I appreciate you guys for all that you do and bringing all of these stories and to people's attention and awareness. I mean, we have to continue to talk about this. What I would just want to start with is I agree with everything you guys have said, everything. And this whole idea of people living in the abroad and family back home or anywhere else putting pressure on them, it's like it's as old as, I don't know, when man first discovered fire. Like it's been there forever and it seems like it's not going away anytime soon. So based on my personal experience, the first thing I would say is that a lot of times when people leave the country and go overseas, you feel a sense of duty. And maybe there's a legitimate reason to feel that way. I don't know, maybe because you took a loan, the family took out a loan, and all of that. So in those kind of cases, yeah, it's very legit. But oftentimes that is not what we're talking about today. That's not that kind that we're talking about.
Thank you so much, Toby, for highlighting that very well. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. Yes. So the one we're talking about is the continuous exploitation of family members, all because they have traveled overseas. And all of a sudden, you see them as the be all and the end all, and the Messiah, the Savior that will come and wash away all your generational problems. So there are two aspects to this. On the one hand, the people are selfish. They're so self-centered that they don't even consider. They don't think about you. They don't think about the other person. They don't think, they have a life. They have responsibilities. They have arrived in this new country. They have to build a life for themselves. They don't. They're not that. You used the word empathy a while ago, Yo-Yo. That is the accurate word to use. This request, when they come in, they are totally devoid of empathy. So you're just asking, always demanding, demand. And this person, it's not like they have a bank account somewhere where you ask, they dip hands in it. They have to work, and in their head they're thinking that. I'm sorry, you're mute.
Very hard work. They have to work very, very.
Oh yeah.
Very hard. I don't
they're thinking of the next paycheck. Yes, they're thinking of the next paycheck and the next paycheck and the next paycheck. So every demand that comes in, the paycheck is already gone before they even receive it. And you are telling these people back home that, oh no, I have to. And it doesn't matter what you're telling them. It goes in one ear, and it goes out the other ear. They're not interested. They're like, yeah. We hear what you're saying, but so the question on the other end, on the other side, the question the other person, the benefactor should be asking, if you are the benefactor in this situation, ask yourself this question: are you helping, or are you an enabler of bad behavior?
Thank you. Thank you. Define benefactor for those who may not know what benefactor
So
is.
yeah, it's simple. It's simple. And benefactor, you are the one. You are the sponsor. Sometimes we use the word sponsor. You are the one that is supplying. You are the one that is providing. You are the one that they run to. There is nothing that they can do in the family until they talk to you. No decision has been made yet. Why? Why? It was not like that when you were in Niger or whatever country you have come from. It was not like that. But the moment you cross the shores and you cross over, all of a sudden, you are the one everybody wants to talk to. You are the one everybody wants to listen to. If they have any family meeting and they've not heard from you, no concrete decisions will be made. You have become a god. You've been deified.
Savior.
They've made you a benefactor. That's what
Thank
you've become. Now, it might give you some kind of psychological boost to think that, oh, levels don't change. I don't step up. But really, how does that help you as a person? So a part of you think you are helping because of this emotional, sentimental attachment. You think that you are helping them. I'm just helping them. But you are struggling though, and then you are complaining. You keep complaining. You keep whining. You keep complaining, but yet you keep doing it. And you think that, you see, you are playing God. You are playing God in the lives of people. You think you're helping. You have become an enabler of
you.
bad behavior.
Thank
Because
you.
without you, they will not die.
She
They will
found
not
out.
die.
That girl
Yeah,
found out.
yeah. So these things, it's insane when they happen. But you look at your life on the other side, though. You don't have savings. You don't have. You don't
Investment.
even have. You don't have investment. You don't have emergency funds. If anything should happen to that job,
Emergency funds.
ah, you
Emergency
know how
funds.
they say you should have up to 6 months of income saved in
Ella
case
said the
something.
emergency funds is in the blood of Christ. Ella, this
Yeah,
is showing the one.
Please pardon me and warm me my breakfast. My rice,
because
my rice and
because
spinach.
Jesus, Jesus said not to worry about tomorrow because
Oh,
tomorrow
give
will
us
take care
today
of
our
itself.
daily bread. Do for your neighbor
Yeah,
as well.
it's the daily bread should be seeking. So you are going from paycheck to paycheck. You have no emergency funds. If anything should happen to you, God forbid. Have you thought about that? If anything should happen to you
They say God forbid
physically,
it will never happen. The
yeah,
provider can never lack. The provider can never
it
cause
be like say, you
covered
don't
by
be
the blood.
beneficiary before because you are saying all
I
the
never
right
be
things.
beneficial. I never be that kind of person. Oh.
You
I
know,
don't the Nigerian movies. When are the table say when you
I
dey
just
watch
message you.
Nigerian movies
Yeah,
and
yeah,
listen to people's true life stories. I used to tell people
yeah,
what you to be. Common
yeah,
sense. Wisdom is when you learn. No, common sense is when you learn from other people's experience.
yeah.
Experience. Which one be experience? Common
That
sense is
one
when
a
you learn
Canadian
from
Canadian accent.
So those who say common sense is not common, it is true. But common sense is when you learn from other people's experience. Wisdom
Yes,
is when you don't repeat their mistake.
there you go.
So you don't have
There
to
you
pass
go.
through something to be able
There you go.
to understand, verify, and say
Yeah, yeah.
and identify. Me,
And
somebody say
and to your
I know
and
go.
yo-yo and yo-yo, to your point, you are telling them that, uncle, auntie, what if something happens to me? What if I'm not able to
Oh,
work
come on, please,
tomorrow?
nothing can happen to you.
They
You know that was
come
for
on, right?
you. We are booking masses for you. What are you? God forbid, nothing can happen to our provider.
Oh Lord.
Hmm.
I think you've said it all. And I think that we have to be very practical about these things. And don't be a victim to the black tax.
Yeah.
Don't help identify
Yeah.
and know when to help. But then when it becomes a case where you're now supporting, financing, enabling bad behavior,
Yeah.
you're not a helper. You are just perpetuating and sponsoring somebody's bad habits. That's what you're doing.
Sponsoring.
And the worst part, from experience, people can call you 100 times, common sense sisters, when they need something.
Talk about it.
But
What
the
about your
moment they
money
get
now?
it, the moment they get it, they sometimes forget to even call you and say, "I got it." I'm telling you from experience. You have to be the one chasing them
Abusive
like
relationship. It's an abusive
people like, did you get that money that I
because I was
sent?
afraid that you didn't get it. So then they will tell you that.
Because I was wondering if you got it.
Network in the bank is hanging.
Or
No,
someone will be
they'll say they'll say no credit. I've heard no credit.
No credit to tell you that they got it.
But you are seeing them
Yeah.
on Instagram
Yeah,
live show.
but there was credit when you needed the money. So now that you got it, no credit
Yeah,
to
but those who don't
call and say
understand
you
credit
got
come
it.
up on your phone line.
Yeah, on your phone line. So finally, I'll say this, guys. There's a codependency relationship going on.
Yeah.
Okay. The people, obviously, the beneficiary, the people back home, wherever, they need, obviously, and it's all financial, right? I mean,
Obvious.
it's very rare when you have people get on the phone and talk for 1 hour and actually get to actually know what it is you're facing on the other side. What are you going through? Your challenges. They don't have time for that. And then you, too, on the other hand, you feel indebted. You feel indebted to your people. You feel there's a sentimental
To your
indebtedness
parents and siblings.
to family, parents, whatever. You feel like, it's me. I'm the only one they have.
Without me now, you will hear
Without
this.
me.
Toby, have you heard
Yeah.
this? Oh, this
That
people
like what?
are disturbing me too much. Financially, everything. I'm struggling. But without me, how will they eat
How
now?
will they survive?
Messiah,
Yes.
Messiah rest.
Yes, you have been, you have turning yourself, you're playing God now. So they're like, without me, what will happen? And this person will not happen. What would nothing will get done. And I
Nothing can
think
move without me now. They depend on me. I just want you to play poverty. Just try it this time. Don't cut them off. Just try and say, just try when they call you. Just tell them that you lost your job. They kicked you out of the house. You are now living in a shelter.
they move on. They switch.
And watch their behavior
Ask
over
them
time.
to send you money.
Ask them to send you money from Nigeria.
They will
Ask them to
switch.
send you money, whatever you have that you
Yo, if you play that card, watch them switch as fast as anything you've ever seen. Oh, they will move on to the next person, to the next benefactor. So anyways, my appeal is to our people in diaspora. Don't let anybody heap a pile of guilt on you and say, you've changed since you left us here. You've changed. You know how we used to suffer together. Now you've moved on. You've changed. As though everything you've done before amounts to nothing. Like absolutely nothing. Like you've never done anything before. So don't let them tell you all these stories and and all these things. Help when you can, but when help becomes a struggle, when it becomes like you are at the brink of red, come on. Don't allow religion, culture, tradition to imprison you. So you jackpot, you decided to jackpot from Nigeria to the
They
abroad.
left their mentality behind.
They say you should remember you're not El Shaddai, otherwise you Shaddai.
Wait, that Dr. Abrams.
Word!
This is Dr. Abrams.
Don't leave me. Don't leave
There
me.
you go. Don't leave me.
Not El Shaddai.
Wait,
Otherwise,
I need to steal that. El Shaddai, Shaddai. That's the classic "don't leave me" move right there.
Oh,
Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Lara on the beat. Lara, you were trying to connect. Come back inside, though. And another person that came into the studio, come back inside, okay? Come back inside. This one, I don't want you to leave us. Toby, I want to repeat again. Dr.
Yeah.
Abrams said that. Remember, you are not El Shaddai. Otherwise, you shall die.
There you go.
Now, so if you are like, be given to your detriment.
You not concern me. Not maybe they lack.
Waiting concern me.
We will read your story here.
Because some of you that are very foolish to think critically, you say, oh, they are saying that don't send money back home. These people are saying don't send money back home.
Waiting concern
You with your sugarcane brain, you go and do the needful. Send money back home, okay? Then you come and tell them that the West where you are staying, the white man is stealing from you. Meanwhile, you are sending all your life back home.
Your destiny.
Where you are to maintain yourself and sustain yourself. If you choose to live in that environment for a long time, you don't want to do it. Then you will come back and say that somebody's wishing you in Nigeria.
Village people that don't have time.
Village people are not doing anything.
Village people that they're minding their business. You will be going to go and so
use your error, use your brain. Use your brain, have common sense, know when to set boundaries. And financial boundaries is very important. You know why? Because physically, you will not always have the strength to work all your life. So you have to save. You have to save for yourself. You have to love yourself. And that one, nobody can teach you. No amount of motivational speech can teach you. You will need to go inside the well, like this girl where Wait,
You
mama.
give her 35 million naira to come to her senses. It might cost you more or less.
Can you imagine? But common sense sisters, you know, it's an accumulation of these things. They didn't have to get to 35 million naira for her to wake up.
Are you a
It didn't.
messiah?
It didn't have to get to
Mommy,
that.
if it wasn't given
If
to
it-
you,
you
you
cannot
cannot understand.
Orola, oro. That's deep. I need to tattoo. I need to tattoo that on my forehead. That I don't forget. No, no, seriously. Seriously, they didn't have to get to, and that's why we're having these conversations, right? That's why we're saying that do not let it get to that point.
Yeah.
Don't let it get there. So you are building something you are building something across the Atlantic, a place where you don't live. But where you live,
Where you
you know,
cannot see with your eyes. You
some
miss
girl,
are buying property and doing Airbnb with it to be making funds for themselves, investing in financial discipline for their own self, so that the money they're sending their money on errand to grow more money. You are doing it.
Common sense sister, some girl.
Some people will borrow the money. So maybe what if you borrow that is
5 million naira. Hey, some people go to bank and collect loans, Toby.
Yeah, yeah. I have seen where I've heard, and you guys, I'm sure you guys know this, where churches back home, they let you know that you the conversation will not be complete without going there. so so that they let you know that, hey, you've left us, but the Lord needs you to remain committed. The Lord needs you to stay committed
The house
to
of
your home
God
church.
needs your
The Lord
finances.
is not there where I am. The Lord is not
Yeah.
there.
The house
No,
of
no, no,
God
no.
needs your finances for the building.
No,
to stand.
that's your foundation. Don't forget your foundation. The river does not flow and forget its foundation.
Hallelujah.
Are you feeling me, Sister Yo-Yo? Don't
Oh,
forget
my
don't forget where you came from. Don't forget where you came from. So now these people, they are running this rat race on all fronts, sending this money in the hopes that, why are you
your
doing this?
tithes. We make things not to tighten you.
Not to be tight for you.
Parents, now we're
Uh-huh.
coming back to parents.
Because we're not going to
Yeah.
You hear the story about the father where they carry now chicken, female fowl, hen lay egg either for humans to eat or for the egg to hatch into a chick. A human being carry egg, say go shook am
Yeah.
inside in daughter.
Intimate part of
The
the
most private part of the person's life, say go shook am to check whether the daughter is still good. Invasion of
Jesus.
emotional, physical,
Mental.
psychological, and
Abuse.
mental. Yes.
Abuse. That's crazy.
Or is it the ones that would say, I would have not given birth to you? It's better that they will say that it's better that the person that is their child never been born.
Yeah,
but
before
a stickler into the world.
it's really sad. Where is your humanity?
It's in the trenches.
Where is your humanity? Father, mother, parent, uncle? Where is your humanity? Where did you lose it? Go get it. This is a human being. This is a person. I'm speechless. I'm at a loss for words. When I heard you guys brought up the story, I before I call, I was thinking, like, for advocacy groups in Nigeria, it is good to spread these stories. It is good to bring them to the public's attention. But what we've seen in other advanced countries, and is to work with legislators to criminalize. I think we've appealed to consciences for too long.
Remember when you joined us on that show for February now, you joined us for February for your own President Day, and when we had our own family day on the live show.
Yes, I remember that.
Parenting was even the one where on solutions. We did that video.
Yeah.
You were so, I remember when you had called and you spoke at length, it was that time where that boy that was abused by his neighbor.
Yes, it was that teachers were flogging children. I think we spoke about a lot of people know what I'm.
Yeah. Yeah. So my point is we continue to appeal to people's better angels. We continue to appeal to their humanity, but they're not changing. They're
No.
not even listening to what we're saying. So
So
perhaps,
you see why we're not cutting anybody. I wasn't cutting anybody any slack in the first
video.
live show.
Yes, that
Yeah.
is bad behavior.
Because people are crazy.
yeah, I get you. I get
And
you.
that's why for now, me, I'm focused on the victims. The perpetrators
Yeah.
of the crime, I'm focused on the victims because, like, it's more. Somebody can focus on the perpetrators, it's fine. But my own opinion is that the individuals that are currently going through this mess, that they have opportunity to free themselves, but it's going to take them a long journey. But you have to start. You have to start. Being alone and by yourself is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You can heal. You can unlearn some things so that you don't have high expectations on a human being just because of your family member. You think that they can they can never disappoint you, and then when they disappoint you, you try to make excuses in your head.
Yeah.
And think, oh, it's the country that is making them think. No, it's bad behavior. They don't
Yeah.
care.
It is bad behavior. It is bad. And abuse and this bad behavior can come from all angles. It can come from
Yes.
family. It can come from your religious leader. It can come from people, anyone that you hold in high esteem. You know, it can come from anywhere. But because you are so wrapped up in tradition and religion, you are not logical to see when it shows up. You can't see these things coming because you're so locked in. You are locked in, and you can't see it coming. So I can say, okay, I'm smiling. I mean, saying no, guys. Do you know? I realize saying no is the hardest thing for those of us, especially who grew up in that tradition, in that culture.
Yes.
Like we've discussed on the first live show.
Yeah.
You know, so this kind of ties into that. Do you know how difficult it is to say no?
So we did a video. We did a video 2 years ago in 2020 about peer pressure and the fear of saying no.
For me, I always tell people, no for me means next opportunity.
No,
for myself.
That one is even in the positive.
No means next opportunity.
Next opportunity. Damn.
Well, which means that is my answer to the person who say you have the guts to tell me no. Yes, I have the guts to tell you no, because no for me means next opportunity. Which at this point in time, I don't expect you to understand, and that is okay. But the decision that will set me right, commonsensically, I am taking it, and I'm okay walking this journey alone. With
by myself.
Blessing, because all of us, we live once, we die once.
This your no, you get long meaning.
Let me say this. You know, some guy commented. I read his comment a while ago. You know, yeah. Look. You know, and you guys have you've actually addressed it. I just want to reiterate that nobody is saying don't help family. Nobody is saying
you cannot explain some of the people that have low IQ.
You cannot. How can you explain to coconuts? How can you?
Because I don't understand why.
You cannot know if you like.
And we can never understand because we have
commonsensesisters. I don't understand why somebody would just walk by a live show.
Because they are the perpetrators of. Because those people are currently the perpetrators of it, and their conscience is doing jibibantis, and they cannot understand why some young pemperempe is telling them the truth. You will tell them how to call it on the show now.
Their network is unstable.
They will
come inside. They will disappear.
We want to add them to the live show now. Come and give your
opinion.
They cannot
disappearing.
Yeah, they're not bold enough to come and share their opinion.
So I'll be changing their name up and down. But it is that no matter how many times you change your name, we already know their IQ is low.
I trust you guys.
You are a mumu.
You think say they wise?
It's to keep talking. But I'm not there to change the mentality because somebody with low IQ. You cannot help. That's their vitamin to survive.
Even some of them that are Christians, they say heaven help those who help themselves. Do I look like heaven to you?
Yeah. No, I believe you guys completely, and I believe that the people that really need to hear what you guys are sharing and what we are sharing on this platform, they are listening. And those are the people that will take what is being said and be like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. I've been living in this abroad for God knows how long. I never gather anything. I never build anything. I never nothing to boast of. I can't even go on vacation. I can't say I want to stop working. I want to stop working for a month. Let me travel somewhere. Let me get away from work. You can't do that. Why? Sorry, I didn't get that.
People don't take their PTO. Don't be the expose of these people now.
Yeah.
Expose everybody.
Yeah, so think about your life. You're working around the clock. You're playing God. You're playing El Shaddai. I hope you don't die.
Where this thing, shut up your mouth there. You try to come to the studio. You will run out of the studio. Come back in.
You that you're running away.
When we tell you when you speak last week, you not talk.
He entered the live show. You can't run. You don't have the audacity.
Association of low IQ. I mean, where that
this thing.
Remember that you are not El Shaddai, otherwise you shall. This is from a medical doctor.
Even after El Shaddai died and resurrected after 3 days.
El Shaddai.
He didn't come and say we'll be redying every time.
No, El Shaddai died once. He did not come back for them to be reburying every time. So some people have to go through pain. Yeah. Sometimes when you've gone through something in your life and you don't want anybody to experience that level of pain, you'll be so passionate to tell them, don't do it, but they go to say, your own case is different. My own will be different. What you have to do this way.
Yeah. The question that I'm going to ask people who are in this situation is, when is it going to stop?
After 35
million. No.
All right. I rest my case.
No, you cannot rest your case. Some of you don't know you already spent 35 million because you're not looking at your bank.
Bam, that is deep. No. That's very deep. Yo. What you just said now, that's deep.
Some people don't know. Now, I'm talking to some people now. Go to your app. Download the bank statement since 2019 and now. I guarantee you it's more than 5 million, 10 million that you have sent home. But you are sending them in bits.
Yeah.
And imagine what you would have done. The stocks you would have bought. The investments that you would have, the financial advice you would have gotten from when you go to your bank, you go to people that are,
financial advice.
Or something, or read, or engage in channels, or you go to channels where they are spreading financial knowledge.
Yeah.
And try to get 1 or 2 things from them and say, okay, let me play with this, let me understand. To save for yourself. No. I'm talking to people right now. Go to your bank app, download the statement, because sometimes bank will say after 3 years, statement is not available. Download it. And let me tell you whether your heart is not beating jiggy.
It's a different case if you're actually sending all this money home.
Lara, you came late.
Lara, you have to. It's a mother that took her daughter's 35 million naira that she was supposed to use to buy a house, a flat for the daughter in Nigeria. She gave the money to her son, which is the girl's younger brother, to start bottle business. And after like 2 months, the boys' employees or whatever stole the money, so the money was gone forever. And the daughter, they could not repay back the loan. So that's what you probably have to watch from the beginning to understand more.
And the daughter, they will say, our physical eye open. So she decided to cut them off, and she realized that her anxiety reduced, and she's been able to save a lot of money.
Read for her exams.
If Toby has come to say, we're not telling you that you should not give, but to your detriment, it's not possible. Some people will still take the facts and say, they are saying we should not give. It is your business. With your sugarcane brain, be a sugar benefactor, on plantation of giving. Okay? You give, but when you come and cry online, we will come here.
We will remind you.
We will use your story as commonsensical lesson and remind you.
When we're telling you,
I'm not going to tell you because that one go pain them. I'm telling that. What made you stop? As a Messiah and a Savior, you are supposed to continue. A giver never lack, because that's the thing that they said. And for all those parents or all those siblings that are, Laura, your device is saying not connected.
Not connected.
Okay, yeah.
You can add her in.
So we're adding Laura. Lara. Not connected.
I'm here.
So we're
Please
adding
mute your YouTube
Lara.
because it's echoing.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, better now.
Perfect.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm good, ladies. Good evening. How are you?
Is this Laura from the UK?
Of course.
We have another Lara on the beat. Is this Lara on the beat?
It's Lara on the beat, indeed.
Because I think a few weeks ago we had another Lara from Abuja. So that was taking us.
Nice.
Lara's voice is not sounding.
This is Lara on the beat. Lara in the sprinkle things where they make it explode.
Well, you ladies are looking beautiful as usual. How are you?
Lara, we know that your compliment is genuine and we accept it.
It's worth more than 35 million.
We know that this
loving the hair,
is
by
not
the way.
Thank you. What do you have to say about what's going on?
Oh goodness, do you know what? It's like you guys are in my house sometimes. Honestly, I feel like that. But you're right. Why should people take on burdens that's not their own? It's hard. It's hard for anybody. It's hard for me because I have a passion for helping people naturally, natural instinct. But again, it's also natural instinct for human beings to abuse whatever it is they feel they have the opportunity to abuse. And it's up to you to put the common sense line there and say to them, do you know what? This is the limit that I'm going to allow you to go with me. And naturally, again, when you try to put a limit, when you try to draw the line,
The boundaries.
people they'll label you, they'll call you names, they'll tag you what you're not. But
You have been
as long as
westernized.
pardon?
You have been westernized. They will say you have been westernized.
Exactly. They say you've been westernized, or even you're proud, or you're this, or you think that, whatever it is that they call it. But you just have to decide for yourself what's good for you. And luckily, I have a local friend who kind of tends to ginger me around when it comes to such things. And if somebody comes in and they're abusing privileges, she's like, babe, wake up. Are you okay? What's going on? And I'm like, do you know what? You're making sense.
Yeah, entitlement.
You know, and when I see it in other people's lives as well, I repeat the same thing. I try to wake them up. And I think it's just, it's like what this guy was saying, Toby. You know, we were raised in Africa, in Nigeria, especially, to constantly help each other, help people back home, provide. And yes, there's this sort of savior complex that some people suffer from when they move out of the country. You know, and you can't be everybody's savior whilst you're dying. Nobody's Jesus. You're not Jesus, after all. And sometimes I have to remind
everybody, those who wanted to be saved, that is saved.
Exactly. You know, I have to say to people, listen, I'm not Jesus. Don't expect me to die for you at my own expense. You know, I'm not gonna, I maybe if I have a husband and we both are Jesus to each other, then it's different. But, you know, in providing for everybody else, please limit it. It's not possible. And yes, that's all I have to say, to be honest.
Well, I think I think Lara joined a bit later. So let's even also say why we're bringing these stories. The genesis of it was about parental control
and entitlement.
Whereby you think you can harm your child in any way, physically, financially,
and emotionally,
and mentally, and get away with it because why?
You are their
parent.
Yeah.
So we read it. I don't know at what point you joined, but we read a bunch of different stories. There's one of a father who was putting egg into the daughter's innermost part of their body to check if they are still whole, if they have not known any man or woman. The father was using egg to insert into their
Why? What's the point of it?
Now we talk now. If they met a man or a woman or a vibrator,
you have another mother who abandoned her sickle cell, a child that has sickle cell crisis in the hospital. You have another one who belittles her and bullies her a lot, but she will be raising her sons to high esteem. She will be expecting that her daughter, who is still in school, should be sending her money,
the same amount
like her elder brothers are doing.
Yeah,
she's the only daughter. So you have parents that bully and control, that are toxic towards the children, and we are wondering why sometimes it's very difficult for we who are Africans, kids who are now adults. Why it's difficult for us to be free and let loose away, and kind of like, if these people are not accepting the boundaries, how can I separate myself away from them? Because this is not good for me. So that's
I don't know. I really don't know. How do you create boundaries when it comes to parents? How do you create that bound? I can understand you creating boundaries when it comes to siblings or external family members, but it's harder when it comes to a parent. If you're married with children, I'll expect you to be able to create that boundary some more. I know somebody who had to create that boundary by literally saying, listen, I'm out of employment, even though they're not.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
You know, in order for them to not have a full knowledge of what's happening in his
Less
home.
information.
Do you know what I mean? Because then the demands became
Reduced.
a lot
Yeah,
less
those are
than
boundaries.
what it was,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And it's sad. It's sad because you look at the like we say Oyinbo people that we live amongst here, they don't feel that level of burden to provide for their parents the way we Africans do. And fair enough, sometimes some people will look at them and say, oh, they're not good children. But I don't think it has anything to do with being a good child or not, because a good parent, the Bible says, a good father leaves inheritance not just for his children but for his children's children. So what inheritance are you leaving me as a parent, rather than me being the one to provide for you constantly to eat? I'm sorry, I'm quoting the Bible. It's just
don't be sorry. That's there's a reason we understand as Africans. You're laying your opinion. I think there's something I got from you when you said, like, you know, some people have had to, they're understanding the fact that sometimes it's hard for people to create boundaries between themselves and their parents. And I say technology that was created by non-Africans is what is bringing Africans together. Back in the days where there was no technology, it's when your grandparents saw your parents and they accepted whatever it is was given to them.
Of course.
Or if somebody is traveling to the village, they will give them something to give to the grandparents, and the grandparents have to accept whatever it is.
Yeah,
they have not heard from
even though they've not heard from their kids, but they trust that this is the best they have to give them. And sometimes there's some grandparents that were grateful, or that there are some that were not ungrateful. Now, technology is the reason why people are able to transmit phones and all that. The person who decided that, okay, the way I'm going to set this boundary, which means that person has probably tried time and time and told the parents that this money I'm sending, I mean, it's not easy for me here, but most people who are used to collecting,
they can't switch off.
They don't understand how to empathize, how to say, okay, I'm causing you so much stress, so do whenever you can. You don't have understanding, and you cannot make somebody who doesn't have understanding. So you teach them understanding by your actions. In this case, the person has said, well, we've lost our job by eating from hand to mouth on food stamps. When you're going about your life, it's painful at first, but that's for those who want to be keeping continuous call and relationship, that they know that they can't block and they cannot mute and focus on just phone call. And when I make it block and mute, I think that has to do with WhatsApp, because that's a major means of communication for most people. Families, you will hardly see that Nigerian will call you with their regular credit line, regular phone number. No, it's usually like WhatsApp that they do and all that. So there's some people that are afraid to do that, you know. And then, so when they take that decision, they have their peace, even though sometimes they feel guilty. But that's the best boundary they can set, so that whatever they have to send back home, they know that, okay, this one is not going to cut off personally their own neck, but they're sending it back home. But there are also some people that will be like, I'm stopping all these things without even mentioning anything to them. I'm not going to pick the call. It doesn't mean I don't love them. You can love people from a distance. But when the love that somebody is saying that they are calling love is hurting you mentally and physically, you have to, the first individual who is being hurt has to think for themselves, especially when they tried their best to explain their situation, you know. And so this particular type of person decides that, okay, you know what, understand a chick.
Lara, you have I think you're writing in the private chat.
Yeah, so you know what? So they're like people like that, and for them they're like, okay, I will just ghost them, which means that there will be no contact. They will not hear from you. They will not pick their call. They will not pick their call. But they have peace of mind, which is exactly what this doctor that she was financed of 35 million naira did to her mother and her brothers. And she realized that her anxiety dropped and she has been able to save money. And she realized that her lazy brother decided to get a job. So that's what Toby was talking about, enabling behavior. It's okay. There's people that say they've not talked to their family for like a year or two. What's happened? They are still alive.
It's a sad road that many people.
It's a sad journey that some people have to take.
It's very, very sad because the family members like leave you with no choice.
And sometimes
sometimes people that are very human being so much.
Yes,
and you hurt them so much. I mean, these stories that we read from different tweets, they are very, very
painful. Look at the girl that the father has gone to do that to her for that egg thing now. Why?
Or the one that the mother used drip to kind of wanted to
strangle her. Yes,
while she was in the
tell
hospital.
her. Yeah, there's one that was in the
and
hospital.
also tried to use mortar to also kill her.
Yeah,
it was her the
biological
area
mother.
people. It was the area people that had the woman arrested.
Yes.
How can you explain like your own mother?
How can I tell that person that they should not set boundaries between themselves and that person because they're your mother? No,
that person is not kind to you.
Walking the journey of the path alone because you have to go through your self-healing and decide that this toxicity, I will not accept it in my life.
For something that's avoidable.
This thing that people don't always understand, you teach people how to treat you by the actions you take and what you tolerate.
You can say to them, oh, stop saying this thing, stop talking to me like this, stop talking to me like this. But if your actions are showing difference, you are still giving them access to you. For example, you have your parents, they will say, oh, you are dumb, you are stupid, useless child. And when I had you, and I thought you were going to be the one that would bring
glory to my name,
to the family, you are
useless
child.
Like the one that the daughter died and said, and told the living daughter that they wish
it was her that died instead of her sister. How can you open your mouth and tell that to your child that is still living and breathing? And on Sunday or on Friday, these people will go to church.
Giving glory to their Lord.
So how can you say this? So it's like, who gives you the audacity that you think that because you are a parent, either through the fact that you carried somebody in your womb, or you had through the sperm, or you adopted somebody, what makes you think that you can hurt another human being so much?
Yes.
And you have the audacity to believe that we are supposed to say
it's okay.
You are a parent, honor your father and mother.
Yes.
Whatever you are
when
doing,
you're supposed to be copying good behavior from your fellow good parents.
I have to succumb to you. Are you okay?
Yes.
Parents are human beings too, but as Africans, they will teach you that your parent is a demigod. Like, you cannot offend them, you cannot wrong them. And there's also that thing of fear of they don't want you to make mistakes. Well, who are you to tell me as a human being
not to make my mistakes?
You made your mistakes and you learned from it.
Exactly.
What are we in the world without mistakes? Without mistakes, there won't be light today. Without mistakes, there won't be YouTube. The only person according to Christianity that don't make mistakes is God. So who are you?
And another thing is that the same WhatsApp that they are using to be parabolating their this thing, family members. Now, when people like family members that used to promote their bad behavior or like make the person who is hurting, who has told them that I'm hurting, I'm doing this and that. It's a young guy, Ukrainian American, that designed this WhatsApp because he traveled for holiday and couldn't have conversation with his friend out of need.
Are you part of your family's WhatsApp group?
You say what? Do
you join family WhatsApp? I know some families have WhatsApp group that they discuss all these issues.
I don't have family WhatsApp group.
WhatsApp this thing. We have sibling group. Our parents try us WhatsApp group. We say they hit about. No. And they don't understand.
There are some family WhatsApp group that I hear things that people say
I cannot
relate. Have to do. I don't know whether we did that video.
We did it on WhatsApp.
Morning devotion. So this one
praising the Lord.
It wasn't even part of the family group. This was an in-law. So it's a daughter-in-law that came into the family and she joined the family WhatsApp group. So because she did not answer when they were doing morning prayer,
praising the Lord, you're supposed to type always.
Husband's family got upset.
Before then.
What the hell do you? What is this? I say,
greetings, I say.
Very, very. It's wickedness. How do you control somebody? Okay, the person has left the shores of the country.
And nobody can trick me into joining any WhatsApp group. They know. Every they know my stance. I don't care.
And the problem with this thing is that if you're not able to cut it in your lifetime, you will want to live through your children because you did not live the life that you wanted to live. You were not fulfilled. You were not fulfilled.
That's the fault of like I always tell my friends that are women. When it comes to African homes, the way you are treated in your family, in your husband's house, depends on your husband. Is the way he presents you to your family. If he's a very weak man, they will mistreat you. He has to stand up and say, "Oh, if you mess up my wife, I will deal with everybody in this house." So your husband has to be the one that will put you in that light. If he's a very weak person, they will mistreat you. So all this joining for morning devotions, morning prayers, is nonsense.
You know that all those things will not just start. Now sometimes they will come from the angle of our wife. When are they take to say this? Our wife has said
No, guys, that thing is a trap. If you fall for that our wife thing, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. If you fall for our wife,
that's where you did 3 weeks ago when they asked this question. Our wife.
Because it's a reverse psychology. Because they know like once they call you a wife, you want to start pleasing them.
Not a wife, our wife.
That's what I'm saying now. You want to please our wife. The man has to be like, this is my wife, not our wife. She's mine, not yours.
Let me give you
The man has to be the one that was strong. Yeah.
My friend, one of my friends joined.
This thing when I bring our
No, it's okay. This is the real thing. One of my friends told me that she joined this thing that Jackman just said. One people that will join. I think, are you talking family when they married and then they joined the family group chat. That's the family of the man that she's married to. So it's like everybody. So in that group chat, her husband I think she had wished her husband happy birthday, baby. Everybody was. The uncle beside the group chat say, "What are you calling him a baby for? A grown man?"
Can you
Like
imagine?
what Yachman is saying. The husband stepped in that chat and replied his freaking uncle and said, "Uncle, she can call me whatever name she likes." And then replied to the wife. And if you don't like it, then you don't have to comment about it.
There you go.
Replied to the wife that I love you, baby.
And I bet you they will not do that again. See what I'm saying? The man
That man has cut the control. He cut
Exactly.
the out of control away.
But if the man is say, sorry, then you give the room.
She
to the
didn't
man.
mean it.
You see what I'm saying? So the man has, African homes, like even when it comes to wait, guys, let me just say even when it comes to having children, women prefer to have boys. Do you know why? Not because they are that okay. Let me give an example. I was 10 years old. And we woke up one morning and my uncle called up and said, we want your husband is not around. We want the document for all the houses or your husband have. As a 10-year-old boy, I said no. And because I was a boy, even though I was young, they still feared me. Right. That is the reason why African women love to have boys, because they are some kind of the buffer that wahala from the family. So the man has to start. He has to protect his wife from the family. If not, they will eat her alive.
Now, wives when want to be eaten alive.
Even the younger sister are worse. The younger sister of the man. They are the worst.
I like the make the conversation. They go in the spirit. I like how they go.
I'm telling you, they will say, I'm like, idiot. You said you married now. You know the husband house. Why are you coming here to foment trouble? Go your husband house to go and foment trouble over there. So that the man has to be the strong one. The man has to be a man. That's just the husband house. Why are you coming here to foment trouble?
You have to mute your other YouTube so that it doesn't echo.
So that the man has to be the strong one.
I say, please mute the other YouTube because it's echoing and we are hearing what we've heard.
Sorry, Yachman, continue.
African homes are tough. Let's just be realistic. I'm telling you, no. It is war.
Okay.
War. Because we have most of us, we come from polygamous homes. Our grandparents, they have multiple wives.
Yes.
So it is dog eat dog.
Violence.
So if you have
polygamy is good.
In my own house, in my own area, I married like 4 wives. If they are doing God is good all the time, but it will not last though.
Amen.
So like, I'm like God is good, but I will punch you in your face if you mess with me. Amen. Hallelujah. But I will punch you.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. But don't mess with me. Amen. That's my own.
Thank you so much, Yachma. I tell women all the time. I tell ladies all the time. Me, I do not take nonsense for you. It applies to every human being on the surface of the earth. I don't intend to give you nonsense, but I will not accept it. As far as you are human being, I will not. If say you want to come and me as a day porter, you want to come and now bully me on top of this thing, I will tell you that you should go and ask them about my history in secondary school. I'm not afraid of being all by myself. You don't have to like me. Don't disrespect me.
Your like they bring coins.
And Yachma is very right, especially for some men that don't protect their wives.
We're dragging family members.
Leave it. And some women that also protect their husbands. So women, you two with your con head that you call yourself my husband. You don't see what my sister?
Why can't you be like my father?
What my brother-in-law is doing for the family? Oh, well, I see. Welcome.
You know, some men, some younger brother, they want your wife to be kneeling down for them. I say, they're mad.
Yeah, our wife.
Look at our wife. I'm the husband. I said, how old are you? To kneel down. If I go and sit down, go and sit down there.
Yeah,
they don't mad people. So I don't know, maybe it's a different culture, but in my own culture, if your man is weak, or don't even marry, like if your man is your back culture, please, as women on this panel, let me give advice. Watch the way his family treats him. If they don't respect him, please don't go there. I'm just saving you trouble. If you don't go to that family, because I'm telling you, you'll be the one to shout and start yelling. Don't go there. Watch the way a man is behaving amongst his friends and family. It has to be a man that has social status and is very respected. That way,
that is to say, if your spouse has not cut the umbilical cord of control, marry at your own risk.
Your spaghetti no go sweet.
When it happen, just share the video online. Let's talk about it. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Yatman, for sharing this nugget of wisdom, because I know saying a broke code you just deliver now.
This one is broke code.
How many men they give this?
Are we bro?
No, we'll not be bro. And you know this thing that men say among themselves, but they hardly tell women.
Because broke code, no, they always they work. Maybe that's a different topic for another day.
I'm going to drag that topic come here because we have to
mute yourself.
Asi.
Hi everyone.
Hey Asi, how are you?
I'm very fine.
Your deep is
Hi
very
everybody. Hi Lara. Hi Toby. Hi Yatman. Hi Common Sense Sisters. About this topic, wicked me.
Why did he weaken you? 35 million naira.
35 million naira. Nobody one I need from Buhari to use liver. Is it not my first settlement?
Dollars. 90,000 US dollars.
72,000 pounds.
That's a lot, too. That's a lot.
To
that's
give.
A lot. I know I was not here to hear the mother's reason. I don't know if the mother gave reason.
For your sake, we shall repeat.
I see the woman. She used the money that her daughter, 35 million naira, her daughter gave it to her to buy flats in Nigeria.
I thought that
the mother gave she told the daughter she has bought the flat. The daughter came back in April. The daughter gave the money in January of 2019. The mother said they had bought the flat. The daughter came back in Easter of 2019. So about March, April time to come and see the flat. The house after resting at home. The mother told her that they couldn't buy the house because they used she gave her younger brother the money, 35 million naira, to start bottled water business. That family is everything, the brother will pay her back.
Fast forward
to June of 2019. The brother never begin to pay back now. The mother said that it was the employees did fraud and all the money.
Who is this brother? The mother's brother be the girl's brother.
The girl's brother. The mother's son, the girl's brother, her own brother.
So she carried the money from the daughter to give the younger brother.
To give the son, yes.
It's love. It's love.
He said it's love.
Wait. Is it that the son is more important than the daughter? Or see,
I've said it by more importance, so two of them are candidates of iniquity.
That's not even the end. After the daughter tried to, cut off from them, stop picking their calls and whatever, you know what she meant? They were raining insults and abuse and curses.
That one not they work now. That one not then because they work.
Another one. Since you are just joining, before you just add your play, let me just add this other one that might also trigger you. A father is putting egg inside.
A father sent him to lay
inside the innermost part of his daughter's body to check
Jesus
he's still intact. Another one. A mother used drip.
What?
Drip to try and strangle the daughter.
Who are these people? How do you find these stories? Who are these people you are?
We put the receipts here now. We used to read it.
I know. I'm saying that.
Why is she strangling the daughter?
They said about business for Instagram. Now, so the stories they follow us. It's there is even and there are Nigerian girls, different.
And these people, they share this story because they want.
Was it in America that they were doing the inspection in Nigeria? Was it?
They don't tell where they don't tell us. For the most part, it's Nigeria.
The drip woman. We had what did the daughter do?
Now Nigeria,
because the daughter is a sickle cell.
No. Sickle cell is different. Oh. So for the drip woman, she had the daughter out of wedlock at 24 years old. She abandoned. She wanted to abort the child. The girl not agree. Come up for belay. Even that's what her aunties used to tell her. So after she gave birth to her, she left her with her mother, which is the girl's grandmother. She deliberately did not breastfeed her daughter because she thought by not breastfeeding her, she would die. This girl survived them. Her grandmother later died and she was transferred to her uncle's house, which is the mother's brother. She didn't even know her mother was her mother. She thought she was her auntie because she rarely came home, right? And so one day when she was sick, the brother told this her uncle told her mother to come and stay with her in the hospital, to come and stay with your daughter. The one night that she stayed with her daughter in the hospital, she strangled her, tried strangling her with
Jesus.
If not that the nurse was there to save that girl's
They
life.
arrested the woman.
That was not the part of them all was after the girl was discharged from the hospital. You know, the mother used to blame her for not being married. She's like, I gave birth to you young, up to now, me as your mother, I'm not yet married and all those stuff, right? After the girl was discharged from the hospital, she used mortar and poked the girl's head. It was the neighbors in the area that arrested this mother. Another mother, this is a different mother now, abandoned her child that has sickle cell. She abandoned her in the hospital. So we're asking today, parental control, how parents behave and all these things. Why is it that sometimes we as Africans, when we've internalized so much pain from the people that are supposed to love us the most, why can't we learn to live a life where even if we love them, it's afar, so we don't give them access? Why is it difficult for us?
Okay. I'll start from Madam, the one that left the baby that has sickle cell. Was basically from her own stupidity, because AS marry AS. We don't talk that one up to the point that we are sounding like mad people. We sound like we don't like their love. Enemies of progress. Now we be the monkey, we want to separate their love. It's fine. Now they enter inside, because when I was sick, that period I was having my surgeries, the kind of pain I was in, let's say scale of 1 to 10, I was in 8. And then nurses come, and trust me, even if I'm in 8, I'll shout like 15. Just because I don't like stress. But there was a night that all the nurses ran out from my ward. The way they ran out, my own was 8, somebody was 25. I said, what is happening? They said there's a sickle cell 5-year-old that's having crisis. The entire floor empty. That day, I was crying for my own, crying for that baby. Because these are 2 parents, well educated. They were there, helpless. But they told them, they gamble. In fact, their first 3 did not have it. They said they need 4th one. Guess, is this 4th one now that happened? And you can imagine the pain. That child was in so much pain. I have a friend that is a sickle cell patient, and she always tells her parents, anytime she has the crisis, straight to them that they are wicked and selfish. See the pain she's going through. You understand? So for you to now finish going through that thing and now abandon the child like it was the child's fault. I always say that not everybody should have children, but so that tomorrow now they don't say that me, I'm the one praying.
We don't talk about we get full lecture about that.
You understand? Because it's not by betting. That one our reproductive system. We all of us have it. It's not in the giving birth, it's in the taking care. And the second one that wants to use a hospital. So in her mind now, by giving birth to a child by 24, the child is the reason the child that she didn't breastfeed was never taken care of is the reason she didn't get married. How? How will you, the first time you're meeting your daughter, you want to strangle her? The next time you use pistol. No, that one should be arrested. That one is not a murder.
Was arrested thanks to the neighbors.
They should leave her there forever. They should draw lock up. Uncle Egg, the level of violation and trauma those children will go through. Because I don't know if he's selling their virginity for anything. I don't understand what he wants to use it for. Because if your kids are your kids, you don't need to molest them to prove anything.
It's just testing now, just to see.
Testing what? The amount of violation. Usually the one I hear of is maybe aunties and the mother's people. Is the father that is doing this thing. Why?
Either ways, all of them are wrong. You cannot look at let me put it this way. For people to understand,
it's as wrong as it is.
Yes, it's very wrong.
Female, what's that thing that they go
mutilation?
to do? Mutilation, exactly. It's wrong. Till today, they are doing it.
Yes.
So now there are some cultures I know of that they have a certain ceremony for maidens. Those maidens must be virgins, and some girls, that's where guys come to look for wife. Some girls that probably are not come to those things. So it's like they have to submit themselves to the matron women to check them first. And these are people that actually go in. And I'm like, are you which it's like we take one step forward, and as much as I understand, I mean, everybody has their culture, but this is like violation. Coming from your own father, how would these girls feel going forward? Is it that he doesn't understand? Is it that he doesn't have sense? Let's now go to Uncle Abina, the mother of 38 million. See, I feel like when you're grown and probably maybe the daughter was abroad, doing business abroad and sending money to family members in this 21st century is like you don't have sense. It's like you don't have sense. There are houses, there are proper agents, there are proper lawyers, everything. And this is somebody that visits Nigeria. Everything is there, information. So when people are selling estates and you know that this is legit, you come in, you do your findings, you get your C of O, you pay. There are many people that even with call, they get, because 38 million can give her, I think there are all these
35 million naira. She's a doctor.
35 million can give her like a 3-bedroom.
Her friend told her that she will help her buy the house. Her friend told her that she will help her buy the house. The girl said no, that her mother would be upset. So she had people already.
That's the worst people. The people you're sending money to survive are not the people you send money for investment. It's like giving goats. You don't give them food. You can't give them another food, say me in whole. Say that one, you should save it. When you finish eating the one you're giving him, he cannot save the other one because it's weird for you to now save. If I'm hungry, you've given me food, then you still now give me extra that I should hold it. You will come in the next 6 months to collect it. It's not going to work. So your friend has come out to say, even the friend said, maybe she doesn't trust the friend, but is it your mom? Because the truth is, even in my business, like doing events, and people want to say, oh, my mother knows one caterer, my this one knows this. I say, see, if your family member cheats you, blood is blood. They will so use emotional blackmail on you. You will not get 50 kobo. If you pay a vendor that you don't know for anywhere, you can fling them inside prison and forget the key.
Yeah.
But if your family member should cheat you, they will hold breast, they will hold this one, they will call this one, that they gave birth, that they suffered. All those things is nonsense. And do you know that till today, I wish that this is going to end. It's not.
No, it will
Even
continue.
now, amongst us, we have people that are giving birth to more children that they can take care of. If you tell them now, it will be like you don't say that thing. I want to give birth to all my children early and rest.
Need to hear story. Need to hear. Okay. I don't be here for the first live show. The Ghana man that has 12 children.
I hate the guy. In fact, for you to be so evil, that native doctor should report you. Native doctor that is looking for business.
The native doctor is an ex-military officer.
And he's a herbalist.
And he's a herbalist. You know how
treatment.
He deals with herbal treatments. Obviously, that's why.
So why will you choose your daughter? That's why I see some people give birth to children as pension plan.
Yes. He told his daughter because he has 12 children. He has 12 children.
It's almost like in people that give birth, like I'm not just going to say like it's not tribalistic or anything, but people that encourage wives and children in the north. And I tell them, you're just vote bank. 2023 is coming, you vote bank. When they are done, the next 4 years, they leave. Because even in the south, our poor, you can't give them things inside waterproof. You can't give them drink inside cellophane. But if you want to share there, they share in cellophane. So me personally, I feel most times when people give birth to plenty, in their mind, one go definitely deliver. But you're forgetting that the burden of responsibility for that girl that suffered and got 38 million is her brother that should now open water factory and pay her later. No, that's wickedness. Even if the guy was supposed to pay her, what if she doesn't?
That's not what the money is for. 35 million naira. That's not what the money is for.
If I give you 35 million, and you pay me 100,000, do you know that it's not the same?
As if the money was not for that assignment.
Money that it doesn't even make sense. Even if he's going to defend that, he'll pay her back. It doesn't make sense. If I give you 35 and you give me 50K today, 25, 300, the money has no purpose. That's like cheating. For me, I feel that mother is just like
it's not like cheating.
And then for her to be cursing. So what is she cursing her for? I thought she'd be apologizing. Why is she not apologizing?
Why would she
Why should
apologize?
not apologize?
She's
Because
a mother. Why would she apologize to her
I think
child?
I was hearing was it Yachman when he was saying about this thing, that the girl that was beginning to have anxiety because of course. It's very possible.
That is
It's
the
very
same
possible.
thing.
That is
That,
part
you
of
know
the
the head
story.
story.
That's part of the story that she was having.
You shouldn't pick. I
Realize that.
personally feel she shouldn't pick. You know, if I give people 35
As if
million,
I say you not hear the
I
story.
don't hear the story.
The girl realized her on her own. So she cut the
Eh.
family off. Yes, that's when they started sending all those abusive and emotionally blackmailing messages.
So now the only
She
place
doesn't
you
pick
see
up
them
their
is
call.
on Instagram.
Yes, and she realized that her anxiety reduced and she's able to save money
And read for her exams and finances.
and finances for the past 9 years that she has never been able to save before. So she realized it, and she came out of that mess.
So we're asking today, why will it take some people 35 million naira to realize that you are not getting what you deserve from people that say
you people that are dead now, person give you 35 million. The person has set you up for at least 10 years now. So she
I
shouldn't
see you
pick
are
calls.
forgetting everything I was saying. I see
You should
35
pick
million
calls.
is for the house. It's for her house. It's
They
her
have
home.
wasted it. It's for our house. It's gone.
Yeah,
It's not coming back. Realistically, it's not going to come back.
very true.
They should cut from now to tomorrow. It's not going to come back. So if I give you 35 million and you have wasted it, though, it's not water business. It's not for my brother. I gave you to buy a house. You have wasted the employees stole money and all those things. It's rubbish because most times when they say I'm giving your brother to start business, he has no business background. He has never learned the business. He has no head of that business anywhere. It's not like he's using it to add an existing business. He's starting a new business because he heard somebody is making money from it. No, you go and sink 35 million. They've wasted it. If I wish I can tell her that the money is coming back, but it's not going to come back. So for me, I support that she shouldn't pick up. She should rest. She should wait till she has saved another 35. If she wants to call them back, she should call. If she doesn't want to, as long as it's going to take her to save the next 35 million, that's what they owe her in space. Because that's the amount of time that they finish the money.
They share that Lara was saying.
That's
They
the amount
spent the money on her baby.
They've spent it. Oh. That money is gone.
And
Lara
this
is
is like
correct. They've spent it. It's gone. They've spent it. You don't know Nigerian people. And they feel like she's plucking money from wherever she is.
A doctor in abroad, as the doctors work so hard.
They've used her to brag. Oh. My daughter is a doctor now. She go bring the money if now or cost her. Cause it will not work. It doesn't work. Work where? You go cost her. It doesn't work. That's blackmail. And I feel I don't, how will I feel? Like especially for those of you abroad, you are the only ones that can really feel family impact, especially when some people are abroad, they feel lonely. I mean, I'm missing my home. And imagine it's the home that is bleeding you.
That's for me.
Where can't be the home now? So you just chill because you're almost like a family-less. Because
my first abroad was boarding school, please. In Nigeria. I learned independence. At 10 years old, I was looking forward to independence. You can imagine that they come and tell me that I'm abroad, I'm missing. Which hope? No matter how comfortable it is, which hope?
I feel for her. But I'm happy that her anxiety is down because as somebody personally, of course, people know, I always say it, as someone that has anxiety, most times insomnia, anxiety. My birthday self was one of the worst days because I couldn't reply messages. I was afraid of messages. Like I'm seeing messages. I'm sure that most people think I have mental problem. I don't know why I didn't reply a lot of messages. I just left my phone. Phone was just ringing anyhow. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Just wait. Everywhere. And you know that kind of thing. And people don't talk about it because it's kind of weird. Like, how will you not reply message? But it happens. So you can imagine that phone ringing and I know that it's money. After a while, my ringtone will start giving me anxiety because anytime it's like when I got sick and I know that some clients were calling because of their event. Of course, I didn't know I was going to have operation. My ringtone gave me anxiety. I didn't touch that phone for 3 years. My son was 2 before I touched that phone. I didn't use that SIM. That SIM they had to block it because if I hear that ringtone, I start having panic attacks. So it's the same thing now. This girl, as her phone is ringing, she knows in her house people. She knows it's money. She sees the call. Before you know, heart palpitations. And people do not understand that even for a doctor, plus her stress, it's not good. It's not good for her own mental health. And then the phone is ringing. You pick call. I curse you, my daughter. I curse you. Will you keep quiet? You're cursing who? So I feel like her best solution, of course, Yes, Lara is correct. Toxic home.
I think Lara even had something to say because she was
Lara, no, okay, let me allow Lara talk. No, but seriously, it is. And I feel that if she has anxiety,
She has
cutting them
recovered
off
now.
is the best. Cutting them off is the best. You do not understand. Like, yes, I have to put my phone on airplane mode. I lost a lot of businesses. The good thing is most of them find me to WhatsApp, because if you send me message on Instagram DM, I cannot open it. I literally look at it, but I will not open it. It's weird. So for somebody to look at that as a doctor, and then she has now said, you know what, if I cut them off, you know, I will recover. They should understand though that their course not go work, and I support her cutting them off. It's just like I said, and we agree. Not everybody need to born. They should forget that giving birth to plenty children. You know, the responsibility is too much. If you can take care of two, bound to.
Anyways,
Okay.
Thank you so much, Asi. Lara, you wanted to say something?
because she's typing here in the comments.
Lara said her phone is permanently on silent. Are you like me?
No, pardon?
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes,
we
we're
can
hearing
hear
you.
Yeah, my phone is permanently on silence because I can't deal with calls coming from people that I don't want to answer their calls. So
If it's on silent,
if I
does it
see it,
vibrate?
it does vibrate, yes, but really quiet, quietly, not too. Yeah,
So it's
but
silently on vibration.
Pardon? It's permanently on vibrate, yes.
That's good. That's good. Asi airplane mode. Me, I'm airplane mode.
Why are you grinning the way you're grinning? You guys are. Anyway,
because my own is silent even in vibration. It's silent for life. In fact, the phone is dead.
honestly, I do that even with my work phone as well. Sometimes I just put it on silence because it's pointless. Calls keep coming in. It gives you a headache.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
and people think you're trying to snub them, but it's not the case. It's just my sanity and my mental health and mental well-being is more important than me answering a phone call, basically. Yeah, but what I wanted to say earlier with regards to the lady with that left her sickle cell child in the hospital was, did she actually get the child tested? Was she tested before giving birth? And did she know she was AS? Because she might not have been aware. You know, some Nigerians, they don't get these things done.
No, if you are not aware, would you be kind? Then are they not supposed to be kind to their child?
She was aware.
She was aware.
So this was the daughter. It was just a short text the daughter wrote because they asked, what are some of the toxic things your parents or siblings, family members have done to you? And so this girl sent her response and said, my mother left me in the hospital while I was, going through my sickle cell crisis.
So
even she has not been able to move past that.
Yeah. Because that's like her mother, right? And my thing is, whether the parents are educated to be AS or not,
why will you leave your sick child in the
hospital? Why would you leave your sick child in the Why would they leave their sick child?
You're right. They shouldn't leave their sick child in the hospital. It's not right.
You know, they make it seem as if the sickness is their fault. There are some people that the family stresses them so much that even when they feel like, oh, you are a strong woman, oh, you are a strong man, now man you be, now man, especially men. I think what will save many men, is if they make their head not to be turning to use, which means that anytime they compliment your ear and your head will be standing like this. Meanwhile, they are going to show you, oh, you are a man and a strong man you be. But the man is suffering from something. My son, my able son, if not for you, we will not buy this Honda. But you know that the latest
now that your father is dead, you are now my husband.
Those mothers that will be husbandizing their sons.
I actually blocked somebody who came to me early this year, was it late last year, said, oh, your father was the one that was taking care of me before he passed away, but now that he's gone, you feeling his shoe. I'm like, you feeling whose I think you're smoking weed. I just blocked that. I'm sorry.
This year or last year? Was it this year?
I think it was this year she said it. Or was it last year she said it? I can't remember when. But I know I blocked Tasha. That's all that was important to me. I just thought, I'm like, you have your own children. Let them be your hero. Why the fuck does it have to be me? Sorry about my French. Like, it's ridiculous.
Lara, please stop apologizing. Stop apologizing.
And do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? When you give and give, the one day you don't give, that's when you get wahala.
Of course.
You give, that one day you say no. You are terrible. You are a terrible person. How can you be this way? I was there when
And you say that you are sick. They say you can never be sick in Jesus' name.
We are praying for you here.
Mm.
We are uplifting you in spirit.
What did we say? Which
I had
other work do we
somebody-
have other than to pray for you?
I had COVID. Somebody called me from Nigeria. I had COVID. I was recovering from COVID. He said, Uncle, sorry. Hey, by the way, the money I asked for. I said, oh boy, see this. I just told you I'm recovering for what?
He shook you like Nollywood, Abby.
When they heard that the US government was sending a check to people, you think they were not reading the news?
The cost went up, man. The cost went up.
They will say, but your government is sending you for the Canadians. They will say, but your government is issuing $2,000 a month to you people. Now, how can you say you don't have money?
No.
At least if you send some money to us, when we convert it here, it will be big money for us. What other work do we have than to pray for you?
I'm busy the ones that you will send money to them. I said, now this small money you send. And you're asking whether the money went through.
Don't be spoke about that. They will say they don't have credit to call you to tell you that they received the money.
Common sense, sister.
Sir?
Let me tell you something. I was sending money to somebody. Is a family member of mine. I've not been home in almost 15 years.
That's good.
When I went, no. In 2017, I mean, when I went home to see this person, he just finished building his second hotel, and in front of me, in front of the hotel that we sat down, they delivered a Nissan SUV.
Amen.
Imagine.
Amen.
In front of me, and the man still had the nerve to ask me for $20. In front of me, I said, you just see the second hotel and you have a car. You say, hey, but you live abroad now. Like it's something that because I live abroad, I should just give you money, even though you have money. They will still ask you, even though they have money.
I'm not gonna say another one that. Yes, man, let me soak that. Let me tell you, entitlement mentality and audacity.
They wear like a
is
brother.
Nigerians.
Wait, Amaka, what is this? That their father took care of them is your turn.
Yes.
Is it not the turn
Yes,
of your own
now.
children to take care of you? I don't understand. Your father's taking care of them.
When they are
It's not
calling
their
you
turn
our
to take care
daughter,
of you.
you did not tell them that you are not their daughter. That is why they have access to you. Our
I
wife.
don't, no.
our daughter, our
But
son.
common sense, sisters, is this not brackets? My father took care of you so that you can take care of me. Or my father took care of you so that all his generation will take care of you. Lazy people.
If
That's
you
it.
ask me, now who I
Amaka,
go
if they
ask?
call you, fight. Or they are not serious. Come and take care of who.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know? This is my own frustration. This is my people. This is not even people that are in Nigeria for now.
Mhm.
You know how you have family here.
Yes.
Somebody will now call them from Nigeria to ask for help.
Mhm.
They cannot help that person. They will now say, "Okay, call this other person."
I know.
Why?
Yes, I know them.
Don't transfer that wala to me. Just say you can't
I know
help them. Let
someone.
them alone. Why are you sending them to me like a referral? But don't worry, I can't help you. But call that one in New York. We will help you. Who asked you to give them my number?
Entitlement connection.
Yes, man, sometimes they will not even ask you. They will just create WhatsApp group and make it for 3 of
They
you.
won't
So
tell
you
you.
will serve the
They
benefactor.
won't tell anything. You just say, good morning. Who is this? Do I know you? Your uncle gave me number. Uncle, what did you give me? But you should help him now. Why did you ask me first now?
This is why I say in abroad, the problem that we have abroad, as you are suffering from, we cannot use network to lie. Unlike Nigeria, that
No, if we use, as we in Canada, our network is bent sometimes now.
for phone and all those things, you know, freeze
You
and
know,
lie
you
because
know.
we get electricity and all those things. As they block them, when they go say, "I'll be trying to reach you," you go know so they have to spend credits to call you regular by phone. They send it to voicemail that they will read so that they be burning their credits. So people, you have to.
Is it not a born credit to get the money from you? They go born credit, get the money. What?
No. I help for school fees or stuff. Well, like right now I have to the glory of God, to the glory of God, to the glory of God. I've sent two people to nursing school. They are out of the country now. I have one more left on my head right now. So this is my thing. I will help you that way. You can be on your own. But don't this idea of me giving you money every month. That's not going to happen.
Monthly benefactor.
Like some kind of like monthly allowance I will giving you. No. I will help you get
When I
that.
come.
If nothing is the thing that people are doing now, okay, do that one. Travel to any country, you will make money. You can help yourself. But all this monthly sitting down at home, people be sending you money from abroad like this. No, that's not going to happen.
What about some people, Yachman, that have you ever given money? Has any of you ever given money to people, whether you are in Nigeria giving money to people in Nigeria or like you're abroad giving money, sending money back home, whereby you think that you're investing into somebody's future, then you pay them a surprise visit,
And they don't have future.
and because WhatsApp cannot really show, some people can change their location now, so they can tell you that they are in Ukraine, they fight now.
Won't be like
Czech Republic
yeah.
studying medicine, but meanwhile they are in Nigeria. They have either farmland or have property that they are managing. Then you just show up unannounced.
Common sense is that people are faking. People are faking fees. They will go to all these hospitals and fake documents, send to you like, oh, we need money for school, money for hospital bills that are fake, but it will have those things on it. You even call. I called the private school one time in Songota. I called the private school. I said, why is the fees too much? They were even lying to me about the school fees. It was about 40K that time. They said it was like about 80K. And I thought that they connived with that the cousin of mine, so that they said, just tell them it's 80K, we send it anyway, don't worry. So they were even giving me fake receipt that it was the school fees just to get money from me.
That's so sad.
So they will give you fake just to get that money.
Invoice.
Thank you, invoice. They will give you fake invoice on WhatsApp. Oh, look at this, how much I need. I'm not lying to you. God knows. I say leave God alone.
You cannot verify. Once you pull God, you cannot verify. How can you come back?
You like, okay, like, I'm trying to help your kid. Why are you lying? If you need money, just tell me you need money. Don't use school fees to milk me. It's not like, it doesn't make any sense.
All right.
But they do all those kind of things, and you go back home and you're like, what happened to all the money I've been sending you? They say, that money is not even enough, Gary. You're even managing the money in the first place.
Yeah.
How much did you even send, Self? How much did you even send?
Yeah.
Bunch of ungrateful
people. Very sad. Sorry about that. Amos from Kenya. Why did you go now? From Nairobi, Kenya. Oh my goodness. Try and call back in. You hear? We're about to hear what you have to say. I was looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Okay, you're back.
Busy network.
I don't know. Hi, Amos. Can you hear us? How are you?
I'm fine. How is you?
So you have is your YouTube on? If your YouTube is on, you have to mute it so that you just concentrate on the StreamYard one.
I think there is a problem of internet.
Okay, yeah. But we're hearing you clearly.
We are hearing you, so we're hearing you. So go on.
You are getting me, yeah?
Yes,
we're hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just enjoying your show at I'm in Kenya. How is you guys?
We're doing good.
I love your show.
Thank you. How's Kenya? How did they say welcome in Kenya?
Karibu sana.
Karibu sana.
What did I understand is when you sing? They cannot mother the language.
Learn the language.
Don't learn that.
Welcome.
You're welcome. I'm enjoying here. I think I'm somehow a silent listener, but I'm enjoying on my side.
Okay.
How is you guys?
We're doing okay. We're doing very fine. We're glad to have a Kenya person in the house. So have you been hearing everything we are saying? Can you, like, as a fellow African now,
do you relate to what we are saying?
The stories? Yeah.
Okay.
Does it any stories like this from Kenya or
Yeah, this is normal everywhere. It's everywhere in Africa. Okay. Let me finish some issues I'm doing, and then I'll be back. Very soon.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Hold your word. Amos, come back. Don't leave us hanging. Now we are waiting for you.
Okay.
I promise I'll be back. Okay. I'll be back. Yeah?
So we should remove you now. Okay. See it's so nice to have people that are also not Nigerian.
People know that we are Nigerians.
We're not alone. Yakma say he has blocked us.
No, Yakma, Babati.
The mistake say whether not the same person now.
Because BP. He said he has blocked all family members, including your sister.
Please explain to us whether you block them on WhatsApp. And are you now communicating with them via email? I tell you, if you tell those people that you now only communicate via email, trust me, before they can type to send, they will not. Which language? Nothing like Kenya. Amaka, you from Kenya?
We asked him. They said, "What do you say, Kenya?"
Kenya, how do you
What
say
is
welcome?
Kenyan
It's
language?
just like in Ghana, they say Akwaba.
I
You
don't
know,
know.
We learn something now. I don't
Now,
want to go deep now.
well, maybe Kenyan is not.
Well, say Chapman. Chapman, we empathize with you. We deeply empathize with you. And how, on your own, how have you been able to like deal with this situation?
What is betrayal?
Because it's betrayal and it's very, very painful. It's very,
Right.
very painful. But how have you been able to like deal with it so that somebody who is hearing now can be like, okay, this thing that Yachman has said, I'm currently going through it now. I wish I know what to do. Like, how did you handle it?
The best thing is to separate the serious ones from the unserious ones.
Okay.
The best thing is there are people that are in your family that are genuinely they need help.
Yes.
And there are people that are not that way. So you have to do your diligence to find out, okay, this is the people that actually need me.
Robert T says even from my dream.
That's how is it doing that? How is it looking down here?
Telegram, they still exist. Because if they watch Nigerian movie, they will follow you in your dream.
But you that's crazy. But you have to. This is what works for me, okay?
Yes.
This will work for me. Like for instance, now, I have sisters and brothers. If you have any major thing like school fees or health, whatever that somebody needs help with,
Yeah.
we already have our system. How we do it. You take 10%, you take 20%. Okay, I'm giving this one for school, so we know every month what we can afford, not what they asked us, what we can afford. So I think the best thing is you have to establish what you can afford. If somebody tells you we need 1K, doesn't mean you have to give them 1K. So you need 1K, but this is I can give you $100 or $20. This is what I can afford.
Yeah, but Nigerians know that trick. You know what they do? They know they need 100. They'll tell you they need 300 or 400. So by the time you say to them, okay, here is 100.
I understand, Lara.
You've met their needs. You may even say here's 200. You've gone beyond and above their needs.
I know, Lara, I know. But at the end of the day, it's what you can afford that still matters. You see what I mean? Even if you say it's false, but it's still what you can afford to give. You see my point? So you have to cap it. Like if somebody asks you for money, you remember how you give somebody from Nigeria, you give them like maybe give them $70, right? This month. If you dare give them 300 next month, like, oh God, what happened now? Because to them it's a benchmark. The higher you go, you can't come down again.
You are on a pedestal.
It's an inflation relationship.
Once you go 400, you can't come down again. So you have to be very careful how you give them money. So just what you can afford is what.
What if it's a situation what you used to do?
I just wanted to add
that you cannot afford it anymore. Sorry, Asi. I wanted to ask Yachman. Sorry, Asi. What is the thing?
No, I wanted to add to like what he's saying. I feel one of the things that most of you, especially those of you abroad, just deliver yourself from savior mentality. Most times we are not in danger. We are not in danger, really, because most people outside Nigeria, you pay your rent monthly. You pay everything monthly. When it comes to us here, most people are just crying wolf. Savior mentality is bad, so that you don't in the bid to put out fire around, you're burning, you're on fire. You get to a point where you've almost spent yourself. You're not
even Buhari know the answer Nigerians when Nigerians they cry wolf.
You understand? You're just working to foot bill, like your monthly income comes in after you remove all your expenses. You now remove the one to send back home every single month. And you have to get to a point where if you have built, especially for people that say, oh, I've built them house, I've done this, I've done that. See, I'm not going to answer anybody for the next 6 months. What I've done for you is enough. I know that I've paid your rent. So in 1 year, you don't have rent price. I've given you business idea. You cannot keep feeding people. They will not do anything because the truth is, God forbid, anything happens to your job, they cannot send money from Nigeria to you.
They will not.
They cannot send money from here to you. If not, in fact, they will even say you overspent or you were going to spend anyhow. That's why your money finished. So sometimes, even for us here, savior mentality. You know, being able to say, oh, I'm the one that helped you. When you talk of your success story, you must put my name. If you like, don't put my name. If you like, don't put my, I don't need, like, this need to be in the success story of everybody as if it
I
gives
don't have
you,
to be in anybody's success story, because don't
put
mention me.
don't mention
Because
me. I
when
don't
they
need
mention
it.
your name, it will give avenue to
understand?
other woods.
Now Billy,
You
now
know,
Billy,
they
now
have
Billy,
that, yeah,
now Billy.
they have that need to be mentors and the need to be the father figure.
Mentors.
Nobody's sending you. Nobody's sending you. Bring your shoulder down. Allow them save themselves. It's not that deep. Save yourself. You're a safe person now. Save you too. This savior, this thing, you didn't bless you from birth to take care of other people's needs. Because sometimes you say, oh brother, I need $20. Oh brother, I need. Can you please try and say no 3 times? The next time they will ask you, they will really need it. Because the first time, if you have said no 3 times, the next time they'll be like, don't ask him, oh, he doesn't give, oh.
Actually, you
But
never
the
hear
time
people
they will,
say, I know the last time I asked you, you said no, but I'm believing
you
God.
said no, but brother, this time,
Yeah.
I really, do you understand? Because I know that no is hard. That's why you say, oh, I just have 20. Oh, I just have 10. No, do. Say, I don't have. Second time, sorry,
if you add
I don't
God,
have.
I will ban you. If you add God to begging money, I will just block you.
Someone says
That's
sister.
why they ban the people.
They go give you Baba T tablets, so even from the dream.
Baba
Go on,
T say
says-
from dream, say
Go
you
on,
block.
sister.
Baba T, calm down now.
Waiting a lot, though. Sorry, can I say something real quick because I'm about to jazz. So I have been listening all along and I'm enjoying everything. Ashley, thank you for your passion. Thank you for your contribution. Yachman and Lara. Lara, how is the
Hey,
queen
Toby.
today? Yeah, thank you. The colonizer, how are they doing? Thank you.
They're good, though.
Yeah.
No, be which one they say thank you like a pa.
Hey, leave me. All right. So let me. I just greet my people now. Let me greet my people again.
Why you dey bring na who dey under village? I wan find out different. Why they ask Lara that kind of question?
No,
Because Lara is in the quiz
put
online.
chewing stick for teeth, they drink palm wine, they look under the palm tree.
Don't be one to
anyways, I need to. So I wanted to. I mean, everything has been said. I know. I believe so. If anybody who was in this situation listen to this show today, and you walk away going back to what you used to do, then you are cursed. Like you can be helped. Like it's impossible to help you. That I'm guys, I'm usually nice when I come on the show, but I have seen what this topic has done since I come Yankee. I've seen what this topic has done to people's lives.
Yes.
I'm telling you. So this is what I'm going to say. 2 things. Number one, let me tap on what I made. I think Yachman was talking about the God factor. So the people you've always been helping for a long time, they ask, you give. They ask, you give. And then one time you say no. They can't respect that no for some reason. They can't. They find it hard to respect you saying no. This one time.
Why?
I mean, it's shocking to me. I'm always coming through for you. I'm always there for your ass. You ask me, I'm always there for you. And now this one time I'm saying no. And you're like, God will help you. Please, in Jesus' name, God, my God will supply your needs. My God will continue. Why? Why are you invoking God on me? I'm the same person that has always been there for you. Now, can't you just respect me saying no this time? So that's one. To my friends who are in the abroad or wherever, even in Nigeria, because I have people in Nigeria in this situation. I know them personally.
Yes, it's true.
I have friends. So let's not just focus on the abroad. There are people inside of Nigeria
suffering this.
Suffering the same issue. Say plenty of them. So number 2 thing I want to say is that to you, my friend, that you are playing God. So let's do some math here real quick. I promise I'll make it brief. You get your paycheck.
We don't want it brief. Please break it down.
Oh, okay. So you get your paycheck, right? a specific number.
Mhm.
Your church that you left back home, they told you can't abandon the church because it's your foundation. So a particular percentage goes to that church. Your family, everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4. After the normal help, there's something extra. There's something extra. There's something extra. Another percentage goes to that every month. Then your own local church that you attend in the country where you domicile, where you reside, they put on you
The
tithe
branch
and
of
offering.
your church from Nigeria, the branch of your church.
The
from
parish.
Oh, better still, the branch. They say your tithe unfailingly you must cut that 10%. So 10% goes to your local church here. Maybe make it 15 because you gotta add offering.
Toby.
Then no, oh, you hold me, I'm coming. Then
No,
another
I don't want to
percentage.
hold you, Toby. I wanted you to put a number to read so that when we're doing it, we're chucking them. So give a random number.
Yeah, no, I'm using percentages. That way you can
Percentage
apply
of
any
both, so that I'll be calculating it.
of the total. So that way you can apply it to your own situation if you are in this situation.
Yes.
Okay. So take your own total and apply these percentages. So 10-15%, tithe and offering in your local church. Another 5 to 10%. I'll bring that one down a little. So you do your foundational church, the church that made you supposedly, the one you left. Then roughly another maybe 10-15% goes to family needs. They call it bukata. All the bukata you are carrying, every month. So goes to that. My sister, my brother, what is left for you?
I will tell you.
The blood of Jesus.
I will tell you what is left for them.
So now, and then what sustains this process is two things: tradition, religion. The tradition part is that there is a sense of obligation. You are obligated. It's like you have been told, you've been brainwashed that you are the one that escaped. You are the one that made it. And now all of us are your responsibility. It doesn't matter if we are lazy. Our lazy asses, we're not going to get up and go get a job or go strive, go try to make something happen. Oh, they won't even come with a plan and say, bro, this is the idea I'm looking at.
Yeah,
I'm not asking for a handout. I'm
Sorry.
not asking for a handout right now. I'm not asking for a handout, but I'm asking for, take your time. Look at my plan. This is the idea I have. Sleep over it. Let me know something long term. No, every time. So like you said, over time, every month, since all you were giving is handout, 35 million don't complete, though. You never know.
Can I ask Toby a question? Because it's a guy here, so
Yeah.
Let me cause trouble here. Let me throw fire on this.
Please cause trouble.
Toby, are you married?
No.
No.
I don't know.
You don't answer for me.
Please,
Okay.
please, Toby, answer.
Toby, answer the
Answer
question
the
straight.
question.
Toby. Okay, Toby, don't
I'm
answer.
not married. I'm not married.
Okay,
No.
beautiful. So let's say that Toby, for years, he's been sending money to Nigeria to family and friends, helping them a bit.
Yeah.
He now gets married, so the money is not coming anymore. They'll say, it is that new wife.
Oh, I see your point.
That which has been blocking our glory.
Yeah. And do you know they go to church and be like, they will prayer point be directed to this issue you're raising right now.
Yeah, but someone even jazzed the partnership, because I have a friend that it happened to. Apparently, because her mother was used to her giving her money. Every partner she was with, the mother felt that the spouse was the one taking all the money the daughter was supposed to be sending to her. So she prayed and had people separate them. My friend was like, honestly, I knew there was something wrong when my husband was just arguing over nonsense, things that were not relevant. And you'd be like, is this not the same man that was head over heels, that was feeling, oh, I'm blessed, and then suddenly it's just gone. Common sense, sisters.
So I have two stories I want to share. The first one is I got a story the other day. This man who was sold out to his local church in Nigeria could not afford to send his child to the same university that this church established. So they called a friend to the child who has a friend who happens to be my friend, saying, look, bro, you got to help me because my parents can't afford the school. But guess what? Every month before that school was founded, the man had been giving out 10 to 20% of his income every month to that church. Now, his child cannot afford to go to that same school. So now the boy is having, we're talking about parenting, and in the first video, this boy is having a fight with his father and saying, Daddy, which God, which your God will condone this irresponsibility? Now you've given money to this church every month, but you can afford to send me to school. So I'm telling this, my friend asked me for my opinion. I'm telling this, my friend, that tell that man to suspend that giving for 1 year. Let's see how much he will be able to accumulate in 12 months, just 12 months. Let's see if he will be able to pay for at least 2 years of that child's education. So basically, and to my friends who are in the diaspora, you've been hoodwinked, you've been deceived to think that God will punish you, God will punish the rest of your finances. It's just garbage. It's imprisonment, and this is what fuels this toxic, harmful habits. So you are giving here, you are giving there, you are giving to everybody, but you are hustling. And like I was asking that time, I was asking that, what if something happened to you? What if you're not able to go to that job anymore? What if you're not able to work? You are physically because we know life happens to all of us. We know life happens.
Yeah.
Nobody prays for anything bad, but life does happen. And when it does, you think all those people, the church, you think they'll be able to help you? You come first. Pay yourself first. Pay yourself first, and everybody else comes second. I rest my case.
Do you know what's even funny? If you fall sick, they will even hustle that one. They will say, we have one pastor here that we can pray for you in Nigeria. Just send some money.
Oh,
Lord. They will even hustle. They will I'm telling you, they will hustle that sickness.
But do you know also our people have been trained back home to pray for restlessness. You people should not laugh. You people should not laugh. It's a serious matter. They say whoever has my money, my destiny helper, and they're directing that prayer to you, because you are their destiny helper. They're directing that prayer to you, that God will give you restlessness.
They will carry a picture on social media. They look at, they pray into
the until you send that money. The second story I was going to share is that somebody was asking me the other day. I have helped my niece. I sent money for that one's tuition. My parents, because the parents are older, their monthly medication, I've sent the money. We have a system in Nigeria. There's no insurance, there's no health insurance policy, there's nothing, no coverage. So everything is out of pocket. So I've sent money for my parents, monthly medication, whatever. I'm paying my own immediate family needs. I'm taking care of my own children's tuition. I'm paying. He said, bro, if I remove my 10% to church, I'm done. I'm broke. I'm talking about somebody who has a great job, who is doing well, but after the paycheck comes in, what was left on the paycheck was the 10% that will still go to the church.
Let me tell you, unless he doesn't, the person in that situation, if you know him, unless he doesn't know the Bible says,
you want to complicate
he gives. No. I'm not complicating it, because me, as you see me, I would say
it's not funny. Why are you guys laughing? This is not funny.
You understand?
I think it's strange to common sense sisters. All these things, I think it's very strange to them.
It's honestly.
What they said.
Sorry.
No. I see. I'm hearing what you're saying. So let me just finish. Then I want to hear you. Let me just finish my communication with the person. So the person is like, bro, if I give this 10%, after all of this other giving I've done, this particular month I'm broke, despite the amount of money I earn. So my question to the person was that, so you mean to tell me that your God is so petty that he doesn't see all these other giving responsibilities you've done? No, he doesn't see all the lives you sustained that month. He doesn't see all the people that are about to die, bro, because of you, they came back to life. This 10% that is left, your God is still going to hustle it from you. You are in the wrong religion.
That is not even the religion. That person does not understand what the person. That person, he's attending a fraternity. What was written there is, he gives seed to the sower and bread to the eater. You can't sow your bread. You can't sow your bread. You are wasting time. People they treat God
Amen.
like
Asi, repeat that, please. Repeat. Come on, sister, hold on.
Offering. Why are you paying offering when you have not eaten?
Asi, repeat that for those of us in the back.
Asi, when they give us this common sense, you have to allow us absorb it.
Yeah. Hold on. Asi, please repeat it for those in the back so that we can hear. We didn't hear you the first time.
Even in the Bible, any pastor that say, tell them they should go and check back. He gives seed to the sower and bread to the eater. So that seed you want to give to church, then God go give you. If he never give you, go give to church. So the bread that he has given you to eat and sustain your family is what you go to sow. Can bread germinate? You put bread inside soil. Can it germinate? It's your food. It's your house rent. It's your son's school fees. Why are you sowing your son's school fees? Somebody that is earning 10 billion, they give church 1 million. You said where they earn 1 million, they give church 1 million. Are you a thief? Like what kind of mass is this one? And you know, because people like exaltation, and they used to give award for best giver.
Yes.
Fraternity.
It's a
Very
trap.
true.
Why you give best giver? And because people like accolade, that's why MMM guy went to give people's money so that he can earn best giver. Made them for snap with them, collect plaque. And then you have people that you have a need. You now carry 5K, your last 5K. You say, God, if I give you this 5K, give me 5 million. Are you a native doctor?
They use
Laziness. They will give you money for business. You carry the whole 100,000 that you hustle from somebody abroad, go and dump in church. Then you now dump it and now wait for 10 million to germinate. Are we serious? How will it germinate? That's your bread. That's your bread. If this guy has
the funny
everything for his family, paid their drugs, and he has only 10% left, he has no business giving that 10%. That's his bread.
People don't. You're right. I see. People.
Lara,
Pastors don't preach it. No. It hits me hard when pastors don't preach these things, because even in the book of Deuteronomy, when you look at the book of Deuteronomy in the Bible, God actually promised the Israelis that, let me take you to the promised land. Once you've eaten, you've settled and you're at peace, then bring your 10%. Not whilst you're still struggling. Not whilst you're still struggling, but instead they'll tell you, no, bring it whilst you're struggling. Remember the woman of Little that gave Jesus her last breath, her last whatnot, crazy not.
You poor woman.
Do you know what's funny? Even some churches, they demand your first income of the year. Yeah, the first fruit of the year. How would you give your whole month salary at the year to a church? Are you mad? Don't you have family? No. It's not. I'm telling you. I was dating one girl.
Make her laugh.
Are you mad? Don't you have family?
Crazy. No, but Toby, no. Honestly, it hurts me when people talk about bringing tithings into the house. I always refer them to Deuteronomy 12. I'm like, listen, go back and read Deuteronomy 12 and see how God tell people, don't bring anything to me until you're settled. So I'm not settled yet. So don't ask me for a dime.
When will you be settled, Lara? They will tell you you're settled in Jesus' name.
Anyways, common sense sisters, we've said it all. These are my final words before I run, please. Sorry. So we've said it all. Think of yourself first. Because if you die, those people will move on. Life is very fragile. When will you stop running from pillar to post, playing God, carrying people's burdens on your head? Why not allow, if they are people of faith, since we're all people of faith, and it's like we've launched into Bible study now, why not allow their faith? Why not let them use their faith sometimes, so that they can see things work for them as well? But they have you on speed dial. They have you to call on every time, and you psychologically, in a twisted, psychological, satisfactory manner, you derive pleasure from that. You derive pleasure from being the person that they run to every time for help. But then you are whining though. You're complaining though. You're complaining. You're like, oh, it's me they have now, because without me, what will happen? What would they do? What would they do? So anyways, look, I'm just going to say this real quick. please don't allow tradition and religion imprison you. Put you in prison in your own life. Live your life to the fullest. You are first. Pay yourself first. Take care of it's when you are taken care of and you are in a good place psychologically, mentally. I've never seen these people do it cheerfully. The whole thing that God loves a cheerful giver.
So
It's never been cheerful.
forgive and give all you've got. See they talk.
It's never been cheerful. We just shared stories where people are some people are struggling. They're struggling doing this, and then you go to this your echo chamber that you call church, where somebody is just bombarding you with this garbage of nonsense, and telling you, your money will. I watched on YouTube. It's the son of a major GO in Niger. The guy is based in the States here. He was telling his audience here in Yankee that their salary will never be enough for them.
What?
Can you imagine that? The level of poison that people gather in a building to hear, because he was trying to make the case for them to tithe and give regularly. He opened his mouth and then he told them, listen, let me tell you, doesn't matter your job, doesn't matter your career, doesn't matter your tax bracket, your salary will never be enough. I said, what the heck is he talking about? Has he seen what people are earning out there? People don't even have responsibilities. They don't have family, they don't have wives, they don't have children, they don't have husband. Women, men, independent, young. Have you seen 6 and 7 figures? But somehow in his theory, he believes that the money will magically disappear because they're not giving to church. Nonsense. And these are the things that feel this kind of toxic attitude. And we're saying that, look, don't let anyone use religion, use tradition to imprison you. Live for you first. Help others, yes. But when it comes to the point, the moment you begin to whine, you begin to complain, you're inconvenienced, you're struggling, and stop. Just stop. Just hit the stop. Just hit the brakes and say, you know what, all of you need to back up. Put your phone on silence or airplane mode like Asi and Lara were talking about, and see what happens. See for the next 6 months if everybody will not be fine. Whether the sun will still not revolve, the earth will still not revolve around the sun, or I don't know if I have it backwards. But anyways, you get my point. See whether life would not.
What if they email you and say, brother Toby, we know that you have abandoned us, but we pray the Lord to bring you back to us.
Who said that?
Via email.
Don't mind them.
Yeah, you lost
Don't
now,
mind
Toby.
them.
They say
If you don't give life for 1 year,
No, you don't lost. They say you don't find you.
Nothing will
That
happen.
brother is back to the house.
God knows nothing will happen. If you don't give offering for 1 year, nothing will happen.
Don't be anybody's ATM. Don't be anybody's ATM.
A lot of people like savior mentality. You go to a church for the first time, they ask, oh yeah, who can give $1,000? You're bouncing to the front. Now they know you. Now they're calling you. You're forming. No. If you sit down, what will happen? You want pastor to know you. You're the good giver. Now he's choking you. My brother, you go continue to give. You have to get to a point where if you need to gather yourself again, you cannot continue to bleed. If your pocket is basket, you cannot gather. If your pocket is basket, you can never gather. It will not fill up. And it will seem like God is not blessing you. You'll be ungrateful. But if you look at your expense sheet, if you look at your inflow, money came in. But it's because your pocket is basket.
Yep.
Before you get offended that, oh, God is not blessing you because you don't have take home, like leftover. Look at the inflow. God is blessing, like you're even earning more. But you're now going to shoulder so much responsibility. That's why I tell them, don't be giving birth to 2 more. Hey, it's first son that will now take care of younger ones that they didn't give birth to. By force. In fact, God help you that you're the first person to have money. The rest is on you. Whether you like it or not, and then you now add this one, you yourself, you now have your own 5, then they now add your parents, then you now, I feel for a lot of people. I feel for them. There's no escape, yes. That's why they say, at least to an extent, shut down. Yeah. Have some months they can't reach you, because I've seen this thing happen so much that, God forbid, that's breadwinner. Anything happens to the person, the way they divide and conquer your property and abandon your children. Your children will now be like their father didn't have money, whereas the father was taking care of so many things. So If your house is not in order, leave. See, the church will be fine. You don't give offering, you don't give tithe, you did not give Bible study, you did not give this. Nobody will die. Church will be fine. Gather yourself so that you don't hate God tomorrow. Gather yourself. That's why rich people are always happy to go to church, because they have money. They're smiling, they are giving money, they're shining their teeth. But because we are struggling, and then we now feel like we should give the same amount with them, it's a struggle. But for that man, he's earning 100K per day. He can give it. So me, if I go, I hear the word, I hear, if that Sunday I don't have. I might have 1K in my pocket and 10K in my account or this. Maybe that's my food money. I can't give you my food money. What will I eat? So that tomorrow people don't curse God and say, common sense sister, I thought you used to go to church. Why are you looking for food now? You say, I've given God everything. Which day did God ask you? He gave you bread. You sowed the bread. And now you need food. Like, it's not even wisdom. Wisdom is profitable to direct. It's not directing you. I don't like when people use religion as a weapon. Use it as a tool. You must give. You must take care of home backward. You've gone abroad. A church here in Nigeria is saying you must build the foundation of a new church. Church abroad is saying you must roof it.
Never the one where they call people by their, like now, they know that the individual doesn't have money to give. The Spirit has led me to Brother Timothy right now.
Not
I know you are battling with your spirit, Brother Timothy, but the Lord is telling me to tell you now that
it's not difficult. You just
I'm telling you from experience. Somebody has told me that, this thing is something I don't experience. So a particular church I used to attend, somebody say, this arrangement, as pastor they come, if a guest pastor is coming, they will go and give the guest pastor names, that this name and this name, I want them to marry. So you will call these two names, see their picture. When you now enter, you be like, there's a name. It starts with L, end with A, Lara, something Lara. Something Lara. Lara will be like, preach, pastor. Lara will start rolling. You know, be like, I see a guy. Why? Is he Yachman? Is
Yachman don't marry.
I don't want to be picking.
No,
that won't do second wife. Second wife won't be second
wife. We see this name.
You don't know that. Okay, Toby, you don't know that the pastor is the one doing arranging. So there are many marriages that have been forcefully joined by church. Many people, that you in your confidentiality, pastor, I've gotten a new job. It's Shell. They are paying 200,000. The next 2 weeks, a person comes and says, I'm seeing Yo-Yo. I think the name is, you have a sister. This name I'm seeing a sister. You have somebody in your, Yo-Yo, run outside, talk to me. Hallelujah. The pastor says, the Spirit says, your first 3 months salary, give it to God so that your leg will be strong in the job.
But how do people fall for this nonsense, though? I don't get it.
Because it sells.
I don't care how good you are. I can't fall for this.
Don't teach the word. That's why there's some pastor I listen, only word. Don't prophesy. You're wearing black clothes. Your phone number is this. Prophecy is not. What do you want to hear? People run to prophecy because they feel like they just want to hear gist. Prophecy, you will be great tomorrow. If you don't work, you will never be great.
Exactly.
They can see your vision. They can see anything. I'm seeing your mother in the village. She's the one that says, what is wrong? Sometimes it's your laziness. The pastor will never tell you you're a lazy man. Go and work. They are always seeing aunties, idol witches, which when they even answer you, just they stroll around her witchery vicinity. You now go and be attacking her. And I feel like most times people go there because they don't want to work. They don't want to put in effort. You just feel like
I'm going to church for crusade.
I'm going to church to hear prophecy. And they know it sells because if you're coming because of money or coming because of husband, and I tell you bring your 1 month salary, you will give me. If I say bring 3 months salary, you will see husband. They will give. Do you know how many millions?
Why do we do that for that though? Let's be real.
Let's do that. Why don't they do that for the men? They say men.
Men is business though. They do it for men. Business. You go and listen to the angle I brought. You tell your pastor something in confidentiality that you've gotten a job in Shell. Why is it that the next person that is coming as a pastor or a visiting reverend is now guessing your name and telling you to sow a 3-month salary. You
Why
just
did you tell
entered
him in the
there
first
last
place,
week.
man? Why did you tell him that? Why did you tell him that in the
Because
first
you
place?
like to
Spiritual father. Your spiritual
What do you mean is your what
It's
what
your
what,
papa
what's
now.
that?
Yes,
Because
but
you
we
went
know
to
you're
report, you need to tell him now
I'm
based
angry
on
for
he's
you.
the one that prayed
I'm
for
angry
the
for no
work.
reason. No, I don't know why.
He's the
Why
one that
is he a
prayed
pastor
for the
that way?
work, Yachman. As you have gotten it, you are going to give situation reports. That, oh my God, that miracle service you did, Papa. I brought my CV that I wanted to take to Shell. Hallelujah. The Shell job have clicked. Not because you passed aptitude test, not because you read, not because you also set YouTube, you didn't sleep. You put everything
Work hard.
fantastic. And now
Yes,
this
Lord.
man is not even
Unmerited
exalting God. He's exalting himself and his miracle service that he did. So therefore, I've experienced where pastors collect ATM card of members that they feel they prayed for the job for them. Yes, and they use the ATM card the way they want.
Are you
This thing I'm
kidding?
telling you,
Are
me
you
as I am,
serious?
before me, I decide say, Anede, if you know my name as a pastor, that's the end. That's the last day I will come to your church because I've passed this level.
Serious
I know what I don't see for church hand. And me, as I'm here, then if they know the day I will be ready for them. I call names, I name and shame. I don't do pass through the corners.
Ogbanje direct.
Straight. I don't pass through corners. The day I will talk, I'm just waiting for one person to write book and call my name in regards to another person's name. That day, the whole Nigeria will hear me. Name and shame. Because I have seen this thing happen personally. I've seen people that have been told to reject appointments, leave jobs because they want to send them to another state as pastors. Are you mad? You're not paying the person. This person is earning nothing. That church is not established. This man left a job that is paying him. He has children, he has a wife, and he's going to another place. That even in the dream, he used to see the city. He used to see some emblems of the city. So it's like God is taking you there. God is taking you there. So where is the bread? Where are the things? Nothing. They do it a lot. And when you try to tell them, you'll be like, you're forming to work for God. But God has given us wisdom. False prophets were abound. All these things, the Bible. No, it's the one that will be seeing vision and wasting your money. That's the one you want. And then you wonder why you're not growing. Whereas the sinful man that is always popping champagne is the one coming to $2 billion testimony. All the $1 billion testimony people, very sinful. Oh. Then they spread, they do Dorime. Hey, who are you, Sister Mary Amaka? You have never given Dorime type of testimony. Are you not seeing that your own formula is not working? You're spending Monday prayer meeting, Tuesday Bible
Sometimes
study,
they pay for all those people to come and do work testimony.
Wednesday drama, Thursday prayer meeting, Friday, every single day you're in church. When can you walk? If it's abroad that you walk per hour, look at the hours you've wasted. And God is telling you, and that Sunday night you come and you're angry that somebody that is coming to church once in 5 months is making more than you. Now that COVID has happened, see, common sense sisters, anybody that survived COVID in the house that didn't go to church, if they lie to you now, see, nothing, we can't help you. We cannot help you. So that COVID period, so they can close church. Wow. So we can do church online. Amazing. You be
How many churches they do YouTube live? We came for some of them. Hey!
The YouTube, they did all those ones. Now that it has opened and your job, maybe God has blessed you with a car, you're an Uber driver, you're working per hour. You know that Sunday service, even the Sunday rush is money. You own your audio of the service and you're in the car doing your work. Is it bad? No. You waste the entire 24 hours of Sunday where you have made money and you go and sit down there for something that is audio, something you can hear, something you can be playing in your car. See, I cannot help. Some people, I tell them it's fraternity, cultism, then they practice, no big religion. This one has passed a religion.
My Babati say, my uncle once slapped a pastor that was using Bible to toast his girlfriend.
What?
I don't know who you be. You have to come to the show because it's like, how can so I never hear they use is our audio off? Is our audio, can you hear us, Asi?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know that John 3:16 they used to there be for God so love the world. To toast the girl.
To you now, they'll tell you the Bible said you are my wife. The Spirit said.
What spirit?
Those of you abroad,
sorry,
and they are their spirit. They always tell them.
So I
Always
was
people
here
abroad.
a few months ago telling you about a girl that sold that car seat.
I remember.
We
Remember
cut the video and we.
Oh, you did. Yeah. So it's not like people say because it's just Nigeria. I'm like, no. Even abroad, it happens.
Yes.
Don't think because it's because people are living even in abroad. I told you, people that are here, they still send. There are nurses that I know. They still send money to the pastors in Nigeria every month.
And don't contribute to their household. There's some people.
No, they'll be complaining that there is demand, but they're sending money to one man in Nigeria to be praying for them every month. From America, and these are people that went to school, educated people.
So that their husband will be faithful.
Yeah, that you will not cheat on them.
Education
You
is
will
not
not do
anything. It doesn't help. Don't mind them. Education doesn't help. If your mind is stuck there, it's stuck there. Education doesn't help. Even when I had issues back then in church, in fact, what even saved me was the mess and the struggle that came with the way my marriage preparations were. And then I used to pray one prayer, saying, God, if I'm passing the wrong path, even if it means dragging me on quota with broken bottle, hot, that I'll be seeing mark on my body, drag me. I cannot be passing the wrong path. Yeah. That kind of prayer is like, even if it brings public shame, because the way it happened then, like we literally fell out, myself and the church. Fell out. This is some, I was in departments. And then things started unfolding because what happened? My husband said, okay, there's no problem. He's going to, this kind of, you're coming to marry our daughter, sow seed. He's like, oh, fine, all right, no problem. Where he went to pledge 1.5 million, he sent money to me. I'm planning a wedding. I'm not giving anybody 1.5 million from my wedding budget. Exactly. They will wait for the person that told them 1.5. So when they heard that the money was with me, and they're like, your husband has not sold it, I'm like, bro, I have wedding. This thing will not happen. That's how they were planning to cancel my wedding because of money.
How long have you
been my mother's family? I was attending the church from 2007 to 2015. I wedded 2015. That's a long, since I entered the university.
Like almost 8 years.
That's a long ass time.
8 years.
So, and you know the kind of person I am, there are many things that were happening that I was not aware of because I'm book, church, school, book, that kind of person. So by the time I was leaving, things were now coming out. I'm like, I could not believe that money was the thing that would cause this. Okay, no problem. And then people started seeing things for the way the thing was, and people were still in church. Guess what they did? They said anybody that came to my wedding, they started laying costs. I be people that were talking to me. People that were so weird as different things. And I'm like, course. That period I was TTC because 2 years, I gave birth 2 years after I married. You're like, and the reason I cannot give birth, this one, he called my friend and said, the reason I cannot give birth is because I have not come to beg the church. Told my sister, my friend and my sister gathered and said, who will tell us? Because me, I cannot. As they told me, they were shocked. I was like, really? I just laughed. This person that is seeing vision for me, his wife was trying to conceive for the second one. And you're seeing vision for me. The way God did this thing, I gave birth a day before the wife, so that you will know that even in this matter, God still passed you.
Exactly.
It was like a shock. You cannot be seeing vision of doom for somebody else when your house is in a mess. Look at our lives. Look at everybody. I'm telling you people that, because there are people in the church that were like my roommates for 6 years. So I'm leaving and they are not talking to me anymore. So I'm talking massive friendship gap and all those things. And I say, look, you see this life, watch our life, mirror it, and you will see the difference. Now people are leaving the church, finally, because guess what? The new one was they gave them form to fill that if you leave the church, you will be cursed. It's fraternity.
Yeah, it is.
Cults.
And mind manipulation.
When I was shouting, it seemed like I was just talking because
you know many Nigerians, they will want it to happen to them first. They don't empathize.
Yes. So at this time now, one of my roommates is leaving, and then somebody was like, talk to us now. I said, my child dedication, my roommate did not. I called her personally. She said, you give me television for my business. I said, well, it's not a big deal. I can buy a TV. But come to my dedication. Because somebody else had told me that the pastor told them that anybody that comes near us, that they have left something. She didn't come. I had 4 surgeries to give birth to this boy. You didn't show up. So now that she has left, they have had her own. She's now looking for a way to come close. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't do that. The door is closed. You can't do that. When people have seen the light and we are trying to tell the people that are still trapped, it seems like we are lost. But look at our lives.
That's a
Look
friend.
at our
How
lives.
can you question God? How can you question the man of God?
That human empathy.
Have you seen it day and night? It's crazy. See, if we talk church matter, it no go end though, because the day I talk about is if you talk and this is me, and then they talk for back, and I tell them, I say, did I be ready? Name and shame. I call names, and I was saying that I was going to do it on my podcast because I'm going to call them, even the ones that left though, and the ones that came. We have to say it all. We're like,
Please,
it's a 3-bedroom flat.
I'm sorry, before I go, I'm sorry.
Sometimes we'll be like,
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Can I ask you a question, please? Just because you said it was a cult.
Okay.
You said it was a cult. I've been with someone that I've been in that cult. How did you get yourself out of that bubble? How did you get yourself out of that?
So the only reason I was able to leave, because the truth is sometimes, I'm just saying right now, because I will say, like, when I entered, there are people that are called, and
Right.
then, like, even in the Bible, after a while, you no longer hear from God. You now become like the old prophet that's looking for Micah,
Right.
the new prophet, because in the beginning, you could see the call.
Right.
You could hear the prophecy. This person is called. But then, because the money was so much, people were raising funds. Imagine students raising enough money to buy properties. And then you squander it. You spend it the way you want. And at the end of the day, I'm outside in. I'm not the kind of person that likes to be too close, because I'm just a loner. Go to school and come back. I was now noticing some other funny things inside. So there were cases of molestation. There were cases of different things. And you can imagine me standing, and I got to a point where I was head of protocol. So there are people in other, because the church has different branches. There are people in other branches. Recently, there was a day Twitter was on fire. They literally called out like the name. And then I commented like, oh my God, I didn't know this thing happened. And one of the person that attends the church in Ghana sent me a DM and said, Asi, are you serious? I thought you knew. I said, you said what? He said, I thought you knew, because I don't really smile. Of course, thank God for YouTube now, they smile. Back then, I would just keep my straight face, and I'm at the back. So they always felt like, since I was there, I know. So you imagine a lot of people going through hurt and pain. I remember a day, somebody told me as head of protocol that pastor is about to pray. Don't allow people to come and disturb him. I did not know that one of the people that were coming to disturb was someone that had accused him of molestation or something. So I guess the girl came, and I was like, sorry, you can't go in and all. You can imagine putting me in that kind of position. At that point, I didn't know
Are you
what's up.
talking about the
I
Koza pastor in Abuja?
I'm talking about the church.
Because don't
talking about my own
words.
She doesn't want to
name
name
the
them,
church.
so she's not
So
really-
Because I was asking that
I'm
many people are
talking
trapped in
I'm
that.
talking about my own personal
Yeah,
experience.
to tell me how
It's now got to a point where, and this I'm finding out when I've left. Do you understand? Because I think the Koza matter happened, and then after the Koza matter was on fire in Twitter, somebody was like, there's a particular church, and that's how we picked, because one of the girls that had that experience, her brother is big on Twitter. So somebody showed me that, and I was like, oh my God, that kind of thing happened. They saw how I was very vocal about the Koza matter, and this girl is somebody that her dad was one of the top, one of these big oil companies, top GM. And we know him. These are people that sold 1 million, like saying a normal Sunday service. Then they give 1 million students. And then she sent me a message and was like, Asi, I thought you knew. I said, I didn't know. Do you know that any of this person could have written a book, an expose, and said that there was a certain time, a protocol by name Asitom. Do you know how many people answer Asitom? She actually was the one, she was the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
And I was acting in ignorance. That is why I say, may God just help them that book is written, because, hey, Jesus, the whole place will divide. And I look at it, and I had to call her on the phone. I'm talking 3 hours. She was telling me there was a day, because we fly a lot from Port Harcourt to Ghana church, we'll come back, trips. And I was able to manage it because I was very studious with school. But there were trips we made. And she said, remember this day that you came to Ghana and this other thing happened? That was it. Remember this other day that this other... I was like, what? And I'm protocol just to help. Afterwards, I leave the pastor. I go to my own room. I did not know. So there are many things that happen. When I talk about church, I'm talking from my personal experience. This thing so scarred me that the moment I married, after I gave birth to my son, there was a time, 3 years straight, I didn't enter church. I didn't pay tithes. I'm talking, me, I can pay tithes. Like, if I have money or I can give everything because I've seen 0, I've seen 100. Nothing, they fear me for money. But for me to get to that point where I did not enter, and I'm telling you that whole period I did not pay tithe, God was blessing me. I did not pay 1 naira for offering. God was still blessing me. That's why they say it's a cheerful person that gives. Because I've gotten and gathered, I get to a point that if I decide to now give, I'm being cheerful. I'm not giving as punishment. I've studied God, I've studied the word, I've studied pastor. So when I got to that point, and somebody that was still in the church now recently told me that they gave them form to fill, and they said they should fill it before 12 o'clock. And everybody should fill. I'm like, is this not a fraternity? Because whatever we saw in him, whatever the gift was, it's gone. It's long gone. Right now, we are looking at cult system. Because for you to give a form that you have sworn allegiance to a church, it's not church again. People should be allowed to leave the church. So basically, that's when my roommate that decided to abscond and say she wasn't going to talk to me because I left the church. That's when she and her husband decided to leave. And they now called them that they want to give them final blessing. They went to the church and they cursed them at the altar. Curse. So imagine going and they say, oh, they want final. Public, of course, they do it. That's the kind of person he is. Public in front of the stage. And I'm looking at it like, when I now heard the thing, I was like, wow. You know, and then I think she got into some issues, and guess what the pastor said? This same of my friend that told me that maybe the reason I was having those surgeries was because I did not ask pastor for forgiveness. She had her own complication, and guess what the pastor said? That the reason she's having complication is because she didn't ask him for forgiveness. I was like, touche. You know what? Karma. Because you said the same thing to me. I cannot feel bad. No. You said the same thing to me, and he's saying the exact same thing. That's how life is. This is somebody I ate with for 6 years. Might not say good day church. If the pastor does anything, when we come to the house, we'll be like, oh, that thing pastor talk today. Why will he say that? You understand that? Because we are in a family. Minus church. This was the church family house, but then we were together. So I felt like we had that relationship beyond what pastor will say. So for us to have gone through all of that, that's when I tell people, see, if it's the church matter, you have to deliver yourself. You have to use your own wisdom. You have to read. You cannot just be following people aloof, because be careful of who is touching your head. Some of these people, when you enter the church, maybe he was nice, he was really hearing from God. At some point, they go and start getting strange powers and strange spirits. If they keep touching your head, that's when destiny and all those things change. Some of these people are strange.
Yeah,
manipulate. You know, when the message is becoming. There was a period that when you go to church, like for me, I always write in my sermon book. I noticed the period where I will go to church, I will come back and I only write topic. Sometimes we don't know the topic. The word has changed. It's not the same again. You go to church with book and you do not write A inside. That's when you know that, see, something has changed. And it continued like that. And I'm looking at it. This is, when manipulation starts, there's a couple that is married from that church, from this kind of manipulation. They called an outside person and did arrange. The person do, oh, father, the spirit is taking me here, it's taking me here, it's taking me here. That's how they did arrange. That is, I'm not saying something I do not know, something I know inside there. Inside the people I'm married today, if they are going through, if they're having any issues, they'll be like, no, but you know, the Spirit of God is what brought us together. Are you serious? Bullshit. Are you serious? These are things that are happening, and when we talk, make it no be say we despoil people church or people matter, but see, be very careful. Be very careful. What's Baba T writing again?
Yes,
Baba T has gone through a lot.
He says, I don't go to church again. After what pastor?
I'm scared.
My girlfriend Bele. That's
Call
why
his
I
girlfriend.
sit to church.
No. I think I'm scared.
Baba T
That's
has
the
been
word.
through a
I'm
lot
sad.
and been through a lot as Baba T. We see how
And since that time, I don't do mentor. Father in the Lord mentor has ended. Because you see that person you feel like is up there. I'm leaving the church and now people are not confessing. And this other person say, "Oh, pastor did this to me."
They
Oh,
collect
pastor,
their
I'm like, are
spiritual
you people
breakfast.
crazy?
They collect their
Are
spiritual
you
breakfast.
people crazy?
wish everybody.
Different people were coming forward. And you know, some people, they feel like, oh, the closer they are to the pastor, the more, you know, that kind of thing. And they do it for lecturers. And I told them, see, that's what brings harassment. That's what brings harassment. When you don't know how to draw the line, you don't know how to draw like boundaries. You finish lecture, you're running inside the lecturer's office. Whether he's strong or that period or not, you're always in his space. And now harassment will come. It's the same thing with church. They will every Sunday night they need counseling. Are you crazy?
Some of them they send the same message to everybody in the church. Well,
every Sunday, I was head of protocol. I know some people that yes, they will say, "Oh, this is this thing, oh, this is you know, harassment and sexual harassment." Some of them they literally come. Because head of protocol, you can't leave church until pastor is done with counseling. You will be there, oh, because people get problem. My boyfriend did this. This every Sunday night they get boyfriend issue. Every Sunday, that's when pastor was. And you know that these people are humans. These people are men. After a while, pastor now said I should hug him. Pastor now, I said that kind of story. I've left the church. I've left. If it was when I was there, then I've got another issue. Do you understand? But it's not tough for them to not believe that I know, because I was not even the kind of person that was open to people. Do you understand? I like to protect my space. If I have 3 friends, those are my 3 friends, you know. And when people pass you to go upstairs to the pastor, they feel like the pastor has given you instruction, like to gatekeep. You get. So that was a dangerous position for me, a dangerous post for me to hold. And I noticed that after a while. Oh,
but thank you so much.
Yeah, I greeted her. Oh my.
Hey, I enjoyed the conversation. No, happy darling.
Please, we are seeing no more.
No, I don't greet her.
I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy the gist. I see, darling. Well done. No, you look beautiful in this your photo. You're the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Common sense.
As one losing that month that time. I remember this.
I think we tried to ask
don't losing his hair. Don't losing his hair. Don't carry on.
Oh yeah, it looks great on her. Yeah, she looks good. Lara, hi. Common sense is
Hi,
well done. No.
We agree you.
I know. I agree to now. Lara, hi. How are you? How's
Hiya.
everybody?
Fine. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ashley, thank you so much for unpacking a lot. Baba T, thank you for sharing your experience.
Exactly, Baba T.
Yeah. Baba T went through a lot. It looks like the pastor really did him dirty, man, and his family dirty, and like.
No wait, he said they found the body of his niece buried on that church altar.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's what I see.
Oh my God, I am so sorry, Baba T. Oh my goodness.
So sad.
Oh my God.
So sad.
Why?
What
they do thank you for even diving deeper into these things, because
it was thanks to Yachman that asked us that question. Because that's one thing I really like about the platform, about people being able to ask questions that provoke deeper thought process. Because sometimes we forget that we have these stories in our lives until a question is being asked and like, oh yeah, this thing has really happened in the past, it's in the subconscious, you know, things like that. And actually, you're very right about the manipulation. And the manipulation, people always think is spiritual. It's not. If you keep going to the place to collect nonsense, whatever you hear, you continue to consume, it will penetrate, it will stay in your heart, it will multiply in your subconscious, and it will become your reality. That's what we always used to tell people. But some people know they hear words. They want it to happen. They want it to happen to them. And then what can we do? They want me to come and be your therapist. So let's say you are paying me for my time. If you pay me for my time, I will listen to you. If not, I am sorry. You go collect your karma and common sense lesson in front. It's true. And it's good that Asi was talking about clearing her name, because that's one thing. Very important. Asi, your behavior is typical of someone that minds their business. And we can relate to that. I can't imagine somebody blaming me for what I didn't even have an idea for. When I didn't mind my business, drink water, they focus. Like, what the hell? Sorry,
Yes.
So today we were able to catch us.
Honestly, I wasn't sure I was I just, you know how it is. I was checking something and then I saw that you guys were, I was like, hey, let me check. Oh, let me see what my people are up to. So that's how when I listened a little bit, I was like, oh, they're talking about, okay, let me go in and just support. You guys are doing an amazing work by, helping people unlearn so many things. I did not join from the beginning. So, but the only part that I joined is when Asi was really like giving us a lowdown of her experience and everything. And I was listening very keenly because a lot of people share similar experience with as Asi has had. And the difference is that Asi was removed from it, which was good. But a lot of people are saying
removed herself
from it.
no, what I mean is, even while she was there, she said she's the type of person that minds her business, right?
Which means that she did not know what was even going on. That's what that means.
Exactly. So, but there are people who know what is going on, but still remain. So that's what I'm trying to draw difference in. But I just feel like Nigerians as a whole, anytime they go to church, they leave their brain at home. They lock it down inside portmanteau and they come to church like zombies. We just have to tell ourselves the truth. Most of these people, they don't, it's not churches they have, it's cults that they are running. It's a business to them, and they always look for ways to misdirect people and impose, how do I say it now, what's the word, like confuse people's minds so that they're consistently focused on them and continue to buy into their lies. Of course, we know there's manipulation, but I am happy at least that a lot of people are even now bold enough to come out of this whole thing and decide to learn about God for themselves. The way we practice religion in Nigeria is very, very toxic on every level. Children suffer, women suffer, men suffer. Nobody they enjoy. Nobody is enjoying inside this whole mess. Personally, I not ever be church person. I've always carried my brain to church when I used to go to church, because I don't go to church. I haven't been to church in God knows how long. But I can tell you for free, I've had a deeper relationship with God on my own than I've ever had going to church. So that's saying a lot. I remember one time I went to church, it was a while back, and this pastor said, well, he was trying to put fear in the minds of his members. He now said that, there have been people who have come to the church and they left. And when they left, their life went scattered, as in they did not know what they were doing with their life anymore. And things just went south for them and all of that. When I heard that was my last day in that church. They were not using school. Yeah, because I wanted to test it. I'm that kind of person. Don't dare me. When he said that, in my mind, as I was listening to him, I said, okay, I won't come to this church. I want to see if really God is like that. That's the kind of person I am. So I stayed at home. I did not go to church. They were now looking for me because I was part of their prayer group and I was very, very effective as a prayer person, right? So I used to go. So when I stopped going, I guess, when you're very active and they notice that you're not there, they start to look for you. So one of the pastors had called me and said, hey, it called me and now picked up. When I picked up, he said, oh, he just wants to know, it's been a long time. What happened? He wants to ask me a question. No, am I still a Christian? I said, no, I'm not. I am a Babalawo server right now. I go to Babalawo for everything that I need. I just wanted. That's what I told him straight up. I was ready for them. I told him, I said, no, I'm no longer a Christian. Now Babalawo I do follow now. And sometimes I go to the mosque. The man was speechless. He didn't know what to say because I don't owe him any explanation. I don't. And another reason why I stopped going was there was a particular pastor they had who came to preach a message that day. The pastor was preaching and he said something. People should be attentive. Take your ear, common sense with you when you're going to church.
Exactly.
When I was there, the pastor said something. The guest pastor that was preaching, he said, before you go into a church, pray about it and ask if it is really a church. Ask, are they really serving God in that church or is it a cult? When that man said that thing, as somebody who's always self-reflective, That thing sat in my subconscious. When I got home, I said, wait, is this man trying to tell me something? Is there a message this man is trying to pass across because he does not want to offend his main pastor or whatever? I need to take this seriously. That's another one of the reasons I also stopped going to the church, because in my mind, I was like, who knows, maybe this is a cult. Maybe this is a cult, but they have to put it out there. So even if people miss that and they continue to go, then they can continue to influence people in the way.
That's exactly what Ati was saying. Cult and everything. Yeah.
Yes. So because before the devil does anything, he has to let you know. He has to let the world know before he does anything. So when you're attentive, you will catch a lot of things. They will tell you what they are doing. So after I heard that, I stopped going to church. I canceled church. I've gotten a depth, connected more to God, to the creator of all things, than I've ever had in my entire life of going to church. So the church has done a lot of damage, especially in Nigeria, to a lot of people. People cannot, even when you bring up, you're trying to criticize or critique what people are doing in a church. The people that have drank the Kool-Aid, they'll be fighting you because they can't see. Their eyes have been blinded.
For the pastor or the priest or the reverend that's committing that harm against somebody, even if they are doing it to a minor,
or you that left the church, they will say, why don't you go to another parish?
Another church.
Yeah. That's what they say. But more and more people need to be coming out and sharing their experiences so that people will know. Like for me, my family back home now shout, I shout when I'm talking to them. I'm like, I'm not saying don't go to church, but don't check your brain outside. Don't leave it in the house. It's not every time that you give. A hungry person goes to church because they want to be fed. When they go to church, now food, they hungry them. If you don't give person food, how you want to get clear mind to listen to what you get to talk? A person doesn't have money. The 15 naira when you get, you go take and enter transport, go church. When you reach there, maybe you get 10 naira left over. The pastor will say, you submit everything you have. The person go submit 10. You go leave, go back home empty, on empty stomach and everything. And people just say that thing normal. I say it's never normal. People want to get money pass for this world. They never ever want they talk say na tight make them get money. Exactly. They don't make the money finish. Then they chose a charity where their money will be effective and started putting money in that charity. Exactly. Don't you ask yourselves question? Why be say with all the people that they pay tithe for Nigeria, all the people that they give, sow seed, sow fire seed, sow all this seed, all of them, none of them, you cannot count 10 billionaires. You cannot. If truly giving, they make people rich. Nigeria supposed get hundreds, thousands of billionaires. That tells you something. So people need to remove when they go. I'm not saying no go church. I'm not here to discourage anybody. Go if you want, do you? But please don't leave your brain outside. Open your eye because they will tell you what they are doing. And again, God has left the church. That's just a fact. He does not dwell in the church a long time ago. He don't leave the building.
Realize that one that there be mugu.
Exactly. He has left the building. What is now left are people are now perpetrating they're perpetrating their own selfish, they are perpetrating their own fathers, their father, who is whatever that father is. That's what they're perpetrating on the altar. Is no longer God. So people need to be careful, especially now with churches, because there's a lot going on behind closed doors, not even in Nigeria alone, here as well.
You are right, somewhere. You are absolutely right. Even here in this Canada and in America, a lot is going on.
A lot is going on.
To Africans. It's not only unique to Africans, but the thing is that we focus on Africa because it's where we are from. If you hear what is happening for other races,
in fact, let me give you one quick story. And this story, recent one, I'm not even talking, this is in America. One of the states in America, if you guys like, you can even Google it, you will see the story. This pastor came out to his congregation and said he wanted to step down, that he has a confession that in the year so and so, he cheated on his wife, blah, blah, blah. He really did a lot. He has asked his wife for forgiveness now and all of that. The person that he claimed to have relationship with was in the congregation that day with her husband. That one now came up to the altar, got the microphone, and said, "You are telling half truths. What you've just shared is not the whole truth. Why don't you tell everybody exactly what you did?" This person is about 50 something years old, right? The man, the man was not exactly. Now the girl talk. He said when she was 16, the things that this man did to her as a child of 16, she now said it out in front of the congregation. Guess what the congregation did? Instead of them to be, supporting the girl, or giving her some type of, emotional support, they all started praying for the pastor, put hand on the pastor. Is that not cultism?
Madness.
Cultism.
They've been hypnotized.
Exactly, he's hypnotized them, and that's what these people are doing. They are doing hypnosis on people. It's no longer church like you knew it 20 years ago, 30 years. It's not. It has changed.
No more
People need to be
flesh and
careful.
blood did not reveal this thing to you. Let me chip in. Wonder why pastors are obsessed with learning psychology.
Exactly.
All of them go. What are they going to invest into? Do? Psychology, clinical psychology, psychology. Why are you learning psychology? I thought it's Holy Spirit that is working with you. Why are you learning psychology? And this thing I'm telling you, I know 6 out of my head now that went to school to study psychology. If it's Holy Spirit, is it not the counselors in church that should be learning psychology? Because it's psychology that will make you look at me and know that I'm looking sad because it's family problem. You now start guessing. You now start trying to get into my head. That's how manipulation becomes effective, because they want to use that one, add it with Bible, and start controlling people. So that's what you said. You get them. Yes.
Exactly. So all this one we they do, so the world is moving forward, and you know what this time is? This time is the time of exposure. God himself is exposing everything that's been hidden from the eyes of people. So he who has eyes, let him see. Let he who has ears, let him open his ear or her ear wide and be listening, because this is not be play. There are
serious matter now.
Serious matter right now. Most of people, when all the religion, all this Christianity they practice, God not they dear. Forget
transactional Christianity.
that transactional one, and they happen now. And most of these pastors, they use hypnosis so they draw people. So when they find way to use your I don't see get one person when they don't talk one thing before. One day they invited me for their service. I went. This was in Atlanta. I was visiting Atlanta. And this pastor and his wife, apparently they were trying to build up their church. Do you know that these people were trying to convince me to move to Atlanta? And me now, I'm a sold out California girl. I was like, what? I don't like this place, right? Do you know what they were now saying? They can't use me preach small. The pastor's wife came to, I'm telling you, pastor's wife came to meet me. Say that she saw shackles on her leg, not my own, God forbid, on her leg. That those shackles, they are telling her that if I don't come, I don't remain in this place. For my mind, I say, not today. Who you want to tell those bulala lie to? Me or more? Forget all those things, they work for me. I left. I didn't look back. Many months later, the husband called me. Oh, we haven't heard from you. What's going on? You don't, we'll call you, don't answer. You do this. I picked up the phone by mistake. Then how you're busy, and I just picked up the phone, and then I realized it was the pastor. He was not asking me. He was not saying some negative things towards me. In front of him, I rejected it. I said, Pastor, I reject. In fact, I didn't say Pastor. I called him by his name. He now said, I'm calling him by. I say, yeah, but that's your name. Isn't that your name? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The truth is, say, you need to put your brain when you go anywhere. If na marketplace, so anywhere, if you go market, if you close eye buy things, you go spend money when you bargain for. So when you go church, anywhere you go, make sure your faculties are together. Don't let anybody tell you, sensationalize you into doing things that you ought not to do. Personally, I'm against organized religion. Personally, there's nothing that can convince me to go to any church to enter anybody's building because I don't know who they dedicated the altar to. I don't know who they dedicated the church to. I was not there when they were setting it up. Even when if they send a list, they list the building. I don't know what they have dedicated, who they have dedicated that list of that building to. You have to be careful. You go to church, sometimes your problems, the person's problems even becomes bigger because they have dedicated and have said certain things that are again you don't even know. So there's so many things happening. People are not even seeing, they're not even able to have visions for their lives anymore. They run with the vision of the owner of the church and they abandon the one way God called them to come do for this life. All the solution when God give them, they go give them to the pastor. Pastor go even collect them for their hand. By the time he lay hand on them, he go use and lift off all the vision when God be give them.
Yeah.
You understand? So all these things are very serious, and I see it happening all the time.
Yeah,
all
it's
the
manipulation.
time.
Yeah, I think there's something. Thank you so much, Omoye. There's something I wanted to unpack from Asi's story. Some people that would have been listening to Asi's story or that will listen to Asi's story in the future, her journey was a very lonely journey. I think I want to unpack that part where people that she has known for years, in her time of where she needed loyalty, and in standing in her truth, they all stood against her instead of standing with her. Up to the fact that, Asi, I remember watching your TTC journey story, I remember watching your pregnancy story, everything, even the one that you were talking about, like, today now you're talking about the fact that your friend that you told that we buy you the television, just come. He did not. And all of them were collecting their pepper soup of karma. That's what happens when you know the truth. You are listening to us today. You know the truth. You know that there's a friend that the church that you people are all attending, they are oppressing them. They are standing in their truth and standing against that nonsense talk and gossip and excommunication practice instead of you to follow the path of truth and integrity. The narrow road, which is usually a lonely path to establish your own relationship with your own God. No, you want to follow the crowd. Listen to the stories of today. It not go pass you by. You will be dead. You will suffer.
Here when people does be visiting, just visiting.
Just visiting when Omoye go visit for Atlanta, and they tell those you will just suffer. We have always said it in this thing. The journey to discovering yourself is a lonely journey, and it is supposed to be so. You know why? Because you are unique. You are supposed to walk on that path to know your truth, so that when you know your truth, you are able to live in your truth unapologetically, and you build your tribe of integrity. It's in the time where it's so deep that you're in that hole that you want somebody. You need a support system. All the people that you've been helping, that time they will all turn their back. You go shock. People that you even give food to, they will say, the pastor has said, the priest has said, the leader of the church has said, well, we cannot. You make your mind to be enslaved on earth, and then you come and be blaming God. When they go to call you the God of this, the God of that, you're not going to ask them what you cannot understand in the physical. Why are you going to look for spiritual answer? It's just common sense. You watch the way a church treats its members, especially the poor members, especially the members that don't have opportunity to sit in front of the church. Watch how they treat the widows. Watch how they treat those that cannot afford basic education, but they are striving in their business. Watch how they treat them. You think that because you are in front today, or you are giving a placard for the best title in church, your story go different. Nah, lie. The spiritual breakfast, they appear in the physical, turn by turn. Turn by turn. People don't listen. And people forget that in that church, they will connive with you. It will extend to sometimes the family members. So sometimes the family members will be part of it. So you will hear some family members, like parents or something, they'll be like, and the pastor called us so that you have not been attending this thing. The priest called us so you have not been attending church. You have not been doing catechism. You have not been doing that. And you know, even when you sometimes you tell your family member that this pastor or this priest, they've made an attempt on me. They've assaulted me and all those things. No. You expect that they will change. You have to move on that journey, that path by yourself. And there's nobody that is going to help. Even God the help is not going to help. You know why? He give you common sense and self-will. The same way nobody push your leg to go inside there. When you see evil, call evil out. call evil out and leave. As you dust your feet away from that place, you've left them. Austerity will judge them in front, because everybody think that because they are not going through it now, you yourself, you are a demon. You that took the path of integrity, the path of truth. Oh, you are a bad person. No, you are a bad person. Then friends will excommunicate. They will not talk to you.
That's now why Nigeria bend.
Now make Nigeria bend. Now they will not talk to you. They don't want to have anything to do with you. Ostracize you and come and tell you that, oh, because you left. So when you are going through normal life journey, whether from job to job or relation to relation, you're trying to discover, I said they will spiritualize it, that because you've not come back to the church or because you have left the church, or some of you that are in a stable relationship, you will carry your head and go and be looking for Mommy Gio and Daddy Gio to come and sanctify, to come and explain how your love can be stronger, like their 35 years marriage, in which you are not inside to know what they are going through. You see that they'll be looking for advice. It's something to use your common sense and logic to take decision based on regular doings. No, you will not. The topic came here to come and share story. I don't even know whether you were your money about the man that kept on giving 10 or 20% to church fund, church building. The man push come to shove, in a short come to push. How did they speak now? To provide for his own son to go to school for where his son is angry.
Of course, that's what usually happens, because guess what? They hypnotize the man. They hypnotize you to give everything. You will abandon, you will forget yourself. That's what they do. And you know, this thing of people will be saying, oh, they are praying for the God of their pastor. The God, which God are they referring to? You don't know which God they are referring to. You'll be tapping into somebody else's God that you don't know where they found them from. You don't know in a backyard, whether in some place where they tie goat put you don't know. So really and truly, these people, they use the power of hypnosis on people. Let's just call it fact. And they even use the music in the church. Sometimes the music leaders are also part of the gang. They use the music because there are certain keys that they play in the church that are not supposed to be played.
I think Omoye has spoken about this thing before in another of our live shows.
And if you've not watched Man of God, what Omoye is saying, if you cannot visualize it, you better go and watch Man of God,
the movie on Netflix.
Exactly what Omoye is saying.
Yeah, there's certain keys people don't understand. There are certain keys in Christian music, and not all of them are Christian music. They use those keys. They are not normal keys, my people. They are keys that invite energies. So what they do, they get the people ready, prepped for church. So you see the group, they will all get up and they will start, and then everybody will now start getting sensationalized. The ones that are crying, I'm not saying, and I'm not ignoring the power of the true God, though I'm not. What I'm saying is people need to be very careful. We're living in dangerous times. People are using music to hypnotize people. And when that energy comes over the people, guess what? They are tied to that particular place for as long as they need them. They are using everything. Sometimes it's the way that the pastor will preach. There's certain words he will drop. You will think it's normal. Oh, he's just trying to explain. Nah, lie. He's using something. He's saying something. I remember the same pastor that I'm talking about, the last church I went to. This man was, I say, if you pay attention to these people, they will give themselves away. This man was preaching one time, and he said, in the family he comes from, they have a mirror that they pass down that's been in their generation, ancestral generation, for a long time. So every generation gets that mirror. So it's passed down from generation to generation because it comes from a lineage of babalawos. Okay, now this particular mirror it was now his turn, and that mirror has so much power that if they look into the mirror, they can see everything about a person. That thing goes sit down for my medulla oblongata. I say, wow, this man, they has the monitor people. Sometimes you can't church. No, you can't church. You preach message. Maybe you get one particular person where they target. If you preach it like this, that person go say, hey, oh, this man know everything about me. Oh, this man see everything. This man truly is it. You see. Now nobody force him. Now they preach. He can't talk him. But meanwhile, me pick on all those things for my own bedula. I go sit down for her. I say, wait a minute right here. This man say there's a mirror in their generation that's passed from generation to generation. What is to tell me that this man is not currently sitting in his house right now and watching his congregation, watching everybody to see what he will say that will move them?
Now still,
then another thing I'm telling you, there's another trick when they use. You go come bring people when they don't give pass for the church. You can't line them up for front. You come, they tell them, they say, oh, this one don't give, this one don't invest so much, you don't invest this, you don't invest. And then if you're not yet married, you get people when you don't, those women go come, intentionally come, they give testimony Sunday after Sunday, how they take meet person. Meanwhile, on a lie. There was one particular one, this girl was from, I think, Congo or wherever. This girl came to give a testimony, everybody was running, kata, kata, kete, kete, go, they meet the girl, everything. For some reason, I don't know, the girl called me one time and said, that, you know, that relationship you're talking about, it didn't work out. This one did not work out. After I left the church, the girl started telling me, oh, how, you know, it's not as if, you know, that she just felt, I'm telling you, there's a lot of kalu happening in the church. If you don't understand what kalu means, gamble.
yeah.
These people have turned it to a place of gamble. Be careful, they are gambling with people's lives.
And it's very
as we speak. They are just, you know, reducing people to the bare minimum, the barest minimum, so that they will never remember to do for themselves. Everything they'll be thinking about is how to make the pastor's life better.
better than theirs.
There's so many wealthy pastors in Nigeria. And if you look, do you know that all the pastors in Nigeria that have so much money, they can solve some of the problems in Nigeria single-handedly? But they are not doing it. That should tell you. And I'm not saying that they are not doing. Nobody should say, oh, she said. No, I'm not saying that. The capacity at which they can do, they are not. What they are more concerned about is laying up treasure for their children and great grand. That's all they care about. They don't care about you. Some of them who bring all these foreign pastors home to come and preach to you, most of these foreign pastors don't care about you. They don't care.
Now, show business now, spiritual show business.
Exactly. All of them be Oyibo. When they go bring them, because of the mentality for Nigeria, because people don't understand who they be, they don't know where they come from, they go, they dance, follow these Oyibo people. All these Oyibo people, their hand not pure.
Yes, now, they do their own for this side. A lot of them.
And they not like you. They not the way they see you. You not be human being for their eye.
My sister, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Omoye. Thank you, Asi. Thank you, Lara. We don't do this matter.
This was very deep, man.
This was very, very deep. And blessed are those who will share and watch.
Make I leave, Una. Thank you very much. It was good to see you again, Asi, Lara. See you guys again.
Thank you so much, Omoye.
See you later, ladies. I'm gonna run myself.
Yeah. Thank you, Lara.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Asi.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Now you go time pass.
Thanks to everybody. Oh my God, see people that are there. Thank you so much. To try. Let's be careful, Sha. Let's be careful. That's the crux of the matter.
Yes.
Let us just be careful. When the time is ripe, of course, we'll go talk the story out.
Of course,
thankfully,
at your own time, and you go make sure you make
my friends. I think 2 other of my roommates, we are cool. That were my bridal train, they're all out. We'll talk about it. We have a couple of people. Basically, it's just that one person that is still there. Like that just came out. That is still like my main issue, because the rest of them, in fact, it was somebody that was in the church. She was still there. She now called me. She said, babe, because if we are in a church and then we are in a house, it's different from religion now. We are sisters. So she called me. She said, babe, something happened. I said, what happened? They said, pastor called everybody that, if you're still talking to a member that is no longer here, come out for prayer. Now said, this girl came out. I said, came out the way. I said, see, don't be surprised. She won't come for Micah's dedication. I said, for what? It's not possible. So because I already knew that thing happened, I took it upon myself to call. So the first time I called, she was like, she just opened the business. She needed the TV. I was like, no, that's fine. Okay, no, how much? Said she will find and let me know. I said, cool, but on Sunday is my baby dedication. She was like, okay, fine. So I actually looked out for her.
Yeah.
I have a best friend in secondary school. I even forgot to call her. I forgot to call her. But this one, because I was so sure that I've heard this thing, I called the first day. I called that morning and sent message. She didn't come. So we are having people in church that still know that CEO, when the thing finished, they'll call. So they say, oh, more, I see today, see what happened. We'll just laugh and say, hey, I need to leave. And there was one incident of a pastor, somebody that got to pastor level. She moved to US. The day she was moving, nobody knows. She was in church that day. The next day, she was in Abuja. The next day in US, blocked everybody and left. Because these people sit there and they know what people go through if you just live like that. They know. So most times, everybody, they're waiting for marriage or something to take them out. Because they know when Asi left, this was how they were talking about her. When XYZ left, this was how they were talking about the person. And just recently, I had a client that called me. This was even funny. After I've collected money to do the wedding, and then I now asked, I was like, okay, so where you could get married? She now called the church. I was like, oh, okay. And me, I don't follow my clients to church. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I was like, later I asked, okay, what's your church? She say, she goes to another church, but the counseling process was long and her husband has a sister in the church. And so the sister is a pastor, so it's easy. And I asked, what's your husband's sister's name? And she just said that. I was like, oh, cool. That was my roommate. And she was also my bridesmaid. We actually still don't talk because, of course, I left the church. I was like, okay, that's fine. I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
And you can imagine their shock when they entered inside and they saw me. I was at the wedding, I was planning, and my other friend that was with me in the event, and she just said, Asinawa for you. I said, I did not move left to say
Exactly.
greet. Taking advantage of people that are nice is that I'm out.
Yeah.
When I'm out, I'm out. There's no, after a while of not talking, before I was seeing the pastor's wife always commenting on Micah's picture, my beautiful boy. I'm like, who is this one doing this thing? You don't even know me. You think because you tell me like, oh, my son, my beautiful boy.
And you should that you can see them. You can notice them.
Blind, though, you don't see them.
Don't used to do those things, so you will see after a while. I'm not started noticing people calling and putting this stuff. Like, no, don't even start this thing with me. That house was 3-bedroom flat. There were some days that would be like the actual owners, the actual tenants in the house were like 2 girls in each flat, so 6 girls. So some days the church would be like, they chase somebody from their house, go to family house, so they have to come and stay with us. So we're like people that received a lot of people.
Yes.
And so if there's anything that has to do with the church, sometimes you see pastor in the house like till now, 1, maybe 11. And we are the people that will say, no, go back to your wife. That kind of relationship.
Yeah.
You hardly see me there because 10 o'clock she has gone to class to read.
Exactly.
So for some reason I was missing a lot of things that I would have used to raise eyebrows.
And God they protect you that time. And
God used to protect somebody.
Yes. I see. You think that I also tell you that sometimes if you look back and reflect on your life and things that happen, it's like God was protecting you. So that's why that challenge had to come when they wanted to siphon you and your husband to take you out.
Common sense sisters, I'm telling you this. That's why people say it's just sometimes. Let me tell you the honest to God truth. If I was still in that church, what is 500,000? What is 200? Like, do you understand that I lived in the church house for my entire duration? I think only the first year that I was in the hostel, and later they're like, there's family. I was like, cool. So I stayed for the entire duration. I'm telling you that I have no problem as my level now to chest the pastor's child school fees. Only me. I would have done it without ego. Even if anybody would have told me it was jazz, I felt like at that point there was no problem because this was somebody, my first flight out, of course, it was another church member that paid. And then we've gone to Ghana like more than 8 times, flying left, right, and center. And I always feel like, this is something I can do. But that prayer of God remove me from situation. Yes. Because if I had stayed till now, I'm telling you that I would have inherited, even this, my friend that refused to come for a dedication, had a financial challenge. By that time, I'd not given birth to Micah. It was just me and my husband, and she was just living close to me. And then all of a sudden, she said the landlord wants to change the place to school. I was like, that's weird. My husband looked at me and told me they're chasing them is rent. I was like, no. If it's rent, she will tell me. Because how much is the rent? What am I even doing with my money? That I will not help my roommates. Like they literally, all their things were outside. Rain was beating it. She didn't tell me.
And the church could not help them.
I was so sad. But you see, God is trying to save you from bills that, if that billing, if I had started with that leg, I'm telling you, if I had started with that leg, I'll start inheriting expenses.
Yes,
Looking back, it was just God. When these people refuse to open up to you, it's God. It's God trying to save you because the moment you know somebody's savior. I said, when all these things happened, you didn't come to my dedication February, and then they started having rent issues again. They're always having. And then she was living close to the house. One day she appeared, and my brother-in-law doesn't know her, so he opened the door, came out from my room. I saw her in my parlor. I just laughed. Yeah, that is me, oh. She said that today, anyhow it is, we will shout as we used to do in family house. Then when we're in family house, we can, even if the pastor should suspend somebody, we will not talk. We enter house, lock the door, and we can shout within ourselves. But so she felt it was the same energy. And I said, no, my dear, we have gone past it.
Yeah.
I said, the both of us don't have relationship. She came 2 different times. I said, no. We don't have any relationship. I don't even have time to start going bickering, telling you back and forth. Because my son's dedication was beautiful. Like whether or not you came, it was just relationship. I was trying to look out for something. If this my new life where I'm going to, that's why I tell people your marriage, your child dedication, there are certain key angles in your life that God will filter friends for you and filter people that are not supposed to follow you to your next world.
Exactly.
So yes, as you get married, you now see, oh, this my friend is acting up. God is filtering that person up because another situation will not come for you to see her true colors. So that was necessary. And now getting up to this point, and I'm looking back and seeing issues where it got to a point they now unfollowed. The pastor now said, oh, for those of you that will still go and be liking the post of people that have left church, you are grieving the heart of the pastor.
That's some deep level cultish stuff.
Why will you that you should not like their post? You are grieving the heart of the pastor.
Which means that the pastor is probably following people that left the church.
Of course, unfriended me from Facebook, unfriended. I'm like, petty much. Are you drunk?
I don't have the account.
I don't have strength. The day I will have strength, I say I want to do podcast. All of us that were in that fight will gather because it will be funny. It will be massacre. I know a lot of people that, of course, still within the family house that can still maintain relationship and still call. But I tell them, like the last person we went to see, one of us that gave birth. And when she met me there, she was like, I see, how far? Are you still talking to them? And I'm like, to use and do what now? I say, I see, you don't use to forgive. I say, I'm forgiving, but there's no
not forgiving. It's common sense that some friendship are
when God deliver you, if they come back into this your life, it will be expense upon expense. Because when I saw them, I'm not even trying to mock or do anything, but when I saw them that day, I'm like, nah, there's no growth.
No,
there's nothing that makes you miss. When you see people and it's almost like they got worse in terms of situation than how you left them. They start making worse decisions. They are not looking it. I just shook my head. I saw the pastor's wife. I said, are you serious? Like, I was like, no. There's a lot that is going on. So most times you neglect the call. I used to remember back then in church. Do you know this man? When we're in university, he had prophecies that God told him to stay in that university. But pride made him like,
and greed,
a church in this.
Greed.
Pride and greed and feeling that every other person is having a big church in town. This man left the church in the university and started opening in town. That's when the issue started. I will not lie to you. This is a church that was in Ghana, was in Ukraine, different places. Students have raised 50 million to buy land.
Wow.
He cannot account for it. The way he squandered that money we didn't buy any land, we didn't, like, craziest things. So when people started leaving, I'm telling you, somebody can give 2 million on a Sunday. And these are students, year 3, year 1. So you can imagine the amount of people that God blessed you with, and then you just miss it. These are people that even me in the house then, we used to say, if our children grow up, we used to have this big camp meeting. We'll just book hotels. We'll gather with all. We had long-term vision and they sway. So it's not about, everybody starts off bad. Some people can start off good and be bad because the people that we are trying to deliver, we refuse to leave because they remember the good old days. Those days are gone. You're now in a cult.
Yeah.
That is the toughest. So if you're talking to somebody that entered the fraternity, it's different. But if you're talking to somebody that remembers seeing the good times, it is tougher. I'm telling you from personal experience. People had to stay extra 6 years after I left to leave. And it's like, good morning. This is when your day, and you want me to now start making conversation. We have passed that level now. I'm happy for your deliverance, but I mean, come out well. Come out well.
And
this paper that
closed. Yep.
Yes, this paper you are complaining. Is it not cultism? Do you know people signed it?
That's
Do
terrible.
you know people signed it? People signed it and they are there. I'm talking doctors. I'm talking educational people. I'm talking people that have degrees.
Manipulation. It's manipulation.
Yeah, because the church started in a university. Everybody has a BSc, at least. At least. And they signed it. So what exactly do we want again to tell that kind of person? And me, I'm the kind of person that, if you're entering, you're not my friend, so what am I telling you? Savior mentality don't used to do me.
Thank you.
Don't used to do. This sharing. This is the first time I'm saying this thing on any. I've not said it even on my platform. This is the first time, because when this guy asked that question, it just took me back, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe somebody wants to hear. This is the first time I'm saying this part. This whole thing was a mess. It was a whole ass like calling the name and this is the first time I'm going this deep as to, because I even did a video about the church excommunicated me in my video, and people kept asking what happened, and I didn't really say anything. I just said, my wedding period and they excommunicated me. I didn't even say the part of the billing of my husband. I didn't say that. I said I will leave it till the day I will really say, because I think my own is weird. The next person has a weirder story. The next person has a story that's worse. The next, and then it keeps coming.
And we wonder why
I was getting more.
How can our country move forward when the place that's supposed to be the safe havens is like air fire? How can it move forward?
And you know that period I was getting married, now framed my best friend and went to my father's house and kind of said, that even my friend is not in support of the marriage. My mother was like, what, Jenny? And this first thing parents will not be like, even your friend. I just called her on the phone. I was like, babe, this is what pastor said. Did you say that? Only to know that she didn't. She was like, asking me. Never said anything. I was like, okay, and that's me. I just said, okay, that's fine. Do you know that it took months and years up to a point her mother called me and said, you don't know what you did to Jennifer. Because by just hearing her side and saying, okay, that's fine. Like, for some friends, you will need to explain blood, sweat, and tears, evidence, and dream. But this was my friend. I didn't need to hear anything. I just heard her side and she said she didn't say it. That's fine. That's enough for me.
Exactly.
That is how to trust somebody.
Exactly.
That's enough. Like, what you say?
Your word is your
I don't
own.
need her. My word is mine. So she kept, even one day she reminded me, just recently, she was like, see, that thing P did, because telling my mother was like, this girl comes to my house, she's Assie's close friend. For her to say this thing, I told my mother, I said Jennifer didn't say it. Let's stop it in this house. I don't want to hear it again. And that was it. The fact that you can stand up to people and just let people know this is so.
That's like the pastor actively was trying to dismantle your support system.
Scatter everything. I'm telling you, the number 2 person in Winners Chapel, because my husband goes to Winners, and he said, oh no, my husband is not a Christian. He's not, and my dad is always Christian, and he's like, that my husband should go and bring his pastor. They had to bring the second in command, Winners Chapel, in this whole River State. The man is in charge of 3 West African countries. He drove from his church to my father's house to Begu. I'm telling you, the next week is my wedding. The next week. I went from size 8 to size 6. My gown was big. I slept off when I was driving and hit the car in front of me. If I tell you what I went through, I've told them that the day I'm ready to talk, it's going to be messy, because names names. Me, my own name is one. If one person writes Asitonka in any book, nobody has Asitonka
No,
again. So the name is going
no,
to be me.
the darlings
So
will
and
appear. The darlings will rise from all over the world. A global darling.
if I remember that I had crossed bridge, I was still awake. Imagine I fell into the bridge. I was close to my house. I just slept off and slammed into a car in front of me, and I just begged the guy because he had that barrier, and thankfully it was my number plate that I hit, and I just said, "What am I doing? What am I doing?" Like I had to sit my father down. I'm from a strict home because I saw one topic people were talking about. I missed that one. My dad is really strict, so this particular day, up to a point where when the winners pastor came, these people they expose themselves. Guys, sorry if you're still here and I'm dragging you.
Honestly, don't
You
apologize.
know, these people they expose themselves. When he came to the church, his annoyance was, "Oh my God, he went to Winners Chapel. How will the other pastor be calling him a pastor? He's not a pastor, he's a reverend." He was like, eh? So the main second in command came into my dad's house, and my dad was like, "Okay, welcome, Reverend." The man said, "No, he's not a reverend, that him is a pastor." And my father had notices all this kind of things. So he was like, no problem. This man came and just was like, "Oh, that the church is really big." So he had to come with the home cell leader and also the pastor in charge of that unit to just talk, because these people are the ones that can directly vouch for my husband, and finished. And the person that was there with them, because I wasn't at home, they said my dad shed a tear because the guy is exhausted.
Yes.
Back and forth is
Like
exhausting.
the daughter. Like the manipulation
Like,
they go to break families. As you're supposed to human beings.
The only way to break that family even more is this. Do you understand?
Yes.
That night we had to sit up, and my dad told me, "I said, what is really going on?" And I told him, I said, that me, I'm not one of those people that even my classmates were shocked I got married at the point I got married. I said, that me, it's not like I gave people a sign that marriage was my problem. If I don't marry now, nobody will ever tell me that. Yourself, this will be the end, because I don't mind though. You scatter it, that's all. Nobody will tell me M again in this house. And they know. He just sat down, he was just looking at me. I said, we stayed up to 3 a.m. I told all of them there. My mother's people, their own is violence. So their own is like, is it the only pastor? I beg you, go find pastor. That one, no, they were sleeping very well. Me, is my father that was really bothered. My auntie was like, pastor had. I'm telling you, my church was full that Sunday. Everybody was waiting for him to mistock. Because after all, finally they were like, "Oh, since the pastors have settled it, then I should still come. That will still do." I was like, "Cool, it's no problem." But when they finished the service and we just danced out, I just knew that this was it. I always tell my husband, I say, if we still stay long, you know what? I'll still really need to redo my vow ceremony, my church ceremony, because I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it. I was there exhausted. I was there I was not myself. I was not myself. The battles were just too much. And imagine you being in a church, you want to get married, and they now call, this marriage wants to go on. Well, we are still thinking about it, but there's a sister here that is about to get married. They called another girl, and like she's marrying a godly man that is a billionaire. I'm like, oh, cool. That wedding never happened. There was no anybody that was like, and what is the competition for?
Exactly. And because they know that this aspect is very, very important to you. Because they know it's so important to you. They play like as if they are autonomy and the Lord and the demigods.
It's crazy. You talk and you talk.
And you've sacrificed a lot. You worked in the church.
Yes, now.
All for volunteer.
That was why. Let me tell you people, you see that family, and which day my friend was here, and I was like, do you know the risk we used to take? Sometimes church service, when he decided to move the church to town, will close by 10 p.m. We are going all the way to university. Our gate is closed. These are 6 girls walking on the road, just going back home. Anything could have happened. It's not because we carried any special. Like if they waylaid us, we are gone. Sometimes we'll come inside when we're in the church bus, we'll pass criminals. Police is literally chasing thief on the highway. And then we are going. One of my roommates used to drive bus. She's from Benin, so she's like that kind of person. She can drive the big bus. She's a ginger. And I'm like, hey, what's it? Sometimes we fly fence because they have locked our gates. Is this how they serve God? Many times, not one, not two, not 10, we'll jump fence to enter house. We'll have to start putting on gen. We'll have to start sacrifice. There are sometimes I'm writing tests. I'm in Ghana. My school. If not that, I'm somebody that always go to classes. I've missed a lot of classes because I'm in the next country. I'm going. Our pastor is traveling to Ghana. Head of protocol. You have to prepare yourself. Sometimes they call you in the morning. Pastor is going to Delta State. Move now. And
Wow.
you just
Why is
move.
it that mostly it's female members that are engulfed in this thing? I didn't know.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not. I won't say it's mainly female because we had a lot of guys that sacrificed, like when church was building. So people put sweat equity. They were there. They were doing like laborers, and then the pastor will now appear and say, "Oh, if you have not built a house before you're 30, you're a failure." I'm like, bro,
all of them come up for church.
are you drunk? Everything you own and every money that was put into the house that you decided to build for yourself before building church, that even put the church in this situation, is by church people.
Yes.
People were leaving their houses Christmas Day to show up. I'm telling you that if there was anything called panic attack, I'm sure that's where it started, because the moment you hear pastor is calling you on phone, you panic. When I start looking, okay, who are the people that are offended? One of my roommates that is always offended. If he calls and asks for her, they know the thing that just saved me is, where is Asi? Asi's in class. Where is Asi? Asi's not around. So there's always that shield of, okay, I don't know. Before I come back, the house is scattered. What happened? Pastor came, pastor did this, pastor did. And I can imagine when people have PTSD and they cannot continue church in that way. I tell my husband, I say, see, if it's Bible, I feel sit down here, we'll go talk Bible, because I read it back to back. There was a time this thing was working. There was a time it was a word-based church. He left there. That's what money can do to people. Yeah. That's what money can do. That's what a wrong turn can do. There's a time, I literally can remember the time God left, because I could no longer write anything in my journal. You go to church with a journal, you can't write anything. We didn't have a topic. We didn't have any Bible reading. Every other thing was just talking, random talk.
Yeah.
Before you know, share the grace. Why are you sharing the grace? No edification, nothing. That's when you know God has left, but you know us now. How can you live? How can you do? That's why I say God has a way. He will cause something to happen that is so bad.
Yeah.
That you cannot go back.
And expect you to take the decision. Because
shame will not allow you to go back. Yeah. Exactly. If it did not happen this bad. When I left, one other of my friends was there, and they know that this one, she's here because her husband is still here. Because she was there in the body. She just, they look them. So anybody that wants to talk, she's no longer in any department. She's just sitting down there. So she was the one that will be giving me just that, the thing that these people are saying, they are just waiting. I was just shaking my leg. Anytime that after I finished my service, the next day that was Thanksgiving, of course, I didn't go to church. Yeah. In fact, let me even just tell people, I married election year. So the first date, they fixed presidential election. The second date, I moved again. They fixed local government. Guess what? Pastor said, that is it. It's God that said we should not marry.
Yay!
Bro.
I want for them, God.
Tomorrow, I'm telling you, 2023 now, it will happen to couples. It will happen to, it's not like it's a curse or anything, but a lot of people are going to marry on election Saturdays, because INEC is that kind of person. They're never straightforward. Marry on a Saturday, they put governor election, you can't move.
The law of coincidental things happening. So it doesn't really have to be.
That's just what happens. I had to wed the next day because I wedded on a Sunday now. And they said the next week Sunday, hey, the kind of things they said that, oh, they shared alcohol in my wedding. Oh, they did this. Oh, I'm like, they were playing worldly music. I'm like, all those things are rubbish.
We do worldly music for the first live video.
As you know, you have the word. You go don't watch that video now when they trend online. When we say the father stopped the wedding.
Yes, I see.
For the first video.
Not them. Somebody that, you know, the good thing, the thing we made was one other of the person, the church members. When this person was getting married, there was worldly music now, but the pastor is sitting there in the midst, because money answers all things. People worship money.
Yes.
So when you feel like this person, you're going to benefit from that relationship.
So you turn a blind eye to
many things. Told him that, I see, I'm just watching, because a lot of, even as we are speaking, there's still more cankerworm, there's still more decay. But I believe that things will explode. They will implode.
Yeah, and that's why the conversation has to keep going on for this kind of.
If it doesn't, I'm telling you, it's just that it's not like a mega church. Do you get? So when the thing trended on Twitter, it's those of us that know because they called name, they called everything. When it trended on Twitter, the guy called the name and called the pastor's full name. And that period there was a lot of shaking. One of my friend that said something about it. Guess what? The pastor went to, because they know she attends another church, the pastor went to call her pastor, and the pastor now called her that, hey, she should not be saying those things about men of God. I say, who will you call if you want to talk to me? Nobody. Do you know if I attend the church? So I can scrub anybody on Facebook. They know me because there's nobody to call. There's nobody to call to say, okay, talk to Asi. Do you understand? So because he knows that she attends a church and she's a leader in the church, he now called this general overseer to call somebody. They now got somebody's number, one of the head pastors, and I said one of their members is talking bad about their man of God, and she's doing this and she's doing that. I know how pastors and churches have this etiquette and things. Don't talk bad about a man of God. Even if you want to talk, don't allow it to come from you. Let it come from someone else. I said, okay.
Yeah, bad behavior. That's what
we are seeing things. We keep covering. They say, and don't
cover on the anointing and pray for
He's a fallen soldier. He's a wounded soldier. Don't do anything. Falling. I'm like, touch not my anointed. Anointed is the one that we are trying to avoid to stop touching.
That causing disunity.
We are trying to stop the anointed from touching people. It's not us touching the anointed. It's the anointed trying to touch people that are not supposed to touch.
And you get so family relationships.
It's crazy how many things we had to go through. So that when we talk now, at that point, even when I was in that video, people were asking, I was like, yeah, I've just said my own. If I'm going to speak about it, I want a situation whereby it's balanced truth, because I had a friend that left first. And then she told me, she was like, Asi, chill, no worry, you go see, everything is cool. And when she was telling me, these are people that live in the pastor's house. She was like, babe, this Sunday, pastor will not come to church. What happened? He said, because he cannot account for the money. I asked him, where is the 48 million? How did we spend? He cannot account for it. So I was like, no, this thing cannot be possible, because I was just like a floating member. I'm not like deep into all those finance talk, molestation talk, like all those gist. You can't even, I'm not like in real life, basically, I'm not the kind of friend that used to hear when somebody's even dating. I hardly know, because we're in a house of 6 girls. So if somebody's boyfriend comes to take people out, I'm never there. I'm always missing free lunch. So
because you're minding your business now, which is going to school and do the one you can do for
a lot of
church.
people I was that member that if I just show up, they can't talk to me. Nobody can penetrate. So for some reason, I feel that guard also helped me from hearing things that would have damaged me. Yeah. Do you understand? There's a kind of information you hear. If I hear it now, damaging. I'm telling you, the last time I was going to Abuja, one of my roommates actually called, and she too, she was staying in the house, and she called. I was already in the lounge in the airport. I don't dey form now, say lounge, everybody they mind business, they read newspaper, drink tea, they feel big. Only for her to call, and the first bomb she dropped, I was like, yay! All of them, all the people VIPs that were there just turned and looked at me. I held phone and ran inside toilet. For 1 hour, as I was waiting for flights, my sis, if common sense sisters, if people begin to talk, and there are some people that go into actual relationships with these pastors. I'm not talking about it being, what's this thing? Harassment, sexual harassment. I'm talking, you now stay in the relationship, like it's now mutual, like you are involved. Yeah. At some point now, you're not tired. So you now want to come out, and then there's
not going to allow you come out too.
I say when we are ready to talk.
That was a story for another week.
Stories we cannot.
You go be serious. You go make them into series so that and keep it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there are people's stories I cannot tell for them because they have to be willing to tell it.
When the time comes.
Now there are many people that are not willing to tell it.
The time will come. Everybody has their
because
time.
they keep it, and that's why I kept telling one of my friends, I say it's this thing, and we're on a ticking time bomb. When that thing exploded on Twitter.
Another thing is that when you want to speak your own truth, Asi, sometimes you don't have to wait to be gathered with everybody that has it. Sometimes you might be the flame to ignite it that will raise the consciousness.
The funny thing is, me personally, I didn't have any direct. It was just my wedding. I never had any issue Because that's one thing, when you remove yourself from being too
From it.
close, overly close.
Yeah.
Like the pastor's wife, I don't think we have how many conversations, even till now. So most times when people say, oh, did you talk to the pastor? I was like, even when I was in the church, we hardly spoke. Do you understand? It's not.
I think what I'm saying is that, like, if it's in your own, for your own situation that happened, whatever you
Yeah.
experienced.
So it wasn't giving me that, but I just feel like at a point in life, when people so that me, it's not like I'm crying wolf when they ask you, okay, what was your
It's
experience?
your own
I'm like,
story. So you can't tell other people's
You
story.
understand?
So, like, when you decide to tell your own story, I'm saying that sometimes people,
That's
it
just
raises,
basically
it's like you can encourage someone to be like, for this courage, man, I can't come this podcast. But then sometimes
Exactly.
who's ready to tell your story alone and your own this thing.
That's what we did. Though. That
That-
time
that's it.
Twitter this thing went off. I was on Facebook because Facebook is where I have people that follow me, okay, from the church. So I was on Facebook. I was sharing, and and that's when a lot of people from the other places were like,
Voila. Thank you so much,
A lot of
Asi.
wisdom for here today and lots
It's
of
fine.
stories.
A lot. We don't here like 4 hours
We've
plus.
been here for 6.5. We started at 2 p.m.
We
Like
enjoyed everything. And thank you so much, Asi. Thank you
All
for
right, guys.
sharing your story. We kind of feel privileged having this platform whereby you felt comfortable enough to speak about it. And I know that your story would resonate with a lot of people.
Go watch
A lot of
up to
people.
this point.
Yeah, even in the future and all that stuff. And whenever you're ready to share yours on your platform or on your podcast, that we trust and we hope and we believe that it's going to be something that will be very explosive. You may not even know how far, but
It will awaken
it will awaken consciousness, because then people will be like, if Asi went through this thing, let me just also be talking my own. You might, we never really know until we share our stories, right? Yeah. And people can kind of identify with it. You see, now Amaka say I can listen to Asi all evening. Asi get like, Asi get podcast.
Thank you so much.
We won't leave.
Because when I talk to these common sense sisters, they relate in a deep way. So this is like a safe zone where I feel like people that come here, they don't already filter their brain, so then they get them. You understand? It's not everywhere. Because some places you share, it's hard to penetrate the core.
Yes.
But I feel like this space, I mean, they have already gotten it. They have already been emancipated from that first level.
Their own stories and they learn from it. And
they
now
enter.
Like-minded people.
Yeah. So I'm happy. Thank you so much for having me. Hope you guys learned a thing or 2 or 3.
What to be a teen or 2?
Something we will not plan. I see what the topic was. Let me tell you how far we have gone. This is what we're talking about today.
And
from
then,
that mother's and like how we just entered the whole religiosity and
everything
and connecting everything to how it affects us as human beings in total. Because you think because maybe you are not being pinched or something or whatever, then everything is all well. Whatever is happening to you and the people around you is what causes your society and environment to be what it is today. So when we go to complain, our country is our country, but that have we looked at the root cause of the problem? We started with family as a unit, parental love, into sibling misery and all of that, and now we have taken it to religion. Because why? Now the religion and culture they used to train people. That's what I always say.
And it's one of the largest units of society.
It's one of the largest units of society.
Yeah.
The religion and the culture, it doesn't just control the body or whatever, it controls the mind. And when people have access to your mind, that is it for you. So the moment that people begin to think for themselves, that is the power. And you have to fight it. You have to fight for it. And you have
to be alone.
Be alone. It's your own journey. And nobody can see your future.
Nobody.
Nobody can read your palm and all those things. Those people, they not even write their own palm or their own future. Now your own, they go come.
No, you don't even. I see. You know, say for they do palm reading, no.
A lot.
$5. The people when want read your palm, you see how shit they look. I don't ask one of the guests. You wait, they come to me that I can read my palm. You don't read your palm. Now
you don't read the palm. See, waiting the not see for the palm now.
They read palm for you. And I'm not even talking about Africans. I'm talking about like people of other races and others. You will pay.
And those people where they dress one kind now.
Yes, so
Oh, they see for film.
it's crazy, man.
Those where they dress one kind. No, I don't feel that in work. But even if they read your palm and they see anything.
It's a profession for some people. They have psychic office. You will come
They
there,
go
they
rent
read.
store, everything.
I'm telling you.
Your future.
I'm telling you. Oh yeah.
Then they learn them for school because you know how done. If you go school, they learn this type of thing.
They learn.
I'm sure they don't learn.
Now the art now. Never talk. Now the art. So I'm telling people that if you are not going to a place where somebody is constantly filtering your common sense,
for example, we used to talk about advert. If you hear what do you go think of?
Indomie.
That's why you've heard it over and over and over again. So if you keep going to the same place over and over again, sometimes some people will think that they are strong. It will not happen to them. This one happened to this person. It happened to this person because they don't have to.
I'm telling you.
They don't have to relate. By the time when you go gungu you,
You go gonge.
you go waza,
You will lose yourself.
The
What
worst
we
kind
shall
of
do is share your
manipulation is when you're there and you think you're not being manipulated. Do you understand? Because when you feel like, no, you're seeing the wrong and you're like, this thing, for it to be this wrong and this obvious, it then means it's not bad. Do you understand? Like, I don't think people are getting. See, I'm in the church and I'm seeing that
Toxic
if
positivity.
this person, if this man did a fake joining of two people, is he not wrong? Why is no other person seeing? You know, that kind of thing. That's what you'll be thinking in your head. And you'll be like, if nobody is complaining, that means it's not bad. You start shutting down that instinct because everybody has instincts.
Yes.
After a while, you'll be seeing things going wrong. You keep shutting it down. After a while, God will not say anything to you. You walk into bad and nothing. You won't even feel anything. You've killed it. You've smeared your conscience with hot iron. And the beauty with Christianity is that the same person that is trying to brainwash you is actually also giving you the answer. Do you understand? Because when we live now, and I'm telling people, I'm like, did you not remember that this man said? You know, most times when you hear this thing back, in fact, I have people that have left the church, probably they're in Lagos, and when all these things break out, the first thing they tell me, I see, remember this prophecy pastor used to say, that this is what God, I'm like, exactly. Because he said a particular line so much that all of us heard it. And we took it in, we understood it. So we now became like a watcher for you. It's like if I keep saying I'm going to be great, I'm going to be a great doctor. The day you see me being a baker, you ask me, Asi, how far? Because I kept making you my accountability partner by telling you every day, this is what God told me. Oh, he said I cannot leave this place. This is what God told me. The day you're leaving, we'll be like, you're leaving. Oh, what's up? Leaving. Oh, what's up? You know, and at that point, we'll not be like, okay, maybe God told you another new thing. And we are listening. You know the way God tell her that first one, you don't tell a new one. We are following you. That's how.
And then no, me, I always say, if God wants to make it tell me direct. If you not talk to me direct, I don't want to hear.
Talk to me direct.
No, that's why people like. That's why prophecy moves.
If they send
I don't ask for prophecy. I don't ask. What's your name? You know, most times your biggest prophecy is your name.
They're not see delegates when they
They're
go.
not
Your biggest prophecy can be your name. What's your name? What's the name that they gave you? It can be your shortest prophecy because that's what people call you every time.
If you are,
what's the meaning of your name?
It's common sense. If you are called to give prophecy, give it and be going. You are not there to control the prophecy will work. You give it and be going.
What did they talk?
It's message.
If I come to your church, I say, you people are sisters. Is that one prophecy?
It's prophecy.
The both of you have white teeth.
It becomes prophecy when you say you just like you have common sense.
Are you? It looks like you'll be great.
And the spirit is telling me that you are common sense sisters. Meanwhile, you don't watch the pastor. Don't watch all the video. I was a pastor. Which chapter in the video you watch?
For a prophecy to say you're going to be great is very vague.
I don't know.
Do you know that even those palm readers, if they tell you you're going to be married, it's a vague thing. Them and
palm readers,
pastor,
they are working, so you have to pay them for them to read your palm. This one, they go there free of charge.
They give now, then they pay now. They will still pay. You think it's free?
Yeah.
There's one woman that they say she is the new prophetess. Guess her scope. When you come to the church, you say, I don't take offering, but anything you have, give. Hey! No could not talk. This one will feast day. You know, when somebody tells you, I don't take offering, when you tell people, why are you going to that church? It's not bad though. The woman even says she does not take offering, but you give even more than you would have given for offering. Because it's psychology, it's reverse psychology. I'm telling you, I don't take offering, and I'm doing all this good. And then you be like, check this one will not take offering. Wait, I will give her. In fact, take all this my money. Oh,
Take all my money. Take all my money.
People are gone. No. People are gone. I'm serious. Like I look back and I thank God. I don't regret anything because I will not. I'm not the kind of person that will say they didn't have an impact.
Imagine people raising their kids in that place. God of mercy.
I don't regret it. But I have to tell parents to be careful because some people that had issues were people that, parents would be like, Pastor, this my daughter is under your care. 100%, take this person. And even when the person is going through issues, they can't tell their mother.
Sometimes they tell their mother. Sometimes they will tell their sometimes they tell their parents, and their parents will say it cannot be possible. You should pray. Maybe you are the one seeing things that are wrong. Maybe you are the one exposing yourself.
That one is even
so there's a lot of gaslighting from parents to children.
They don't even near. They don't even. Sometimes we see people in school and we hear that they have left church. And I'm not this kind of, sometimes people that gossip, then they feel they hear gist. Because if you see somebody that has left, you'll be like, we'll hear, this person has left. This person has left. Do you know, it's now that I'm beginning to realize, oh my God, no wonder that girl left. No wonder this other person left. No wonder this other person left. You can imagine. Because I didn't look in depth like, this person was harassed.
Because they didn't want to be shamed. They also
don't talk.
Will not be.
They don't talk.
Yeah.
They just said, don't just worry, leave it. And on other things that will save you is, okay, you have other ways to occupy yourself. You have your own money, you have your own sustenance, and you're your own person. You have boundaries, you have boundaries. Because I can literally remember there are many personal questions that the pastor gets to ask. And because you see this person as your spiritual father, you say the answers to those things. And it can turn around. Yeah, it can turn around to bite you. So it's not, and the worst mistake anybody can make, whether Nigeria or outside, is to have parents that are stuck in these kind of places.
Yes.
It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah,
it's going to be very difficult. And if we are going to raise godly children, we can't be stuck in these places.
Exactly.
We can't be stuck. Imagine a pastor coming to tell all his members that why are they using birth control? That they should just allow God. Nobody should. This thing I'm telling you is this same church. That month, I mean, that's 2 months. 4 people whose husbands were without jobs got pregnant. Are you mad?
The Lord will provide. The Lord will provide. As you are worrying yourself.
The
Lord will provide.
You see? No, but I'm trying to tell you the sway a pastor has.
Oh yes.
We know. And then he now appears and says, "Don't put birth control. Remove all those birth control. God will provide."
The children will come out.
Will not provide because apparently they are now in worse conditions.
The children will walk in.
How will you take care of the kids?
Simple.
Now the people that decided to give birth to few children will now use their extra money and give them, because those that gave birth to few children did not know where children were. They didn't know how to populate the earth. So you now they look at common sense sisters. Since people don't have what to spend money on, there's one of your nephew that you should just be taking care of his school fees. Who share the 7 children to different uncles, and if they don't take care of them, they are bad people. No, we're not going to do that. But guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is like this one. It's usually my awake time. Although my husband don't give me side eye, he has gone to sleep since. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate the platform and thank you. Okay, bye guys.
Bye.
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 Bye, Asi.
We have been here
6
for
hours and 30 minutes
combined, and for this video it's over 4 hours, and it is a lot of wisdom and uncommon sense. Wisdom. We don't even have final words, because the words of wisdom that have been proclaimed on this platform today, it will do you a very good service to please share this video. Please share this video. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, Why? Why are you denying yourself the privilege of common sense? Why are you denying yourself the privilege to engage in all this conversation? Okay, hit the subscribe button. Give the video a thumbs up. For those of you who have been watching us silently, we appreciate you. Have you liked the video? Have you shared it?
And if you are watching,
What are you afraid of?
If you are
Share
watching,
it.
If you're watching back, please ensure to watch the ads. If YouTube allows ads to enter inside
the video.
YouTube,
YouTube,
because YouTube they do us one kind.
Shaggy.
Sometimes they don't
Shaggy.
allow our ads to go in. But hey, we do it.
And then
yours.
leave your thoughts in the comment section. You know, for the stories that you've listened to today, those parents that gaslight their children, emotionally and financially, where their children will suffer and they continuously send them money home, but they don't appreciate these children, or the children will entrust funds to their hands and say, oh, please help me put this one towards a building, but the parents are not accountable. What advice do you have to give to such victims? I don't care about those parents.
To the kids.
To the kids.
Before we even forget, because we had a short this thing for kids who are afraid of ever leaving the box. This video right here that we're going to share it won't have any words because we're going to mute it.
Yes.
We don't know whether we'll get any.
Those of you that are in cage.
Copyright issues.
Yeah.
Those of you that are in cage, you are like the pigeons that Buhari was trying to push to fly, but they refuse to fly. So if you are watching this video right now and you are inside a cage, like all these pigeons, mentally you are inside a cage. Unlike those other pigeons that are outside and they allow themselves to go, you have to start. Now, advert be this. Oh well, we will skip it very soon. You have to allow yourself to go through this narrow road alone.
See how difficult it is for those pigeons.
You see how difficult it is for those pigeons to fly. Only a few. Only a few. Even when they are being poked to fly,
they come back.
Only 2 you are seeing is outside. The rest is in the cage.
And what happened? He left them.
He left them.
Which means that what happened? The people that are siphoning you, they will continue. They will leave you in your misery.
They will leave you in your
They will leave you in your misery. Is family really everything? At what point will you set a healthy boundary where that you know that you will not be financially used? You will not be an enabler of bad behavior. Where you draw the boundaries and be like, I can support when I'm able to, but I will not allow them manipulate me into supporting beyond my needs. Where you will not cater to your own personal needs, you will not cater to your immediate nuclear family, your wife or your husband and your children. You will not take
charge of your life. Drive the steering
of your
own life.
You are waiting those of it, and you are waiting for prayer and all those. It's not going to work or closure. Don't expect love or kindness where it has been shown historically to you that it is not possible. Don't expect change from people that are having bad behavior towards you. People that don't care for you. They disguise, say they be blood relatives. Please choose yourself first. Choose yourself first.
Don't wait to lose 35 million or lose your brain before you.
If anything happen to you, they will move on faster than the winds. You will always be used to. You used to send us money, or if not for that, but the thing we say, what if to say the person
God give it and
God take it. You know, there's some people that have children, you will not provide for your children. Say you are going to be Father Christmas and be Messiah back home, and your immediate responsibility, your children's school fees, you have not paid it, you have not clothed them, you are not contributing to your household. It is not a good behavior. Set healthy boundaries. Set healthy boundaries. Setting healthy boundaries doesn't mean you do not respect. It doesn't mean that you do not love. Love from a distance. Don't be put in a toxic love or be in a toxic relationship. Don't be like those doves that are inside cage. That is just a physical representation of how you are mentally enslaved. Enslaved mentally in the disguise as, a cheerful giver. Are you really cheerful when you are giving to your own detriment? Do you have your own emergency funds? What if something happened for your job today? What if, you are sick today? Those of you that you have to be paying into health insurance. Those of you that in your country, you don't even have health insurance. So if you don't have work, no health insurance, you have emergency fund. Have you taken that vacation for yourself, or you are still guilty that you have to send money to your family members that are wobbling and doing no one bed
every weekend?
But you are not taking yourself out to that restaurant that you want to eat. You are seeing that food on Instagram. It's entering your eye. You know you can afford it, but you say, I have to send money to this person to pay the child school fees. you are carrying Messiah behavior. You do not have sense. You don't have
If after
sense.
you watch this
Because
video,
if you have sense, self-love will tell you that, common sense will tell you that self-love first. It is out of the abundance and full of myself that I can give. And if they have double the digits, sending you fake invoice, sending you invoice of doom, school fees is 40,000, they are telling you that it's 80,000. You know, you are paying tax on top of that invoice. When they show you once who they are, believe them. Believe them. Give what you can lose. Give what you can lose. With financially, oh, that's what I'm saying. Disposable income, that's what I'm saying. The money that when you give that, you don't remember that you even give it, but not to your detriment. Not to your detriment. And for those students that your parents, those parents that
those children that have been emotionally abused by their parents, you have to take possession of your mind.
Yes, take possession. Start from your mind. Start listening to tapes. My favorite tape is Les Brown.
Yes.
Les Brown, type it on YouTube. Start listeing to Les Brown's
Those
story.
motivations and stories.
Les Brown's story from when he was a child and how he escaped, even when mentally, by his access to listening to the radio or inside the house of the place where his foster mom used to be a cleaner. You have to start by unlearning some things mentally from your mind. So when you repetitively listen to tapes like this that can encourage you, that you're able to identify the struggle with the person who is speaking subconsciously, those things start getting it starts getting eroded and all that, and you start finding yourself. Be willing to walk through that path alone.
If you have money, you can go for counseling.
If you do have money,
because every might suggest counseling, but counseling costs money.
Yes,
because people that are counselors or therapists, they
went to school.
So if you have the finances or your company sponsors things like that in the extended healthcare, make use of those funds.
Yes,
all for your own good.
Utilize the benefits.
Healthier human beings from healthier families, our
society
to be healthy. That's all we have to tell you.
And for those of you that are good parents, be calling those your bad friends that are wicked parents to order.
Yeah.
Enlighten them. Tell them that, oh boy, I used to be like you. Oh, this is how I don't be doing this one to your children. Or you go, you'll lose them. Oh, this is what I did that did different. You as a woman, tell the same thing to your friend in your own age group. It is not a good behavior. No, they finance your children. Don't be financing them. It's not good. Anyways, these are what we have to say.
Thank you so much, everyone. If you've watched us up to this point, just watch our virtual food this video in the GTA, the Toronto area. And after that, we will bid you all good night or good afternoon, wherever you are. You know they play. Maybe this one a picture. I'm sorry.
Welcome to Yo-Yomi Alicious, the best Nigerian online food service in Toronto, Canada. We deliver to Toronto, Concord, downtown Toronto, Etobicoke, North York, Thornhill, Vaughan, Woodbridge, Mississauga and Scarborough. Order now at yoyomialicious.com. A unique taste of Nigeria. Follow us on Instagram at yoyomialicious. Like and share this video. Nigeria to the world.
Anyways,
Alright, everybody,
until
thank
we see you next time, thank you everyone for watching us on
If you
the
still
live
have watched
show.
to this point, thank you
so much.
Thank
But the
you.
person who gave us thumbs up on Facebook, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Until we see you next time. May common sense never depart from you. Peradventure, you just try.
Thank you so much, President
Thank
Amaka.
you, Amaka.
You stayed with us from beginning to the end. 6 hours and 33 minutes. Oh my goodness.
You are the real president.
You are the real president. Nobody rich.
After you now,
Nobody rich. Yes, so we'll see you in 2 weeks. No wahala. This one I even told it on next week. We don't even know whether we'll see you next week based on today's conversation.
We don't know.
But until then, may common sense
never depart from you. Peradventure it does. Please visit our YouTube live
and watch this video
and
again
refresh your memory.
Have a good night, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.